being a slow network because it's too far apart. Okay. Now, when we're talking about the segmentation part of it, we're talking about you have a room area, and then you have an office area, dining room area, and then a conference room. So, staying with the example of a hotel room or a hotel building, all of our access points would be on the 3 different floors. Let's say these 4 different floors. I'm sorry. So we will have these access points in the hallway, giving out Wi-Fi signals to everyone that's on the different floors. But then in the office, let's say we have 4 offices for the staff and for custodians to, use for everyday use, we can have different access points. Okay. The dining room for people coming in, eating, sitting down, want to browse the web, is a different access point there, as well as the conference room. Now, when I say these access points, all of these are different networks. We're using different addresses to confine the users to just that particular router, this particular firewall, okay? So if I have a snooper come on and they get on the 3rd floor, and they use this access point right here, then they're not able to go over to the office side network and see the important information such as credit cards and who's checked into that building. That makes sense? So we're just going to confine them to this area here. Now, we're going to make the office access points invisible. I'm not going to show that as SSID. I'm going to make that invisible so only my coworkers and my employees can see those access points and connect to them. Okay? Whereas I'm going to make the dining area and the conference area visible. Anybody checking into the hotel or an employee can connect to these access points. But they can't be on this conference room and then hop over, snoop on this network and snoop onto the dining room area versus especially going into the office area. Because in the office area, you see here, we have our access points, our servers, I'm sorry. So we can have everything confined here and keep it invisible to everybody that's on the network, that's on the overall network at the top, right? But they're segmented off to where they only see people here in this design segmentation of the network. That makes sense? So if I got that snooper, if Sally comes on and she wants to use Wireshark and see, James who's sitting in the dining room area, she has to, 1, get out of her network segmentation, and then somehow, some way find out the encryption for router C and getting onto that network. It would be better if she just walks over to the dining room and then get on that same network, right? But the most important part is what I'm saying with the office area is that if we're making that invisible, then no one should be able to see that unless we give them permission to. Okay? Any questions? DMZ, demilitarized zone. So the DMZs are places where we have, I'm going to go back to this segment on this topology. The DMZ sits on the outside of our routers and in line with this internet. So it'll probably sit out here with this public network switch, and it's not protected by our firewalls, and it's not segmented by our switches. Okay, that DMZ is going to sit out here, and it's going to take on any type of request from the outside world. So let's say if we have the public server that we need our customers to actually upload things to. Let's say if it's I just did some work with Rocket Lawyer, It's a place where you can upload documentation for a lawyer to overlook it, and then they give you some type of proper paperwork. Well, Rocket Lawyer doesn't know who I am, but they want to trust that I'm uploading something that's clean to their server in order for them to take a look at it. So what they'll do is they'll put a server out here on this public switch and call it a DMZ, and it's segmented off, and no one from the inside of the company cannot access this DMZ unless through a particular protocol, and it's only it's not, you're not going to see an interface or anything like that. It's only through the command prompt. So remember what I showed you what the command prompt was with the CMD prompt. You'll see it here in just a second. So this is the only way we'll probably be able to access the DMZ, okay? And we'll type in commands in order to pull down information from the outside. The reason why is because we don't want anybody logging in to an internal switch and being able to upload things, even if that's part of our business. So a DMZ is normally going to be put out there as a kind of like a safe zone for the company, but it's also an entry point for the consumer or the client. Okay? To give a better topology, I got this topology here. Let me zoom out. So with this topology, you'll see a bunch of segmentations here, right? But we see our internet, and this is also to go back to the sign. It is not a cloud here, but it's a globe. So if you see that, it's normally meaning the internet, okay? But we'll put our DMZs out here, and we'll have our people or our clients check into the DMZs. They'll go into our internal router, which now, we can check them with our firewalls whenever we have them come through the DMZ or they check in with the DMZ. And now we can pull whatever they have put in the DMZ through our router, okay? But we don't want them, let's say, over here with our guest wireless or our VLANs down here. Now let me explain VLANs just for a second. When we're talking about our segmentation, our VLANs, our virtual LANs, are the way that's how we make the actual segmentation. We will, let me pull up a notepad. And what we will do is, well, as security professionals, we're not doing this. Your networking team will do this. But let's say our internal IP addresses are 10.0. And we will say this network, everything that has an IP address that has this IP network ID, this is called a network ID just because of the way it's going to give out the IP addresses, given the fact that everything after the .10 will have a different number, so it can go from 0 to 255, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to say everybody in this network ID is going to be the office, or let's get better yet, let's just say it's marketing, right? Now, everybody on 192.168.11.0 through 255 is going to be sales. Okay, everybody that's on 192.168.12 is going to be HR. Okay, y'all get what I'm saying? So everybody that's on this network is going to be on a different VLAN than the .11 network versus the .12 network. We're going to use VLANs to separate these things. So this will be VLAN. And this is all happening virtually. This is not happening. We don't buy a different physical box in order to create this VLAN. This is happening on your router. Okay? We're just going to say, hey, everybody that's on the third floor is going to have this a IP address that's similar to 192.168.12, and then it might be .12.75. Okay, we'll know instantly by seeing the first three objects is that it's an HR personnel or HR device, or it's on the third floor. We can instantly tell that in the real world. Okay, so these VLANs is how we actually separate these things. Yes, I separated them by the IP address, but it's actually, once we go into the configurations of our router, we're actually separating these things by creating what we call a VLAN. Okay, so with that DMZ, is going to have its own VLAN, its own separation from the network, and the only way it's going to be stripped down we're going to strip down all the features of it to where we can only FTP into it. Use an application called PuTTY, and we want it to be something that our users can upload a PDF file, or let's say a copy of their insurance, to that server, and now we can go out there and see that. So to give you a good example is that if you're applying for a loan, a car loan, they want to see your last two paycheck stubs. So we have to scan it, and then we have to upload it to their servers after we fill out the application. So we're on their website, but now they have a piece here. They're saying, hey, upload this your file here. Now they don't know if I affected. Let's say if I affected that file with some kind of virus that will shoot back information back to me. Well, they don't want that inside of their internal network, because let's say if it's a worm, and now it gets out in the internal network, and it starts to corrupt all of the different VLANs. Because even if we have segmentation, a worm can jump from PC to PC, okay? And if it can jump from PC to PC, and it can jump from router to switches to router, then it could possibly affect our whole network before we actually get a hold onto it and be able to stop such a thing. So we want to, have a safe point for us as a company, but we also want to have a safe point for our clients and keep them away from our network and put it into the DMZ. Okay, so that's going to be outside of the network, but it's a safe way for us to go in there, pull whatever information we need off of it, and then bring it inside. Okay. Now, here in this topology, you'll see that our core distribution, our routers and our switches, everybody is pointing back to them, but then we will have, in order for our clients to go out to the internet, we'll have them go out to a DMZ out here, and then they're able to go out to our internet service provider router. So let's say AT&T installed this router right here from the internet, right? This is what we call a DMARC point. They install that router, but before we just click into our internal, we click that our routers into their router, we want to put up another, there's a particular word for it. We want to put up another barrier, so to say, and say, hey, we're going to create a DMZ out for our web servers, and we're going to have our users go out that way before they actually just go straight to our ISP out to the internet. because maybe we want to put an appliance out here and have them checking their website to see what website they go to. We want to put a CASB. A CASB is an appliance that we use in order to scan different files to see if you're uploading anything to Google Cloud or Dropbox that you're not supposed to be uploading to. So maybe we want to put that out there so we can see that. This is what you'll hear it called a lot of times in the conjunction with the DMZ. You'll hear it called an edge. So just think of it as it's sitting at the edge of your network, monitoring everything that's going from the inside out, and vice versa. DMZ. Any questions? Now, we put all these things in place, segmentation, DMZs, redundancies, to ward against the man-in-the-middle attack. Remember, that man-in-the-middle attack is going to be more likely your Wireshark, people getting onto your network and then running this Wireshark in order to run that interference. If I can pull it up. So remember that Wireshark is going to be able to read your network and be able to pull down the packets to see exactly what's going on. So on Wi-Fi 2, double click it to run it. And this is pretty much what your man in the middle is going to do. He's going to sit here and watch this traffic go by, and then we're going to decipher this traffic and see what's talking, see if I can get connected to that. So if if I see the source of it right here, 192, 168, 163, then maybe I want to go over to, you know what, let's do that. Let's go into our router. Remember, I'm going to my gateway in order to see my network router. Log into it. Have any one of y'all logged into your local router and changed your password yet? If not, I would suggest that you do.
I got a quick question about that. If I change when I change the password on my router, all the appliances that's using the old password, I would have to go back and update it to the current new password, right?
That is the different. That's two different passwords. So,
okay.
So the password I'm talking about here for the actual admin, the admin is an account.
Oh yeah. I know you're talking about.
So change that password.
Okay.
What you're changing, what you're thinking about changing is the password to get onto the internet.
Okay.
Or get on, that's the term we're going to use, right? To get onto, to connect to the router in order to have internet access. That's the problem.
Because what you're showing us now is like the standard router on the back. They normally, what you log on, be like, the username is admin, and then the password is whatever the 16 digits on the back of the router. Type in and let you log into this right here.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. So if you go on there and you can log into your router, but then see if you have an account management section, or see if you can. What I would stay away from is your gateway section. I know it might be different because you have a different router, but if you go into these sections here for the actual SSIDs, and we change the password here, then yes, everything that's connected on drop, and then you have to re-add them. But if you can find your user account, then you're not going to be able to change the username. Well, maybe. I wouldn't change it. Well, maybe I might. I mean,
yeah, because I thought you're supposed to change the username, because all of them are admin. It's just 16
I would
digits. That's how they was getting hacked.
I would change it,
Okay.
but here's the reason why I wouldn't change it. Just in case I want my internet provider to route in and take a look at that type of stuff, they're gonna want to know your username and password. And like I said in the last class, we got so much to keep up with. You know, you might not even, think about what you're changing this username and password to. And so now they might have to default reset your whole router.
Okay, I got you.
So that's why I would kind of stay away from it. But best practices would be changing that username to something that you would know, and then changing that password to, definitely a tough password to crack.
Yes, sir. Okay.
All right, give me 1 second. My feed dropped. I'm gonna have to share my screen again. Give me a thumbs up if y'all see the screen. Appreciate it. So, what did I say with the? Didn't I have an IP address? Oh yeah, Wireshark. So we wanted to see 192.168.0.163. What is that? Can we find that in our router? Who is that assigned to? 163. 163 is the. Is that this computer? I think so. System name. So this is my computer that I'm using right now. Wireshark sees it and is talking to. This is the source IP, right? This is me. This is another thing we have to go over when it comes to networking. And when it comes to firewalling, changing those firewall rules, you will see this on the test. So understanding your source IP, where is it coming from? Where is it going? 149, 137, 64, 163. I can say now that 149, 137 is probably outside of my internal network. So let's do this. Let's see if we can track that down. Let's do a NS lookup. Right? Remember, NS lookup is where we can use our DNS records to find what IP addresses are associated with what domain names. So we're gonna plug in 149, 137, 64, 163. Now, mind you, what I'm doing right here is the kind of a man in the middle. I'm seeing what device I wanna attack, but first I wanna see what are you talking to. Hey, maybe I wanna snoop in on that information, dig into this packet a little bit more to see if you put any kind of passwords, any kind of important information in that. So let's look up. We got our source, right? I know it's Lee's PC, but let's see who is he talking to on this 149. See if we can find it anyway. IP address can I have? Okay. None of the DNSs know what this address is. I go to it, to the website. Probably not. If I don't have a DNS for it, I probably can't resolve it to a website. So let's go back to our Wireshark for a second. And so it doesn't have any kind of way of, showing any kind of interface. So what do we know as a man in the middle? We know that Lee's PC is 163. We know that for sure. let's see who else I'm talking to. So I sorted the destinations, and now just to say, and I think I have a slide on this. Just because this doesn't resolve to a website, it doesn't mean that it's not resolving to a service behind the scenes. Maybe it's a updater, something looking for updates for a particular software. And that's the IP address that it's resolved back to. It just means that the DNS service cannot resolve the IP address to a particular name. But let's see if there's anything else I'm talking to that I can show you guys. Let's see. I have a reset here for that, and it's just using TCP. Was that a question? Which is funny because you see, this is the IP address we just looked up. It's talking back to me, so we're having conversation. I wonder what it is now. We're having a lot of conversations. This is when you double click on a entry in Wireshark, it opens up this packet, and this is a particular network packet that goes across your network. Whoever is communicating with me from 149, 137 is receiving the same type of package, just in a reverse order than me. The destination is the TP, and that's my network device. Oh, you know what that is? No, that's not it. It's using source port 443. 443 is what port? Anybody? Oh, y'all know it.
Yeah. Hold on. Give me a second. HTTPS. I think I'm going.
So I'm using. So it has to be. If something's using HTTPS, that means what?
That is the secure internet address.
Correct. So I'm somehow I'm connected to a site that's using this IP address, but it's secure. I'm wondering if it's Zoom. But then again, I do have my Windows 10 running in the background here. Might be this. Give me 1 second. Trying to find who am I talking to and why am I talking to them. But I'm using a secure channel. So if since I'm a man in the middle right now and I'm trying to do research on who's talking, I can't see that, right? I stressed before how we wanted to see this little gray lock here when going to different websites and not seeing a non-secure area that keeps an encryption over our communication. And that's what we just seen here in the Wireshark packet. I'm not able in the Wireshark packet. I'm not able to see what's going on here because we're using a secure way of communicating, which is HTTPS. So let's go back to my virtual machine. Go to NSA. And let's look up. And you can see how it's dragging. And it's not dragging just because of the network. It's dragging because this is a virtual machine. And I got my original computer doing a lot of things. At the same time, I'm browsing the internet within a virtual machine. We'll go a little bit further into that when we get into virtual machines. So let's see what IP address this comes back with. Maybe it's the same, man. They ain't doing nothing. All right, so that's a failed attempt. I wish Google had their own thing. And plus, it's just dragging out. So I want to keep this open because I want to show you guys later. But let's get back to the man in the middle. So this is how they're going to pretty much do that. Which, you know, if we're thinking about segmentation in your everyday life, you're segmented off from your neighbor's Wi-Fi versus your Wi-Fi. I see everything here within my household, but I can't see everything on my neighbor's internet. Because the first thing I have to do is I have to get connected to one of these routers here. So the Scott family, I would want to see what's on their network, but I would have to figure out what's the password to get onto it. So that's why we want to, you know, avoid open environments such as this hidden network here that's open. It doesn't have that little lock on it. But if I, you know, going back to the hotel example, if I'm able to get onto one network and then just pretty much just walk to the other room and get on another network, then now I can see everybody that's here on that network, okay? But segmentation just allows me to just see who's on my network at this point in time. Now, there's really no way of stopping a application such as Wireshark. I haven't seen. And I haven't seen any type of applications that will tell you when someone is using this application. Only thing you want to do, if you don't want this to happen, you probably want to lock down your network and not have it actually broadcasting now to say, hey, come and get on this network. Okay, we want to make that hidden. Let's go ahead and close this out. Quit without saving. Before I get out of my router, I do want to show you guys a bad certificate, which is so remember when I said when we're using HTTPS, it will have that little lock up there. But if we don't have a legit certificate, or if it's an expired certificate, we're going to get this not secure error up here, okay? And when you click on that, it's going to say, hey, you can connect, but it's not secure, okay? And it's not vetted by any of the CAs, the certificate authority. So whatever information that you share on this will be able to be seen by attackers using Wireshark, okay? So what does that say? Chris?
I got a quick question after you get finished showing us this. Can you show us how to hide the SSID so that it doesn't broadcast out? Say like if I'm leaving my house, if I'm driving down the street, I can still see my SSID, but I would like to try to hide that, and but I don't know how to.
Okay, 1 second. So when it says your connection is not secure, you should not enter any sensitive information to this site. For example, passwords, credit cards, because it could be stolen by attackers, right? Somebody who is sniffing the network with your Wireshark could see the password that you put into your router that we took so much time to change. Somebody could see it and could be sniffing the network and just see it anyway, right? Because the router interface is not secure. That's not your fault. That's your internet provider's fault. And in my case, that'll be Corporeal. And I can't do anything about it because Caporium is the only one that provides internet access for Rock Hill, which is a doggone shame. But anyway, to your point, Chris, how do we stop the broadcast on our network? I want to go to it. So we want to click onto our actual Wi-Fi, our Wi-Fi connection. And I don't want to enable because it might shut me off. But if you can see here, you see broadcast network name, SSID. It says enable. So
yes, sir.
It says enable, but I don't have this turned on all the way. I have my 2.4 and my 5 gigs turned off. Okay. So because I'm going to a different router. But if it was enabled and I could change all of this stuff, only thing I would want to do is disable this SSI, the broadcast network name. Broadcasting means I'm going to put it out there. This is how you connect to me. Come here, click on me. And then now you put in that security network password. And
okay, so, sorry.
No, you fine.
So I'm using Spectrum's modem, but I have Eero's Wi-Fi mesh network. So what I would have to go into is the Eero user interface and find broadcast network name SSID and disable it.
When you connect to your internet, you're connecting to the Eero?
Yes, sir. It's through the Eero through Spectrum's modem.
Are you able to log into Spectrum's?
No, sir.
Okay. Yeah, go into your Eero, and it should be a broadcasting option for you to disable.
Okay. All right. I'll play around with that later.
Yeah. And so we can rename it whatever we want, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's how you saw the funky britches down here. This is how you see everybody else that's in I want to say, a half-a-mile radius. You can pick it up, which is just, if I ruled the world, every community, I would have one internet router on that street, and it just kind of like gives the internet to everybody in that community, and we all just share the internet bill instead of everybody having a different router and, really just kind of overpaying for services. But the internet companies will never tell you they can do something like that, but that's what I would do. I would just set one up in the centralized environment and then have everybody kind of connect to that. But going back to the security mode, if you can see, I got AES, which is a ill-advised encryption, but some routers are only going to come with a certain amount of encryption implanted on them. You can always check with your internet provider to get an upgraded router box. It should be free of charge. So it's something that they won't send to you on your bill. They won't say, hey, we got the new latest and greatest. Call up there and see if they got something more faster than what you already have. So that's another thing that you can always look into. Any other questions on routers, man in the middles, things of that sort? Remember, we're doing man in the middle. We're probably going to be sniffing the network. In order to sniff the network, we're probably going to use a protocol analyzer or a network analyzer, which is a Wireshark. All right. Going back to our slides. Let's talk about spoofing real quick. So spoofing is also a way of kind of like having that evil twin and rogue access points. So if we go back to our hotel topology here, remember that we had a bunch of access points here, right? But let's say if I'm a hacker and I have my own access point, matter of fact, so I got it with me, yeah, right here. And I might bring this, y'all can see that. I might bring this to the in-person class, and let's say I can have this offender plugged up and then giving off the same SSID as I see around in the hotel. So now people think that, oh, okay, this is just another access point that I can connect to, and then I can get on the internet. Because that's what our normal clients are probably thinking about. But if I'm a nice hacker, I can have you connect to that rogue access point, and then now I should be able to see all of your traffic as you're going through my router. Okay, so I may not have no type of encryption on it, so I can see the type of traffic that's going back and forth. Okay, going back to my screen. So that's a way of kind of spoofing your wireless access point that you already have there. You can also spoof IP addresses to trick your network devices, your routers, and your firewall. If we're going back to our VLANs here, you know, for this VLAN for marketing, I have 253 different types of IP addresses that I can put out. You never give out 0 and you never give out 255. That's why I said 253. Okay, you never give out those two. So as a hacker, I can always spoof my IP address and change it to where I emulate this VLAN, and now I can get onto that network. Let's say if I have a rule set in that's saying, hey, nobody can't get onto our sales department unless you have a network ID starting with these 3 numbers. Well, I can use a application, not an application, but a OS called Kali Linux, and now I can change my IP address to be whatever I want it to be. And if I know for a fact, if I've done my research, my due diligence, and seen that people on my sales department have that network ID, I can change mine to be as such, and now I can go ahead and connect to the sales department and look at different information there, snoop around that. Maybe, once I'm on that network, I can now run my Wireshark to see exactly what's going on here on this network. Okay? Any questions? I've got 2 more slides and then we're going to get a break. All right, DDoS. So we already talked about DDoS and denial of service attacks. So DDoS is more of a distributed denial of service attack. I'm targeting one thing. I don't necessarily care to attack the whole building or the whole network. I just want the servers that's collecting applications to be affected. And now people can't put in applications. In the gaming world, I just want Microsoft servers to go down. So I don't want nobody playing online at this point in time. But I don't care if you're able to use Microsoft Outlook. I just don't want you gaming online. So I'm distributing all my attacks to that particular server. Okay, so how you normally, these are 2 examples of a denial of service attack, but do not confuse that with not the denial, but the single point of failure that we talked about earlier, and the load balancing issues that we had earlier too. Those are still, they could be very much denial of service attacks that we could commit on ourselves. But the ones that we normally see from an attacker is MAC flooding or ping test or ping floods, SYN floods, this is where they're sending an attack to your PC, telling it to constantly talk back to them. All right. Let's see if I can do. I want to show you that you may see an example of this on your yes. So we say ping yahoo.com, right? And so what this does is by sending this command, I'm going to reach out to Yahoo servers and I'm going to say, hey, this is Lee's PC. Please let me know if you're online and ready for service or ready for a request, right? And what it does is it checks, it runs through DNS, it runs through my service provider, and it gets a reply back from the Yahoo servers, and it comes back with this reply, and it lets me know that Yahoo is up and running and is ready for a reply. If I put, I think it's /T, and that should go forever, maybe? Okay. Now, what you're seeing here is a constant pinging or just kind of a constant watch of my PC talking to the servers at Yahoo. And it's constantly seeing, hey, we got a reply. We reached out, we got a reply. We reached out, we got a reply. We reached out that time, we didn't see a reply. It timed out, it was too far away, whatever the case may be, right? Now, this is simple for a server to actually come back to my request and say, hey, yeah, I'm here, I'm up, I'm ready. But if I have a zombie network or a multitude of bots doing this command to a particular server, I can overwhelm that server and I can bring it down to a crawl, if not stopping the server altogether. This is a simple ping flood. Now, one PC is not going to hurt it, right? A lot of times we use this in the real world to see if we have any kind of connect issues with our servers within the network. We just want to see, how many times are we dropping network packets. But having one ping go out to Yahoo, check to see if this service is up and running, is no problem. But if I have, let's say, 200 PCs doing this all at the same time and never stopping, it could overwhelm the one server that we're going out after and bring that server down. Now, in a ping flood, well, you may say, Lee, why won't you just have, isn't the server smart enough to see that you're just asking for a ping, and now you'll just put that at a stop, or you'll stop with answering that PC? Servers are meant, PCs, all computers are meant to actually take in requests and then answering those things at that particular time. They do it at a different speed, but that's what they're built to do. So if I have a multitude of PCs to ask a question of, hey, are you up and are you running, it's going to constantly try to answer me back, okay? And in some cases, this is using TCP, the protocol. In some cases, I may set that protocol up to never give an acknowledgement back. So in TCP, I'm giving a, hey, are you there? You're giving me, yes, an acknowledgement and sending it back to me, and I'm acknowledging that I received your request or your answer. And a lot of times, not a lot of times, in TCP, it will not drop the communication unless I send an acknowledgement back saying that I've got your request, I've got your statement saying that you're up. We can finish talking. In some floods, we can take that acknowledgement out in the packet. We can take that acknowledgement out, and now it's constantly listening to see if you're going to answer back, so it can stop the communication with you and go on to the next person. Okay, so this is how some attackers may go after your servers, may go after different things on your network. This is why it's so important to have that load balance, so it can deal with certain things like this. Because this is not going to stop me from going to Yahoo and trying to log into my PC. Log into my account. So I can minimize that and just go to Yahoo. Hey, I want to check my email. And the servers on Yahoo is not going to stop, or it will be a bad business move if I'm running a ping request over here, but at the same time, I can't check my email, right? So they want to put multiple servers up, multiple lines of communication, so it can handle different types of requests like that. I'm going to stop that. Loop prevention. We were talking about loops. This is more on the networking side, so your networking team will have to make sure that this is not the case. We have a IP address, so going back to IP10. When we have a 192.168.11.255, if you ever see a 255 IP address on anything, it's probably a broadcasting address or a loopback address, and it's constantly giving out that address to say to other devices, hey, I'm here. You can connect to me. I'm up and I'm running. But in the networking world, if you ever get into a loophole, or if it's constantly checking in with itself with that address, it can create what they call a loop storm, and it constantly basically is like a dog chasing its tail, going in a circle, telling itself, hey, are you up? Yes, I'm up. And it constantly goes into the cycle. And breaking it is terrible. I've done this one time in my career where I didn't know they had a particular port set as a callback port, and I plugged the Ethernet cord in the wrong port, and it caused that switch to constantly broadcast to itself, creating a broadcast storm. Broadcast storm. And it's a form of denial of service on yourself. The only way we were able to get out of that is unplug that Ethernet cable, and then I think that stopped it immediately, if not resetting the switch at that time. So you want to be aware of MAC flooding or any type of flood attack, ping, MAC flooding, SYN requests. These types of overwhelming information to that server could create a DOS attack. All right, last slide before the break. Wireless access point placement. We already talked about the rogue access points and the evil twins, but the placement could create a particular denial of service. So when we're talking about a router, we're talking about an access point. We're basically talking about something that gives off radio waves, and that radio wave could be hindered whether we're talking about 2.4 gigahertz or 5 gigahertz. And 2.4 gigahertz is probably going to be a wider range, but it's going to be on the same wavelength as your microwaves, your TVs, and other things that use radio waves throughout your household or in the building. So we want to make sure that we have them in open spaces. So if you're thinking about your router at home, make sure that it's not clouded up or bundled up behind, out of the way, stuck in a drawer somewhere, or it's covered up. You want to have that out and open. as much as possible. If you have it in a corner of your house and you're having a hard time connecting to it on the other side of the house, then you might want to consider having it moved in order to have a better broadcast within your house. In the business aspect, we can have a wide range, but say if we don't want that to be broadcast into the parking lot. If we're having we can get onto the internet in the parking lot, then someone can just sit in the parking lot, not go into the building and connect to your network that way, and then see be able to snoop around and perform that man in the middle without even showing his or herself in your business. So having the right placement is key to making sure everyone can get the internet, but at the same time, we don't want it to permanently broadcast so wide to where someone can sit across the street and still get onto your network and snoop on it that way. Any questions?
Yes.
Hmm? Yes, sir.
I have AT&T Wi-Fi for service, and they got it in the corner of my house too. And my reception is kind of bad when I'm talking on the phone. So if I bought a router, does the router have to connect to the actual box, or can I place the router somewhere like near where my computer is?
Now you can do it. Do I have that slide? I ain't got that slide. All right. So what you could do, if you had a long enough Ethernet cord, you can plug that new router into your existing one from AT&T and run that new router wherever you want it to. If you can, if you have the skills to run it through the walls or wherever you want it to, that's fine. But you can also use a feature on that new router as well as your existing router called WPS. And I thought I had a slide on that. But anyway, you're on the phone, so you won't be able to see this. You'll be able to go back in the recording and see what I'm showing here. It's a button on that router, the one you're gonna buy in the AT&T box, that has a WPS button on it. And what you do is you hit those buttons one at a time, but within a 15-second range, and it performs that connection for you automatically. And so once you have it connected, now you can put that new router wherever you want it to. So
Okay.
You make sure that whatever router that you're going to buy, one, that it has a strong enough bandwidth to cover your house. Two, that it has WPS capabilities. Okay?
That's important.
Also, before you do that, check with AT&T to see if they'll move that router for you.
Okay.
Oregon they charge me about $120 to actually move it from my bedroom into the living room. But your provider might do it for free, given the fact that how much they charge on a regular basis. So it may be thrown in.
Yes,
they're not going to say anything to you though. Just call them up and ask them if that's possible.
All right. So with the Ethernet cord extension, I can just take that router out of my room and just run that wire into my living room, right? Without even contacting them. Would that make it better?
It would if you're not connected coaxial. Mine is a coaxial, so I'm using a television cable to go into their router, right? And that's how I'm pulling the internet from my provider. And then you can use the Ethernet cable to go anywhere else. So what I said, to go back to your example, if you're using a coaxial cable, you may want to get a longer cable, television cable, and run that wherever you want to run it, and then problem solve. Okay? But if you want to use a Ethernet cable, If it's coming from outside of the wall into that AT&T box, if it's using an Ethernet cable, then buy a longer Ethernet cable and run it wherever you want to run it at.
Appreciate you.
And if you have any problems with that, give me a call, and we'll get on a kind of like a FaceTime or something like that, and just show me your setup, and I'll give you my opinion on it.
That'll work. That'll work.
All right. Any other questions? All right. Y'all want to take a break? Nothing like that?
Yes, that's fine.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Someone has a question?
I do. And it's about the 25th.
Okay.
I actually have to work on that day. And I know y'all may not make any provisions for one person, but I would really like to attend. But I work the early morning hours on that Saturday, and I may get off around 12. So what time is the actual meeting set up for?
So it's set up for to start at 9.
So network compliances. Now, the things that I was talking about with the first set of slides were actions that these appliances are going to actually perform. So, of course, we talked about firewalls and routers and switches, but they can also be proxies. They can perform tasks such as network address translation, and have the access list, the access control list. So who can get in, who's blocked, what are we looking for? Are we looking for this particular IP address? Are we looking for this particular MAC address? These security appliances is going to be all over the test. So knowing what they are and what they do will be vital to passing the test, because if they ask you what is a proxy, or better yet, what is a gateway, and you don't have a slightest idea of what a gateway is, then they can throw you a multiple choice question, and it can throw you off because you will try to go with what sounds best. But a gateway in this aspect is something that allows you to go to the internet. So it would be another name for your router. A proxy is another name for a DMZ or a router as well, where it's telling you to go here. You're wanting to go here, but it kind of diverts you to go a different route. Going back up to our topology here, you see you'll go here to our core distribution of switches. It will point you up to your edge, your DMZ. It will then proxy you to go out to your ISP router. It will then tell, instead of going out to the internet through your DMZ, out this way, going straight, it will then turn you and say, hey, go here, and we'll keep a track on you. At this point, we'll keep you safe here, but this is where you want to go at to go out to the actual internet. So that's a proxy. Now, these could be done by one appliances, or it could be done by multiple appliances. More likely in the real world, you're going to have it done by multiple appliances, so it doesn't bog down one appliance. You could actually have firewall just do firewall things. We can have our gateways and our routers just do routing stuff, but we're not going to have it doing switching things. It's smart enough to do switching, but why bog it down when we can have, remember, if we're bogging it down, then we go into that denial of service aspect, and we're creating that on ourselves. So why have that do that when we just wanted to do routing things? So a lot of these big time corporations have an appliance for each and every one of these tasks right here. Even though your router can do firewall, routing, access control, and NAT all at the same time. But we might want to just, separate those things out. Same thing goes for a network, IDS and IPS. Going to be on your test guaranteed. They want to know what is a intrusion detection system and then what the difference is between an intrusion prevention system. And it's simply this. One will detect, the other will prevent. You tell the difference between the D and the P. So intrusion detection is just going to detect, hey, we see a problem, somebody snooping on the network, they're actually taking in a lot of packets, or they have changed some things, they actually are active, but it won't react to it. It will just kind of give you a notification. You might want to look into this area. You might want to check your firewall. You might want to check the endpoint on this computer over here. That's a detection. Prevention will go a step further, and not only will it detect, it will actually prevent further actions of that actual attack. So it will, normally you see these in EDRs, what we call endpoint detection response. So EDR, and we'll go with Red Canary as one of the most, Red Crow, the same thing. They're kind of like the new age, anyway, they're kind of like the new age antivirus. The antivirus is, they would use a particular database to see if a virus was malicious, and then it will prevent it from actually doing anything by shutting it down or putting a quarantine on it. So that's a IPS, right? Well, the new age of it is an EDR, where you can actually have the detection, and then we can isolate that workstation on the network. We can put it in its own little VLAN. So now it segments it off from everybody else, and now we can do analysis on it. We can see what is the attacker looking for, what is it trying to do. We could do that analysis, and now we can become smarter in our response to attackers. So having an EDR is the new wave, but it's an expensive solution right now. A lot of people are still going to just go with the regular antivirus solution right now, just of seeing viruses out there, and then putting them in a quarantine state, putting the virus in a quarantine state, and then deleting the virus later.
Mr. Mitchell, I have one quick question for you.
Mm-hmm.
What's the difference between the malware bytes and the malware bytes EDR? Is that the same thing, or is this two different things? Because I have malware bytes, but
it's just kind of like the new age kid on the block, or it's a more robust antivirus application. So think of it like okay, so your application now could probably run a scan. It constantly scans any kind of changes onto your environment, and it's just really looking for the files. Where EDR is more for a business type of aspect. So if me and you we have a client and we have an EDR on their machine, that EDR reach out to you and say, hey, Joanne just downloaded a file. We believe it to be malicious. How do you want to react? And then now you're able to say, okay, Joanne, I'm going to isolate your machine from the network, but you're still able to, do your work or whatnot, I'm going to isolate your machine though. So
Okay.
with regular antivirus, we would have to call Joanne up and tell her to unplug her machine, unplug it from the network, and now she's done for today.
I
You
got you.
can't do any more work. With an EDR, we can say, hey, you can still check emails, you can still do your data sheet. It's just you won't be able to print, and you won't be able to do a lot of more network things. But you should be able to stay at work, right?
Mhm.
And now me and you can go in there and we can remote into her machine on the back end using a command prompt and look at the file that is isolated, do some kind of analysis, maybe have Malwarebytes do a scan on it and see what we need to do. Maybe it's a false positive. We can unisolate her machine and she can get right back to work as if nothing happened.
Okay.
So that EDR is just the main point into it is just the R part, the response.
Okay.
Endpoint detection response is going to give you more of a there's more features that you can actually do when it comes to responding to an intrusion. That's
Yes,
what
sir.
you're paying for.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So network IDSs are going to be, remember, it's going to be a system that just detects. It's not going to actually quarantine anything. But the main thing I want to say is you have a network IDS and then you have a host IDS. So a network IDS may be sitting on your router, your switches. It may be sitting on a server somewhere, and now it's running that application on the network. It's scanning everything on the network. Your host IDS may be it may be some type of endpoint that we put down here, and it's not necessarily scanning the network. It's scanning everything that comes into your personal PC, that work PC. So that's the difference between, pay attention to that. When they say host, we're talking what you're actually, the client is using. But if we're saying the network, it's out there sitting on the router somewhere, maybe sitting on a firewall. Okay. Next gen firewall. So let's talk about the next gen firewall. There's a unified threat management. So that next gen firewall is going to be more of a virtual set firewall instead of a actual appliance that we put here on the network. So I like to go back to my topology here, the hotel. So that firewall. So that firewall is going to sit up here, and that's going to be separate. Let's think of it. I remember, on this slide, I said that it's probably going to be sitting in the router. But let's just say, for argument's sake, that this is a separate router. This is an ASA, a Cisco ASA router, and it's sitting out here as a separate appliance. Well, that virtual that virtual firewall may be sitting on a switch somewhere. And so now we have put even more defense in depth by having another virtual firewall checking information that's coming from our access point into our switches before it sends it out on this physical firewall into the internet, and vice versa. It goes from the internet, from the outside, and it gets filtered out here. But just in case it slips by, it can get checked again on our virtual firewall here on our switches. But now, in modern times, it doesn't necessarily have to be on a switch. It can be on your application. A lot of times we have our Microsoft products, such as Outlook, or our smart applications. Their suite of applications such as Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Access. They have their virtual firewalls running in the background, checking the information that's coming in, because Their suite of applications always is looking for updates when it comes to fonts, pictures, the contents for the designer. This is strictly from the internet. This is coming up from an outside source. So you may want that virtual firewall sitting on the back end of your suite of applications, checking the information that's coming through. Okay? So that's a virtual firewall. Your content and URL filters, you don't normally see this in a small business environment. You're going to see this mostly in a big enterprise environment. So this goes into what do you want your users to actually view or surf the web with. It saves the company when I can dictate what you're seeing at work. If you're going to gambling sites, you know, especially in the days of, you know, working remotely, we don't want to put our business data at risk because you're going out to a gambling site and now that gambling site has been affected and now it bleeds over into the business information. Or if it, you know, it installs some type of keylogger onto your system and now you're going back and forth with the gambling site, the affected gambling site, and you're doing work at the same time, you could be letting out the business information without even knowing it. So we might want to put content filters on there, restricting certain categories of websites. So if you didn't know, every website out there, when you register in your website, you kind of are asked, what is your website going to be categorized as? So, you know, whenever you apply these URL filters, it can have, you know, you don't have to worry about allowing every website. You could just allow the particular categories. So it should block all of the gambling sites across the board if they're categorized right. Now, if you see something on the other side, you know, you can always get with your provider and have them block that thing out for you. Now, you can also do this on your router. Again, I know I done been at my router so many times today, but you can, you know, in your home environment, if you got kids or what have you, and you want to block particular sites from them, you can log into your router, and you can go. For me, it's my parent control, and now we can go in here. We can do. We can block sites that are categorized by keywords, or we can do that by the URL. Okay, and this is a good way of putting that kind of a content filter on your home devices. You can also block the actual devices, which ones are getting internet and which ones are not. So a lot of good stuff here in your own router that you can just go into and snoop around and see how you want to manipulate your own network. Okay? I'll leave that up for now. So that'll bring us to our last slide, which is a SIM, Security Informational and Event Manager. This appliance is wanted by every big name corporation, but a lot of people don't know how to read the information out of a SIM. I personally don't. To be effective, I'll say that. To be effective, I know enough to be dangerous. But basically, a SIM is sitting on the network, recording every action that you do or someone else will do. And it records this information down and records the events down along with the time. And so if, as a security professional, if you are researching an event, an intrusion, some type of attack, we will normally use our SIM in order to do more research on it. When did it happen? How did it happen? What happened? Okay. Now that's what I was trying to set up over here on my virtual machine. So this is a open source SIM called Wuzza, and it's entirely too expensive for me to buy. But I wanted to show you guys on what one would look like in a corporate environment, just in case, you know, whenever you guys do get a job in cybersecurity, that you're not just kind of lost about what it would look like. So while that's doing its thing, remind you this is on a virtual box, so it's going to be a lot slower. I might just do this on my regular PC. Okay, while that's doing that, let's pull this up to event. Viewer on your host, on your actual host, your actual box, you have an event manager that's constantly taking down everything that's happening on your PC. So along with the logs that we're going to see on the SIM appliance, we're going to see similar logs on our actual device. So I went into my start menu and typed in event viewer, and now I can see all the events that happen with my applications that I have open. Right? When it comes to the audit log, every time that I logged into something, it takes a log of it. It doesn't take down what I'm typing in. It takes in the fact that I have logged in. Okay? And this is important because if we have someone doing something in the background that we're not aware of, this audit log is going to be how we actually prove that it happened. A telltale sign that someone has been on your PC and has been doing anything is that when we suspect something, we look up the time and date of it, and a lot of times an attacker will erase the logs corresponding to whatever attack that they have done. So whenever they erase the log, you know that you've probably been compromised in some type of way, and someone's trying to clean up their act. But there's no way of, you know, putting fake logs in there. There's no way of, you know, replacing the log that they have taken out. It'll just be an empty factor here. So that's a good way of just, you know, kind of doing your research, making sure that what you think happened actually did happen. Now let's go back to our cloud instance here. Another reason why I'm not buying this appliance is that it's $500 a month just to use this doggone thing, and I don't think that that's worth it. I really don't. I just wanted to show you guys what it looked like, but $500 a month is insane. So I'm definitely gonna erase my account after today. I'm not doing that. And we'll have another, for the live event, we'll have another solution for a SIM. But we're definitely not going to use this. This is insane. But as you can see here, you can see from my last time we talked about passwords, you see what type of password that they use. Very strong password. I would have liked to see some special characters in there, but that's very strong. Now, going over, this is exactly what we see in the real world. You'll see these type of dashboards, and they give all types of information out across the board. So unlike my host SIM or event logger that's sitting here just taking down everything that's going wrong on my PC or what has happened, this SIM is it's designed to put the agent onto the PC and then take down particular information on those agents. So that agent will sit on that PC. It'll sit on that PC here with the this little icon down here. I don't know if you can see it, but in the lower right-hand corner, it'll sit down here, and it runs in the background and pulls information off of it in order to show you from a grand scale of what's going on. So if you see any type of weird event, a brute force attack going on, someone's constantly being locked out or trying different passwords to one particular account, it'll show up in a sim like this in different types of files, just putting it in a prettier interface. But as an analyst, you're probably going to be in a sim more often than not, looking at logs, trying to determine what happened, and this is called threat hunting. And you know, I'm not really showing much here on here, just because I don't have an agent set up for it, and I really hate that. Maybe I can have it set up for the next time that we have class, so I can actually show you how it looks over the internet. But this is a cloud-based sim. This is more likely what you're going to see. Remember that sim is going to take down any type of action that has been taken on that agent and record it. Now, once you get to a certain amount of logs, because you can imagine, once you get so many logs allocated, it will begin to bog down, become slower. So you do want to erase files after a certain amount of time. And maybe that's why this is so much, because I only got 100 gigs of storage for files here. And you can imagine if we had 12 CCs to probably look after, that 100 gigs of file space will probably be eaten up pretty quick, okay? But that's a sim in a nutshell. It's going to watch over and create a log sheet of everything that's happening, so you can do research on a incident that you have later on. Also, I want to just reiterate, if you guys wanted to download VirtualBox, let me know if you guys want to do that, and I can put an ISO in the Google Classroom so you could download and load up your own virtual machine. Tell you the truth, if someone wants to do that, that's more PCs we get to work with on our live session on the 25th, and it'll be more interactive that way. So the more we can have virtual machines ready to go, the merrier. So if you wanted to do that, just let me know. Shoot me something in the chat or shoot me an email, and I'll put that ISO out there for everyone to get. Okay? That's all I have. Dr. McBride, turn it back over to you.
Okay, all right. A very practical experience this morning.
Start the recording. And put a thumbs up chat. I sound okay, and if my video is going the way, because I've been having some network issues, and I'll kill my video if it's going to save the bandwidth. So give me a thumbs up if you guys can see me and hear me fine. So what I want to do is I want to share my screen. It's a little bit slow. Okay.
Yeah, it's a little choppy.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead.
You're going in and out.
My internet been acting up this morning too.
Okay.
I'm gonna go ahead and I'm still sharing my screen because we still want to screen. still want to share what I got going on. So let me know when you guys see that. And
We
I'm
can see
slow
it.
Okay,
on
yes.
y'all reactions.
It's good.
Okay. Okay. So the first thing I wanted to jump into is just your PC, your actual hardware. And let's have some conversations on what we should be looking at. If you wanted to go and buy a new PC or a new Chromebook, what do you want to look at? What would be more efficient for the money that you're going to spend? So let me start off by saying that you have desktops, laptops, got servers. You have now you have full MacBooks. They have MacBook Pros, um, Mac desktops. So you have a variety of different types of computer systems. Okay. Now, the one thing that the memory that it has to actually go. So a lot of times in the Windows world, you will see when you go to Best Buy, there have the allows out to say, hey, has a i5 core processor, or I want to say an ADM chipset. And what that means is that throughout those different sets, or processors, it really, and when it comes to, let's say, a comparison of a Chromebook is more meant for web browsing and having less power, if you will. Power is kind of a bad word. Features that a normal PC or a computer will have. Okay. Normally, your desktops and your laptops will come equipped in order to run application at the same time. You
Mr. Lee,
can plug in external webcam. I'm sorry.
I had a question. Could you share when you're speaking, could you share like what chapters this is associated with? So just a little correlation.
This is not in the correlation with books. So it's kind of like I'm giving a technical overview. So whenever the book refers to any kind of equipment, you will kind of
Okay.
have a background on it. Okay.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. So just follow and say recording this video. So if you ever need to go, because the book is going to assume that you have this knowledge already. Okay. So Chromebook is kind of it's meant for web browsing and things of that sort, just kind of opening up that Chrome web browser and then doing your work there. But as a desktop or a server, you can actually put applications on it. We from the internet, then we can actually add on and then interacting with those applications. Now, desktops and laptops are kind of for personal use, but your servers are meant for it's more business use. But you also can have them in your household and they're a purpose serving. So it's meant to actually have a heavy workload. It's a heavy workload and then be able to distribute application or whatever is meant to the actual user. Give me 1 second. I'm seeing chat. I'm still going in and out a bunch now. Give me 1 second.
Oh, what was the last thing? Meeting is being recorded. What was the last thing y'all heard?
Servers are meant for heavy workloads.
Okay, servers. So Let me get out of here. Recording. So servers are meant to have a heavy workload, while your desktops and your laptops are probably not meant to be web servers, right? So when I say web servers, I mean I'm putting a website on there and I'm actually waiting for people to come visit my website. But that's normally what we did back in the, I want to say the early 80s, 90s. Now everything is pretty much on the cloud, and you can spin up a website in a matter of minutes, okay? So we have, these are the type of equipment that you're gonna probably see in the everyday work field, okay? So either you're gonna see a laptop, desktop, you're gonna be remoting into a server, or you're gonna go into a database and you're gonna see servers, but you also see the emergence of Chromebooks and then tablets as well as phones, mobile devices, because they're just as smart as your regular computers. But you know, we normally don't add full-blown applications to them, but we do add apps to them, which is short applications. But we add those apps that adds on more functionality to that actual device. Okay. So I also wanted to go a little bit deeper into a CMD command prompt. So as you can see on my screen, I'm going to click on my start menu and type in CMD. And what that does is it's going to bring up a command prompt here. And in this command prompt, I can see different information about my computer. A lot of times, if I'm going to run any type of administrative rights on that computer, I can always go back to my CMD, my command prompt, and run it from here. No, you don't have to learn how to, be an expert at running commands in the command prompt, but I just wanted you to be familiar that whenever I'm going to see my IP address, I'm coming here to actually type in that IP config to get that information. So in those videos that was posted, I went a little bit into IP config, IF config for Linux, and this is how your router talks to your PC or your server, okay? That router is going to give you internet access based off of the address that it assigns to you. Now, for the different types of Ethernet or wireless connections that you have to your PC, that'll be based off of how your router gives you an address, okay? So it wants to give every Ethernet and wireless adapter a IP address, so it's able to communicate to the outside world if need be. So I have a Wi-Fi connection here that you see Wi-Fi 2, that this is my main connection for this PC, and this is my IP address for it. This is the IPv4. I'm not going to go into the difference between 4 and 6, but in today's world, we're probably going to be referring to IPv4 addresses versus 6, okay? And the one thing that I want you guys to take away from IPv4 address is that it has 4 different octets or digits or places, right? And they're separated by these 3 decimal points. Sorry about that. I also want you to look at the default gateway. Default gateway is probably going to be the address for your router. This is how you actually can go into your router and then look at the configurations there. We'll do that in just a second. So we covered the CMD, we looked at the IP address, and we looked at the gateway. So let's go a little bit further into our gateway, and then we'll look at a speed test as well. So let me open up a web browser here. And remember, let me show you guys, make sure you see it. This 192.168.0 0.1. Okay, this is your router. This is more likely going to be your router's address. And in your house right now, whoever your telephone provider was or the internet provider, they probably came in there and set up a router in your home. And you have the access to actually log into it and see the type of access that you have for it, or who's connected to your PC at that time. Or not PC, at your network at that time. Let me try to open up this one. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna show you guys my router and how to actually go into it. And hopefully when you get time today, you can go and see about your router and log into yours. So this is my router webpage. And you guys also, if you pull up a command prompt on your PC and you type in IP config, go back up here and show that. Let's highlight it right here. If you type that in and hit enter, it's going to give you this information, and we're looking for the wireless device or the Ethernet connection that you have for it. And then we're going to type, we're going to look for our default gateway and then type that into our web browser in order to get to our router, okay? Everybody following me on that? Thumbs up in the chat.
Do you mind repeating it once more?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Do you mind repeating that process once more from command prompt?
One more time, say it one more time.
Do you mind just going back over the steps from command prompt, type in IP config, and then what?
Yeah, let's start back over. So I'm gonna close everything down, right? And to find out if I'm on a Windows computer, I'm gonna go to my start menu. So mine might be a little bit different because I'm on Windows 11. If you're on Windows 10, it's the same thing. So you're gonna type start on your Windows key or your keyboard, or go down to the start menu, wherever it may be. I'm gonna click that, and then up here in the search menu, we're gonna type in CMD. Okay, that brings up command prompt here. All right, what we want to do is, matter of fact, I want you to hover over it and then right click and run as an administrator. Okay, get used to pulling up your command prompt in that manner. So we're gonna run it as an administrator, and if it asks you with a control access point, it says, are you sure you want to open that? Say yes, and then what it does is opens a command prompt in an administrator mode. Okay, so from here, we want to type in IP config and hit enter. Okay, so for mine, you'll see that I have an Ethernet connection for my VMs that I have on my PC. I have some virtual machines. We're not going to look at those right now. But what I'm using for internet access is my wireless LAN here, which is a dongle that I have out of my laptop, and that's what's giving me internet connection. So from here, I want to look at my IPv4 address. It's going to be 192.168.0.163. Never mind the subnet mask. We want to also go around here to our default gateway and then see that it's 192.168.0.1. Now I'm going to right click on that as I highlighted it. That causes me to actually copy that address. And I'm going to go into my web browser. I'm going to close this down. Go into my web browser, and I'm going to right click and paste and go to that actual address in my web browser. That takes me to my router's web page, so to say, or web console. Okay. Now, if you never logged into your router, you have no idea what this username and password could be. The wonderful thing about that is that it's probably already written on the actual box. So you could just go to your router and actually look at it, maybe look at the bottom or in the back of it, see if they have the username and the password already typed on it, and then you can come back to this web console and log into it. So the first security problem that we have for today is that a lot of phone companies, they put these routers in people's households, but they never tell them that they can actually log into their routers, and then furthermore that they can actually set a password to their router. A lot of times we just think that we put a password on the network, then that applies to the router, and that's not the case. Okay, so a lot of times they put these routers out and the password is simply password. Okay, so you know, and the username would be admin. So there's nothing you could do about the admin part, right? You can maybe put another user on it, but the admin part is going to be a set username. But then the problem is that the password is so easy to remember. A hacker could probably just take a guess of going to your default gateway address and then typing in that password in order to get to your network, be on your network, control your network. Okay, so what we want to do as security professionals is that the first thing first is that we want to go in and change our password for our actual home network. So for me, mine is different, all right? So I'm gonna type that in, and it lets me come into my my router, and now I can see different connected devices, what type of settings that I have here on my network. Okay, so I have all of my networks closed down because I'm using an extender in order to get the signal around the house. And a little bit more on that is that a little pro tip is that if you're having internet connection issues or you want it to be a little bit faster, look where your router is in the house. Okay, Wi-Fi signal is treated just like a radio signal. So for those who are old enough to understand how we used to listen to the radio back in the day, is that we used to have an antenna that comes up from that radio, and then we will point it in different directions in the air to try to get a better signal. And your Wi-Fi signal works the same way. Now, I say that to say, you may say, hey, Lee, there's no actual antenna on my router. How can I get it to point in a different direction? So that signal, it weakens every time it needs to go through walls. So if you think about your house, if you have a lot of walls or things around your router, it could be killing the signal that it could be actually giving out to the whole house. So if you can move it into an open space or in the middle of the house, away from closed areas, it will give a better signal throughout the house. Okay, so just a pro tip: if you can move it, let's move it to a better spot. If you need to call the telephone company in to actually have them move it, they may charge you a little bit in order to run those cables into a better room. Okay. Moving on back into my console here. So I have 4 different networks that I can actually cut on and then connect to. But like I said, I'm using another device to actually give a better signal out, because a lot of times they give you older equipment and it doesn't actually give off a good signal, even if you put them into a very open spot. But nevertheless, these are all the connected devices that I can see connected to my actual network. Let that load here. And as a professional, the unknown devices that are connected to my network concerns me. What are those connections to my network? Could it be someone sniffing my network which I'll show you later on how they can actually sniff your network and you not know about it. Could it be someone, could it be a new device that I didn't know that connects to the internet but is actually pulling the internet IP? Could it be, I just got a washing machine, and the washing machine could actually connect to the Wi-Fi, which connects to the application on your phone to let you know when the load of clothes is done. So could it be those type of products on your network? But as a security professional, we want to actually go through these lists and actually name them, okay? Let's see, you can click on the pencil and then put in whatever name that you want, right? But since I don't know what they are just yet, I'm not going to do that. Well, I just changed it. But I need to actually look at the IP addresses and then go throughout my house, see whatever devices that are connected to my Wi-Fi, and then actually give them a name, okay? And I would advise that for you guys as well. It gives good experience just to kind of go through your network to see exactly what's connected to your network. This is a way of actually giving a security assessment, getting to know what's on your network in order to know what to protect on your network. So all of this is part of, while you won't see this on the Security Plus exam, these are intangibles that you will need in order to go and land that job, because now you're doing an asset inventory. And if we know what's on our network, then we know what to protect on our network, okay? Any questions on that? Y'all still hear me good? I'm good? Here we got our firewall. Remember, like I said, last time we talked, our firewall is, I'm sorry?
I said, you're good. You're good.
Okay. Our firewall is an appliance that's sitting at the end of the edge of our network. It's watching all of the traffic come in. If it doesn't see anything that it likes, it tends to block, and you won't even see that traffic. Okay, so I know right now I'm probably talking to where you're asking yourself what traffic, you don't actually see the packets coming in. These are all things done on the back side of it, and whenever we pull up the Wireshark application, I'll show you a little bit more of those actual packets coming in. So let's leave our router. I would like for one of you guys to actually really try to do that. One more thing before we leave the router, to change that password. So let's say if we look at our router and we actually see that the password is password or password 123, we can come in and they should give us an option here to actually change the password to be login, the login account for that actual router. That doesn't change the password that's here on the Wi-Fi. Okay, so don't get that confused. These are two different passwords, or they should be. I know a lot of times everyone kind of uses the same password for a lot of their accounts because it's easier to remember. I understand that. I'm not saying that that's the way you should do it, but I understand it. So let's close that out. Remember the command prompt. Going back to our slide, speed test. So let's say if we moved our router into our open space, we got a better signal. So now I'm getting all 5 bars instead of 2 bars. I can go and do a speed test to see if I actually am able to download packets quickly and upload packets quickly. Real quick, so the problem that I just had with you guys is that I was having a download issue and an upload issue, okay? You were able to see my screen, so I'm able to upload quickly, right? I'm able to show you things from my computer quickly. So when I say upload, I'm taking things from my desktop, my laptop, whatever I'm working on, my device, and I'm uploading it to the internet very quickly. That's upload. The problem was that it wasn't uploading the voice to go along with that. And so now I sound choppy. It also didn't go along with my video. So I was looking choppy. I might have sounded like a robot at times. And that's where our download speeds and our upload speeds, they kind of have this, we have issues throughout the mornings, right? And it could be anything. You can actually have a storm, a thunderstorm that's around your area at that time, and it could actually downgrade your speed when it comes to uploading and downloading packets, network packets. And so now you have to go and call in to a Zoom call because you can't do it all on your computer. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's great, but I think this is what I'll do next time, just to kind of avoid this problem, is just to call in and then share my screen. But you have download packets where we can, if you guys were to share your screen or share your video, I can download those things quickly and see it. So the problem that I was just having is that where I could show you my screen, whenever I did ask you a question, I couldn't download you guys' response quick. So it sounded, I had to wait maybe about 20 seconds before someone would actually respond back to me. So I was having upload and download issues. I say all that to show you this. Let's go to our browser here and let's go to a speed test. I love to do a speed test just to kind of see where's my internet speed at this time, especially because I'm upstairs in kind of I'm away from my router. So I just go to Google and I type in speed test, and you can actually go to this website too, but let's open this up in a different browser. And I just like to use the one that's defaulted to Google, and I'm gonna run a speed test. And as you can see, I'm not doing very good on my speed test at all. Like, I'm normally around that 100 mark, but for some reason I'm not able to really kick out enough download and upload speed. And I think the only way that I could possibly fix that is maybe physically connect to my router. You see, it gave me some old mediocre score. My internet speed is fine. I'd rather for it to be speedier than that. But the only way I think that I could possibly fix it is to actually use the Ethernet cord and plug it up to my router and actually get download speeds directly from the router. Always remember, if you can plug up to an Ethernet cord, it's always faster versus being on a Wi-Fi signal, okay? So my speed is not great, hence why I need to call in. You also have it shows you more of a throttle type of speed test here. But they both do the same thing. So what they're doing is they're sending test packets out from your PC out to another provider that's out there in the closest jump point. So that'll be Atlanta. And what they'll do is they'll send these ping packets out, and they'll see how quick it can get to there and then how quick it can come back. So getting to there will be your upload speed. Coming back will be your download speed, okay? So nothing that you need to know for the test, but this is just some good background stuff. So whenever I start talking about different types of networking tasks, we're not totally lost. Any questions so far? Moving on to Windows Update. Now, with Windows updates, this is where we're taking our laptops and devices and we're making sure that they're up to date. Why is this important? Is because these updates these updates or patches, they actually patch the problems or the vulnerabilities that we're exposed to. So if we type in, we go to our start menu and we type in Windows, let's just type in update. Oh, I guess I'm right. Windows update. Windows update, then we can see that you can check for updates here in your system settings. So we want to click on that, and I'll bring this window over. And you can see that I'm due for an update here, which is a update for Windows 11. And what this does, and what this says, is that whatever this is supposed to fix, I'm exposed to it at this point in time. So if a hacker was on my network, or if I was in a business and I didn't patch or didn't run an update for my laptop, then my device could be vulnerable for an attack at that point in time. So what I want to do to actually fix that is download and install. I'm not going to do that right now just because I'm already, maxed out for download speeds, and I'll probably lose you guys if I actually try to download this packet. And I think that's a lot of times that's why users don't like to run updates, is that they feel like it runs down or slows down the machine. But these updates are meant for security reasons. And so that's why security and IT, they kind of really push the fact that, hey, you need to update your phones, your tablets, and your PCs as much as possible, because if not, they stand a chance of being attacked or becoming compromised because they have this vulnerability that's just out there for the actual device. Now, I clicked on update history just so you can see all of the updates that I already ran. And they kind of look like the update that I need to run today. So these go on every second Tuesday of every month. Windows probably is going to put out a set of patches that you need to actually download and then install. And you may ask yourself, why? Why we just can't have a Windows operating system that doesn't need patching? It's just because it comes down to logistics, and you have millions and millions of code that is on your computer, and so to overlook something and see a vulnerability is very likely to overlook it and then catch it later down the road, and then now we need to put out an update in order to fix that problem that we already put out. Okay, so it's just human error, and it's probably going to go that way until we start having machines actually write the code for us, and then maybe it will be better then. But for right now, I would advise everyone to update your phones, laptops as quick as possible, just so you can not have those vulnerabilities out there unpatched. Now, going into Wireshark allows us to see the network from the back end side. Those packets that I was talking about earlier when we were in our router, and those packets that I was talking about when it comes to the speed test, uploading and downloading, this Wireshark application allows us to see those those packets in real time. So check this out. Before I get into it, any questions? Am I losing you? Are we understanding the type of tools that we need to be familiar with? I'm sorry if y'all hear any kind of crying in the background. But any questions? All right, so Wireshark. I'll open it up, but I'm gonna go back to my browser here. If you wanted Wireshark on your system, you could just simply do a Google search for Wireshark, and you can go to their website and actually download it there. And what we want to do is we want to go to the download side right here. Now, we want to pick the right installer, okay? But before we go to that, let's go to the actual application. Maybe you don't even want to actually get into this. So when I open the application, this is Wireshark, right? So this is this is a real tool that security professionals use as well as hackers use. And I'm gonna show you why. Okay, so this shows me all of the internet connections that Wireshark sees from the application standpoint. Now, I know that my Wi-Fi is here because I see activity here. Now, I also see my VMware giving us some activity too, which is my virtual machines. I told you guys not to worry about those, but they're also giving us some feedback too. So you can see here that we see some traffic. I'm not too sure about the Ethernet 3 or the adapter, the loopback. I'm not sure about that. But anyway, we want to get started on Wi-Fi 2. So this is the dongle that I was having issues with. Let's go ahead and click on it. So whenever we click on it, what it's going to do, Wireshark is going to see all of the traffic that's coming in from the background. The things that you see coming in past your firewall and actually coming to your computer. And now, I'm not going to click on it just yet because it's going to just be a steady flow of traffic. But I want you to understand that the steady flow of traffic is going to different types of applications on your computer at all times. Before we get onto that, let me just open up my Task Manager. So I think we went over Task Manager a little bit last time. So all of these processes and the applications I got running all at the same time, and you do too. Okay, so if you go to your Task Manager, you right-click on the taskbar down here, and then go to your Task Manager, you'll see all of these processes too. So all of that traffic that I'm about to show you is going to these processes, those applications, okay? They're constantly talking, constantly moving in and out traffic from the internet back to your PC. So it's easy for us to kind of overlook it and not know what's connected to our network at that time. So let me close this out. So I'm gonna click on Wi-Fi 2, double click it, and as you can see, if we watch our little bar over here, you see it's constantly just jumping up and down. What that means is it's just already, I probably pulled in maybe 1,000 packets, and I'm scrolling up here, okay? So this is all the traffic that's coming into my PC. Matter of fact, for my Wi-Fi. So this accounts for the TV that's running downstairs that's connected to the Wi-Fi, my wife's computer, as well as her phone. I have my mother over. She has her tablet and her phone that's connected to the Wi-Fi. All of this traffic is coming in, okay? Now, you see these, sometimes you see these black highlighted packets. And what that means is that these are kind of like resets. The computer doesn't know what to do with them. So they kind of try it over and over and over again. But basically, from a high level overview, this is how you actually see what's communicating on your PC. On your network. So if you see any kind of bad traffic, you will normally use Wireshark to actually see. And when I mean actually see it, so I double clicked on a packet, and this is how you can actually see more information about who's talking and why they're talking. So this is a TP link, and this is probably going to be my my network card. And sometimes you can actually drill down into these packets and actually see the actual information that's moving back and forth. So if you have something that's unencrypted or is not using encryption to move back and forth, you can actually see passwords or the type of communication that you're using to move back and forth. Okay. Any questions on Wi-Fi, Wireshark, and looking into the network packets? Stop this. Any questions on that? Okay. So all in all, with that little bit of time of running, we already pulled down 10,678 packets. And in these packets, we can open them up and see exactly who's been talking, what do they need to be talking about. Okay. This is what we use for reconnaissance. So if I'm a hacker or if I'm a security professional, and I want to see if I go to a place and I've never been there before, as soon as they give me the password to get on the network, I can use this tool to actually see who else is on the network, from printers to mobile devices, who's actually talking on the network, and I can build me a nice log list of actual devices talking on that network. So this is what you'll use Wireshark for, and I think it's a great tool to have and to understand, but it's more on the networking side than it is the security side. As a security professional, you only pull out Wireshark if you're desperate, and if your networking team they don't know exactly what's going on. Okay, so on a day-to-day basis, I rarely ever use Wireshark, but I'm familiar with it, and I use it just in case, to give you a real-world experience. If I need to unblock a website, then I probably will use Wireshark to actually see what what IP address that the website has, and then what computer is actually blocking it, what computer is actually blocking it, and then I can take that IP address, whitelist it, and then actually have that traffic come through. I'm gonna quit without saving, and then I'm gonna go back to the website and I'm gonna show you guys. So if you wanted that application, remember you could just go to the download section in Wireshark, and you can actually download the installer for whatever OS that you have. So sometimes, more than likely, everybody's going to need a 64-bit, but some of us may have 32-bit Windows operating system. So what I mean by that is, if you go to your start menu and you go to this PC, no, that's not it. System information should have it. We can see here, there's that bit. You should be able to see here is system type x64. So if you go to your system information and you see in your system type where it says x64, or it may say 32. If it says 32, you would download a 32-bit, which I don't see, so you'll probably just need to run a 64 anyway. But if you're downloading any other applications and they give you an option of 64, 32 bits, then that's where you'll go to see that actual information. So I'm going to throw this into the chat, just in case y'all want to go ahead and check it out. Oh, sorry about that, Cindy. All right. Any questions on Wireshark or the networking tools that we've seen so far? So now what we're about to do is transition into more security tools that we use on a day-to-day basis. And to answer the question earlier, this will be more into the chapter 3, 4 range when it comes to security assessments. Thumbs up in the chat that everybody's cool. Everybody still with me? I think y'all left me there. All right.
Still here.
We're here.
We're good.
We good.
I feel like I'm talking to myself. Well, I'm gonna go through it. All right. So hopefully this is a little bit better. I think let's go into NS lookups. NS lookups, when you're talking about reconnaissance, or we're talking about from a standpoint of a hacker, let's say if I'm a hacker and I wanted to get some information on the victim that I want to social engineer and send a phishing scam to. Okay, so that's what I want to do. You guys are my team. Y'all gonna help me look up my victims that I got problems with, and we're gonna just try to find out as much information as possible to come up with a good phishing campaign to get them to click on a link, and then when they click on a link, I want to install a keylogger on their PC. So you following me? So I got beef with these 4 websites right here. I got a beef with Voorhees, Allen University, this dentist. I think this is a dentist website I looked up, and then I got a problem with Benedict. So what we're going to do is we're going to do reconnaissance using NS lookup, and NS lookup allows us to look at a website and then find out more information about it. Sometimes people may call it who is, or really just kind of at the end of the day is DNS lookups. DNS means domain names lookup systems. I'm sorry, so domain naming systems. But I like to use NS lookups all the time just because if I need to know the IP of a website, then I can go there and see exactly what IP address they're actually using. So let me show some examples of this. Okay. So, let me show the command prompt way of it first. So we're gonna bring up CMD again. Remember, we're gonna go here, right click on it, run as an administrator. So if you get a command prompt to say, hey, are you sure? We're gonna say yes. So what we're gonna do, once we have our command prompt open, type in NS lookup and then hit enter. So what that does is that
we lost your screen. We don't see your screen anymore.
Oh, guess I couldn't do it like that. Got it back?
We have it back now. Thank you.
All right. My bad. I guess I couldn't type it like that. All right. So command prompt. Start menu CMD. Open up the wrong one. Start CMD. Highlight. Right click. Run as administrator. User access controls come up. You're gonna hit yes. So now we got our command prompt open. What we're gonna do is we're gonna type in NS lookup and hit enter. Now what that does is that it gets your command prompt ready to look up the domain names of whatever IP address or website name that you actually put in there. So quick fact is that computers don't really recognize words. What they do is they actually communicate in ones and zeros. Okay, I'm not gonna get too deep into that, but a little bit more levels up than that from that standpoint. They also recognize numbers way better than humans could ever be or could ever learn, right? So a lot of these websites, all of these websites that we look up have IP addresses to them. And that's how the internet works. Whenever we type in ESPN.com, it doesn't look for ESPN.com. It looks for the IP address that is associated with ESPN.com. And that's how it finds it every time, no matter what nation you're in, what type of keyboard you have, because you may have keys that are different, right? Or a different language. It doesn't matter. It's going to look for the numbers, okay? So your IP address is associated with whatever website, or when you're talking about, let's go from your personal PC is associated with a public IP, and then that's the way the internet actually knows where you are, okay? And I'll go a little bit deeper into that. But anyway, let's go back to our ANS lookup. So ESPN.com is actually, it's associated with these IP addresses. So what it does is it sends out that information, says, hey, we want to do a domain lookup of ESPN.com. What numbers do you have associated with it? So now we have these IP addresses that are all associated. Really, not associated is the wrong word. These are bought by the company ESPN.com. So if we want to do morris.edu, so we can't get there's no DNS record for that, which I probably have to go on the website to actually get that, but they might have hit it. Never know. Anyway, I have a website, mentortech.org. These are the IP addresses that are associated with my website. Okay, I got some IPv6 addresses here, but then I also have my IPv4 addresses that are associated. Now, what that means is that I should technically be able to go here, highlight this IP address, and then go back to my web browser. Go to my web browser and plug this in. Technically, it should have worked. Should be able to put in that web address, that IP4 address, and go to my actual website. But it didn't work, so I'm going to leave that alone. But trust me, it's associated with that website name. Okay, so that's NS lookup, and I use this a lot of times at work just to kind of internally know what servers are what naming conventions they have for them, and I just really kind of use them for inventory, okay? But if I'm a hacker, this is valuable information because now I have some associated IP address for that actual website, okay? So let's go back to our slides here. What we're gonna do is we're gonna go to our who is link. So who is going to perform the NS lookup function, but in a prettier format. Is going to actually give you a website to actually do what we just did here on our command prompt, but it's going to just do it in a web browser. So let's close this out. Let's go back to the web browser. On my internet. So, okay, who we have beef with again? So let's go with, let's see if we can look up Voorhees So what I want to do is I'm going to copy this address and let's do some reconnaissance on Voorhees. So what this website does is that it looks at the DNS records, but the more interesting thing is that it also looks at the registration, who actually registered the website to be a legit website with the certificate holders. Okay, we'll get into that later in the chapters. Matter of fact, we'll get into that next class when we're talking about PKIs and encryption. But what I can do with this website is I can plug in that website name, and it can come back with information about that website as well as the business that it runs, right? So I can find out the P.O. box for Voorhees. This is actually the information that I was looking for. I was looking for some type of contact. Sometimes you can find websites here that actually gives a name for the administrative contact as well as a technical contact. So we'll come back to that. But we can also see server names here, and we can also see some important information such as the recorded domain recorded activated on 96. But more importantly, when does it expire? When will they need to actually call their provider or get in contact with the provider and then renew the licenses for the website? Okay. Quick question: is everybody familiar that when creating a website, you actually have to pay for that website, but then you need to pay yearly to license that website out and to keep that name, that domain name? Sometimes we hear stories of people have bought a domain name and they need, it really goes along with that company, so they want to pay that person a good bit of money in order to get that domain name. This is where this information could actually come in handy for those types of exploits like that. That's part of social engineering, right? So again, if I had beef with Voorhees, I could possibly look at it and say, okay, all right, by July, I would like to have a phishing campaign written by June, June, about a month out, June 30th, and send it out to, if I had a technical contact or administrative contact, I could possibly have a phishing campaign written up for them to say, hey, your domain expires on July 31st of this year. Click this link to go ahead and reactivate your account before it expires. And then if I have a malicious link in that phishing email, then now I can possibly have them put in some information, maybe some banking information, some routing numbers, some account numbers, and possibly take care of my victim that way. That in the whole scheme is how a lot of hackers would actually work, okay? A lot of hackers are not trying to waste their time hacking into your firewalls, into your routers. It takes too much manpower to do that, really, in my humble opinion. And plus, more people are getting more aware about cybersecurity and having these technical controls in place to where it's becoming more cumbersome to actually hack into an actual device where I can just actually do a phishing campaign and get the same information. Okay? So this is how I would use the Whois website. Now, I didn't really get too much on Voorhees, so let's take a look at some of my other victims here. Let's try Alan. Plug Alan EDU in there. See if we get anything. Ah, okay. So we got a little bit more things to look at. We got a name. So now I know Carl, he set up the web server and he's the point of contact for the web server. You get what I'm saying? So now, how can I use that as a hacker? So now I see the domain expires on July 31st of next year. But how can I now, I have a direct contact to call now. I can actually use his website, his email, and email him directly. Now, hopefully he checks that. If not, I can take it a little bit further and I can give this, I know it's probably a generic phone number, but it might not be. But more than likely, since it starts with a 5901, numbers like that are probably going to be the front desk office. But either way, I can still do my social engineering factor and call and say, hey, I'm looking for a call, and this is very important. This is about the domain certificates that are going to expire on July 31st of 2024. Okay, so you get where I'm going with this. I can even go a little bit further, and let's do a Google search on call, and let's do Allen University along with that. Let's see what we got. Oh, look, I got that network engineer that came up in Google search. This is all what we call reconnaissance. This is just how I'm going to find out more about my victim. Okay, so now you can see that headquarter from this website. It says that this is the phone number for the HQ phone headquarters. So that would probably be front desk. So if we go back to our who is, this is probably his desk phone number. So now I can call him directly. That's cool. So I can either, do some phishing campaigns with the emails, or I can do some phishing campaigns with the phone calls. Okay. I can probably pay for this website here and probably get his mobile device number, give him a call on the cell, and say, just kind of make it kind of urgent. Because a lot of times, these people in these positions, they have a lot of things going on. They're not trying to, really. Sometimes when we set web servers up, we set them and then forget them. And we don't really worry about them until something is about to be expired, okay? But that's how a hacker will work too. They're just gonna, do little simple searches just like this. And now we have a target, and now I just need a plan. I just need to come up with a phishing campaign. Any questions so far?
Not any questions.
I'm sorry, I said you had an echo.
Okay.
Say it again. So my third website here, which I think is a dentist office I tried to look at. Yeah, because it rerouted me and I didn't understand that. So this is the dentist office. Matter of fact, let's just no, I'm sorry. This was the tire repair shop. Not to hack into that. Well, not hack into, but just kind of find out more information about them. And what I liked about it is that this is how you want to set up your registration on your website. You want to set them up to where no information is given out, okay? If I want to give anything out, I give out the address, the web address, the website address, and have them come back to my website and then get in contact with me here, okay? This is how it should be done. No information was given to me. I can't use this to really get any information. So now, as a hacker, I got to go and look at the source and see what they give me here. Maybe I can look at a particular person that's here, but they don't seem to have a list of workers here, which is a good thing, right? Because now I can't point anybody out. So now, well, I got some addresses here, so maybe I could try a phishing campaign here, but for someone to have their information already blocked here for the registration, they probably got some good training to where they're probably not going to give me much information at the actual spot. So if I'm a hacker, I probably have to get some physical tools and probably have to go to the spot in order to put my keylogger on a PC there. And I have to get a physical keylogger instead of a virtual one. This is how we actually want to set that up. I thought that this was a good example to show you guys of how whenever you do get a job in cybersecurity and you're just doing some reconnaissance of your company, see exactly what they have out there for people to see. That just reminded me I need to look at my own company. So this is Sunoco.com. I spelled it right. Let's see what we got. Yeah, Sunoco looking wow. So what can we find out here? Not too sure about this Mark monitor. See. Get up to see. Okay, so this is a third party that's actually hosting the website. Okay, so what I can tell you from the company that I work for, what it looks like is that they gave the domain register and all that responsibilities to this third party, and now this third party puts in the information that people would normally look for. If you wish to contact the domain register, administrator, or technical contact, such as email, you should do so at the website, basically is what it's saying. Which is basically, I hate this. I'm not doing this to actually cause shame on anyone. And I don't want to, kind of say, oh, look, you got your information out here. But this is what, I bring this up so people can actually understand that the information that we put on the internet is always out there and is always available until we are aware of it, and then we can go and clean it up, such as this. Okay. Our last website here. Let's go to Benedict, and let's see what Benedict is going on, because I know Benedict is. They should have been. I thought that they were going to be top notch, but I did see some things that I found to be. They had the domain admin part right, but Anthony put his name here for the technical contact. So again, we can contact Anthony this year. Let's see, to do a quick search on him. Let's see if we can narrow it down. Okay, this is what I wanted to show you guys. Looking at it yesterday, right? So I went to images, and I tried to say, okay, who looks like Anthony? I tried to do some stereotyping, and I couldn't do it. So what I did is I went back, and I said, let me put in Benedict. And as a matter of fact, you can see it. So now, what confused me is that they had this guy for Anthony, right? But then they had this guy for Anthony too. So I was like, man, who is it? I don't, I just see stereotypes, I'm not gonna lie. But they don't look like they would be working for Benedict. So what I went over to is LinkedIn. And if you go to LinkedIn, copy this link. And you can see Anthony put some post out on the behalf of Benedict College, or just kind of tagging them in a post. And so what I did is I'm gonna bring this over just because this is where my LinkedIn is open up at. Put that link in, and it brings me to someone that I think could be a potential victim, right? And so now, this is the person that posted those posts on the behalf of Benedict. And so now I can, being a member of LinkedIn, I could just go ahead and shoot him a message. or connect with them, and then do my phishing email that way. Okay? So I thought that was interesting, just kind of looking through. But your WhoIs website is always going to show you detailed information such as this. Pausing. Any questions? All right, moving on to Qualys. All right, if you can hear me, listen to me. If you don't take anything away from this lecture today, please, 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 if you're wanting to get into cybersecurity, learn the scanner today or this week. Qualys is there's two big companies when it comes to vulnerability scanning in the cybersecurity realm. It's Qualys and then it's Rapid7 or CYBERSECURITY. But if you know one of those two tools, then you can set yourself up for success moving forward. For today, I want to show you Qualys because Qualys has some free training that allow you to get a certification in vulnerability management. I'm going to say it again. Qualys has free training for you to be certified in vulnerability management. Every company that is looking for a cybersecurity analyst or have a cybersecurity team has a vulnerability management sector. And you do not need to have a cybersecurity certification to go along with it. You don't need the Security Plus to go along with it. You can take this training, become certified, and get interviews. I believe get interviews and land jobs if you know this tool. Okay. Now I just took the training and I passed the training. I had Chris to take the training. He passed the training. But I would advise you to, if you're not feeling so comfortable after the training, to download the 30-day trial of the tool and then learn how to install the agents as well as run scans on them, on the agents, and just become more familiar with the tool, okay? Because when people call you in for interviews, they're going to ask you, what do you know about vulnerability management? And then you can talk intelligently about this Qualys tool. But this is a big, big, big tool that we use in everyday tasks when it comes to cybersecurity. So let's go ahead and let's open it up, see what we got. This is my username. The password. So let's go with Qualys. Matter of fact, let me show you Rapid7 real quick. So Qualys and Insight VM is going to be vulnerability management tools that we use to scan the network, and then they're going to tell us what PCs, what devices that are on the network that actually are unpatched, they're out of date, they are vulnerable to certain type of attacks that's going on in a daily standpoint. Okay, so that was the reason why I showed you guys how to run a Windows update. Okay, because if you don't run your Windows update, This type of tool can come behind you and say, hey, Lee didn't run an update. It stands susceptible to this type of attack. And it prints it out. You can print it out and then give that to your higher ups. And now they can see from a high view how exposed is the network to certain types of attacks. Okay, so this is why it's so valuable. Qualys and Rapid7 are the two main leaders. I want that. Qualys and Rapid7 are the two main leaders, and they more likely the company that you interview with are probably going to have one of the two tools here. Now, I don't care if you get certified in Rapid7 or Qualys because they both kind of work the same. They're going to put endpoints out there, and then they're going to scan the network to see what's going on. Okay, so if you know one, you can go into the other one and work the same way. It's really just learning how to work the platform. Okay, so this is Rapid7. Does exactly what Qualys does. So if one business has Qualys and they don't like it, they're probably going to move over to Rapid7. And that's just the way I've seen it, okay? So I wanted to show you guys this. This is the free training that they have. You can get certified. Now their foundation programs are things that you can knock out in an hour and put that on your resume, put that on your LinkedIn profile. But I want you guys, if you have time, to look at the actual certification classes. That is 8 hours of training, and then you can knock that out. And now that shows that you can actually run the tool in a business environment. So that's the one that's going to be your moneymaker right there. But going back to what does the actual tool do? And I went ahead and logged into the cloud platform and installed the agent on 2 of my PCs. So now, if I scroll down, you can see that it sees two PCs that I have in the house that has the agent on it. And you're saying, what's so special about that? Well, if you can drill down into these different agents here, we can tell more about those actual PCs. And this is kind of the information that we've been looking at throughout this whole lecture, but it's just kind of honed in now to an actual agent. So imagine if you had 500 PCs with this agent on it, and now I can, someone tells you, hey, this PC is having issues, they think it's been hacked. You can actually drill down into it to see more information about it and possibly go to your other tool and then isolate it. Okay? But in this type of tool, you can actually see DNS names, IP addresses, the location of it. If you have people that are constantly traveling, once they hook up to the internet, then it goes out and reports back to the console. So that's always good to have. You can actually rename it if it's you want to know exactly what it is and not go off of the generic name of the PC. You can drill down and see the services that it has running, right? So remember when I had the taskbar up and I showed you guys these things here, that agent does the same thing and puts it here, okay? So again, if it's your own PC, yeah, you might not want to have it, but in a work environment, this is wonderful, right? We can, I don't know if I can stop it or run it, but we can actually see the information. So this is exactly what we need if we're going to do any type of troubleshooting with a customer. Now, from a hacker standpoint of view, if I was able to get this agent installed onto your PC, then now I can see all of the things that you have running on your PC. Now, how can I take advantage of those things? Well, if I see that you are running the Xbox Live Game Save, this application, I can go out and see if there's any type of exploits for this application. If I see that there's exploits for it, then now I can come back to your PC because I already have access to it, and I can take advantage of that. You get what I'm saying? That's why it's so important to patch and update your machine on a monthly basis, if not on a weekly basis, okay? It shows some more network information, but we can get this from other places. All right, so this is very, very cool. Ports. We haven't started talking about ports yet, but ports are in conjunction with the package, the network package that we see. Ports is the type of language that PCs use to actually talk to each other. Let me explain a little bit more. I could send a packet, but the computer wants to know exactly what to do with the packet. What is it for? And a port determines if you're gonna, the port is going to determine what type of protocol you're gonna use, okay? And that protocol determines the type of language that you're gonna talk to, okay? So it could be I'm going to share a file, right? So if we share a file, that's FTP. I'm going to talk to this other PC in FTP format. If you look at the chat in the Zoom session, if we look at the chat and you see where you can put the smiley faces or look at the emojis there, right? But right to the left of it is a little piece of paper with the corner folded. That's, if we click on that, that's going to allow you to attach a file, and then now we're going to talk in the language of FTP, that protocol. And now it's going to be able to take that file, upload it to the chat, and now you get to see the file that we have shared with everyone. Okay? So that's what a protocol means. It's just a different way that we're going to talk to it. It's going to be, hey, Lee wants to use his voice in this phone call. We need to use a different protocol in order to use voice. And it needs to be, you have these different UDPs and TCPs. TCP means I'm going to do everything that I can to make sure all the packets get to you. But UDP means I don't really care if all the packets get to you. Some of them may drop. And whenever you're using video and voice, this is more likely going to use UDP because we can't really wait until all the packets are received by the destination PC. So to give you an example of that is that whenever I sound choppy or my video is kind of freezing, it's an example of UDP because it's sending the packets, but it's dropping some of the packets as well. That's why you get that choppiness. Okay? Moving on, we can also see the install software that's on that PC. So if we have a whitelist or a blacklist in that company, we can go through and we can see, hey, they're not supposed to have Amazon Kindle installed or whatever application that we don't want on our network. We can actually have those things looked at here, and then we can reach out to the IT team and say, hey, we might want to look at this PC. Let's have that removed. Let's see what some of the vulnerabilities. So for right now, I don't have any critical vulnerabilities, but I don't think I did a scan on that PC to see what kind of vulnerabilities that I'm up against. But if I did have some vulnerabilities, you'll see some numbers in these little sections here, and then they'll give you a remediation factor. How do we actually fix that problem? And that's where the money comes in for the vulnerability management system. That's what businesses are paying you for. This tab right here. What vulnerabilities does this PC have? Okay, how do we fix that? And the wonderful thing about knowing this tool and being able to be in that position to do vulnerability management is that you don't have to fix it. You just have to point it out. Hey, this PC needs to patch. And you're telling that to the IT team, a whole different department. It's now their responsibility to actually patch the machine. You've done your job, you found the problem, you reported the problem, and now you're going off to look at more problems, okay? But you're not there to actually make sure that it's patched and ready to go. That's not your job. So that's where I think, you know, if you wanted to really get into cybersecurity, let's learn how to go into this training, learn this tool, and let's put that on the resume as well. And I think that'll really pay dividends for you. Of course, I can give you alerts, notifications, and then we have patch management, right? So if we had this actually set up on my system, it should be able to look at the different types of patches and updates that I need. Remember, patches and updates are the same thing, and it's not just for the Windows operating system. It goes for the applications that I have installed too. So all of these applications, here, sometimes they need updates, okay? And that's why we want to look at the versions. If the versions move up and you have a less version, then 9 times out of 10, you're probably going to get a notification saying, hey, you're out of date, you need to actually update. What else? Any questions so far about Qualys?
No questions. No questions. So does Rapid7 offer free training as well?
I haven't seen it. But I would kind of go towards Qualys. I think Qualys is the big dog of the two.
Okay.
And hence the reason why they probably would give out free training. But let's see, resources. So I think the closest thing you probably have to do is read their documentation, but it's nothing like Qualys. Well, they got some security awareness training, but that's more like just giving you a very high overview. What you want is the training of the tool.
Okay, exactly.
Yeah, and that's where Qualys is going to come into play. Now, when y'all sign up for this, if you need a business to put in for it, if you're working for a business, put that business name in it. If you don't have a business name to put in there, go ahead and put my business. I don't mind, which is Mitchell Technologies. I'll put it in the chat. And my bad, I keep sending it to Cindy. My bad, I'm sorry, Cindy. You could put that on there, so whenever you do receive your certification, you can have that as the business that you got it for. And, you know, any employer is not going to really ask you about that. They're just going to want to know, what did you get from the training?
Okay. Thank you.
Is this a training that we can start now?
Yeah, you can start, once you sign up for it, you can start it today. You can knock it out in 8 hours. I think you can knock it out a little bit sooner. But that's just, you know, how much time you can dedicate to it. It took me a day. Chris on the call? It took Chris about 2 days to actually do it. So I think, like I said, if y'all don't take anything from what I said, all the stuff that I said today, if you don't take nothing else, you want to get off the phone call today, do this training right here. Okay? And I promise, well, I can't promise, but I want to promise that it will pay dividends, just because this is what we use every day. And I think it doesn't cause for you to have an incredible amount of technical background skills to get in it and to go around this dashboard. And in the training is going to show you how to do the actual, how to navigate against in this dashboard. So they're going to show you how to do your inventory, how to run your scans, how to pull those reports out. Because this is what upper management wants to see. They want to see these reports on a monthly basis, because now you can give that to the risk and management team, and now they know how to move forward when it comes to the risk. And hey, can we bring on a new company? Should we move forward with pushing out this new product and things of that nature? So it's a very, I think, high skill job. Let's real quick. Let's say, for you guys real quick, Qualis.
And you did say that it was for vulnerability management, not the foundation. We could take the foundation, but the vulnerability management is what you're speaking on. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's what I would want you to do. That's the 8-hour training. With the foundation, you can knock it out. You can knock it out in an hour, but it just gives you that vulnerability management foundation is going to be no more than what I'm talking about in cybersecurity. Security Plus. It's going to give you a very high level and say, hey, patches are good. We want to patch, but the training is what's going to say, hey, set up your dashboard this way, run your scan this way, have your inventory that way. And when you go to a new business and they say, hey, this is new to me, can you help me out? You can say, oh yeah, okay, well, I need to get my agents out there first in order for me to scan. Who can I work with to get my agents out there? You don't have to do that. That's another department that does that. And so I feel like from a new person jumping into this, vulnerability management is the way to go, hands down. Hands down. I think you could do this for 30 years. And it pays just as much.
Okay.
Something else I wanted to show? Okay. So, yeah. Okay, check this out. End of life. I think in one of the videos I talked about end of life software. End of life software means, or end of service. That's why I'm getting at those acronyms right here. That means that the software is no longer supported by the actual people who make it. And a lot of times when we go into older environments and they just got a computer just to kind of be in there and just to kind of be on the internet, they're probably on some type of end of life program. In my case with Sunoco, we have a lot of warehouses, and a lot of warehouses use they can't update their software because it'll break down the machine. The conveyor belts won't work because it only works with this particular program, right? And we don't have time to take it out and then try something new because we got to make money that day. So the shop workers, they need to work. So we have that problem of how to actually cut them off from the internet, but yet have them working at the same time. But that's neither here nor there. End of life, end of service, typically we want to move away from that software and update it or get the updated version of it. And Qualis, that agent it scans your PC and it shows you exactly what's outdated on your PC as far as applications is concerned. So for me, my Firefox is outdated. Matter of fact, it's been outdated for 2 years now. Even worse, my Windows Live Essential tool pack is outdated. It's been outdated since 2017. And I'm pretty sure this SQL Server Compact is probably on my virtual machine. Maybe. Not too sure. But anyway, all right. Let's get back to why do I have the Live Essentials? I like the Live Essentials. As a matter of fact, if y'all can see at the bottom of my toolbar, I like this little movie maker. That's how I make my videos for my classes. And it's just simple and it's free. And it's easy for me to put film in or content in as well as the voices. It's just really easy, right? Everything else is just so complex and I don't feel like learning it. So I went there and downloaded some old material. Now, badly, I shouldn't have did that. I get a smack on my hand because if this has a vulnerability out there, there's no patches for it. There's no, Microsoft doesn't support this. And they done told you that they don't support this. So it's on you if you wanted to install it. Okay, you can install it. They're not going to stop you from that. But it would behoove you not to install it. But, you can't tell me nothing. So I'm going to still put it on there, and I'm going to take the risk, all right? But if I get hacked, then I'm going to be mad, right? But nevertheless, let's look at you could drill down into it to see what PC is actually hosting that software. And lo and behold, it's the PC that I'm working on right now. Maybe that's why I got the doggone network issues, is because I'm running some out-of-date stuff, and somebody probably got a back door into it. If y'all don't know what a back door is, make sure you look into your malware section. I think that's chapter 4 or 5. Whenever we were talking about malware, but we'll talk about malware later on. But somebody might have a back door into this application and slowing down my network connectivity. It could be that, right? And so we want to make sure we stay away from end of service type of programs. And this is real big. This is what a big business wants to know. They want to know stuff like this because it's hard to, if you got 100 workers and 100 PCs, it's hard to know who got, everything up to date. More than likely, you're going to be out of compliance in some type of way. Okay. So that's Qualys. I think that's everything that I wanted to really talk about. I wanted to really show that and stress the fact that if you guys want to go out there and take that training, and let's put those on the resumes and the LinkedIn profiles. All right, so this is going to take us into social engineering. We at the top of the hour. Let's take a 10-minute break, and then we'll finish up. We don't have much to go after that. So it'll be these last five slides. Let's take a break, 10 minutes. Dr. McBride still here?
Yeah, we still here. We got you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think Ms. McBride left for her funeral.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I think Ms. McBride left out for the funeral.
Okay. All right, so let's take 10 minutes, and let's be back at 11:04.
Okay.
All right. Home stretch. Let's go ahead and let's finish up. And look into next week. Social engineering. Real quick, just real quick. Give me a thumbs up if you're back, and if you can see my video.
Yes, I can see you.
I'm back, but
Okay. All right. So like I said, let's go ahead and finish up. Make sure did I record all of this? Bedtime? I guess so. Social engineering. Social engineering. This is going into malware and the social engineering chapters 3 or 4. And this is where I'm going to make you do what I want you to do. That's basically what social engineering is. I'm going to trick you, right? Where I come from, I'm gonna lie to you, and I'm gonna just make you give me the information that I need. Okay, that's just the plain and simple of it. Again, hacking into firewalls, servers, going into websites and trying to find the links to things. Let me show that real quick. Let me just I like to share my screen and show you exactly what I have in my mind, just because that's the way I envision it, and I want it to come across to you guys in that same manner. So when I say hacking into a website, let's take this website here. All of these links and codes in this one page, it could be some vulnerability there. And if I knew code, I could probably rewrite a code and inject it into this website and probably manipulate the website in order to do what I wanted to do, right? Maybe I can plug in a email address there that could, talk back to the data, a SQL database, and possibly get some information dumped off from the memory. Or I just wanted to put it to your mind of how many links, possible links there could be. Whenever my pointer turns from an arrow to a finger, then it's possible links. It's possible things that could take me to different spots. Matter of fact, let's look at F12. I'm gonna hit F12. Where's my developer? There it is. All of this code here, and it's for different elements on that page, right? If I knew what I was talking about as far as coding was concerned, maybe I could hack into it, technical-wise. But with all these this training going on, more people are getting more up on having validation, having people recheck and have things in a practice mode, or what we call a non-prod environment, testing it out there before they actually roll it out into a prod environment. Well, social engineering kind of negates all of that. Social engineering, it just really goes down to if I can find someone and then manipulate them, then maybe I can get the information that I want. And the points that I really put into this slideshow, they're in the video, but I really wanted to kind of go over some key points that you're going to see on the exam, because they kind of give these scenarios where they try to trick you with the scenario. So in impersonation, I'm going to pretend that I'm somebody that I'm not, just to get assets. Let's say if I wanted to go to eBay and I wanted to take a box and I need to put my keylogger, right? I'll keep using keylogger, and I need to get that keylogger into the server within the building. Well, in order to do that, I need assets. I need to get by that help desk person. So I'm going to go on to eBay and I'm going to buy a UPS shirt, and I thought that they would have one. I'm going to buy one right here, right? Nice brown shirt, get some brown khaki to go along with it. And I know that the money that I'm going to make off the servers once I get that keylogger installed is going to be way more than $13 and maybe $2 for the shipping. Okay, so now it's money well spent for me to just kind of look the part and then provide that type of impersonation and walk right by someone, and have the box saying, "Hey, I need to drop this off at so and so's office," and then while I'm there, I can go ahead and plug that keylogger in. Okay. This also kind of brings a trust factor into it. You trust UPS, you trust that United Postal uniform. Someone may trust someone wearing a suit and tie. But that could also be kind of an intimidation factor too. If I go up to security guards with a suit and tie on and a briefcase, and I talk with authority, then I could possibly get into a gated community just off of the fact that I forced my way by using some type of fear factor. Okay, so that's social engineering in that aspect. You also have things like dumpster diving, tailgating, and piggybacking. So let's talk about dumpster diving. Dumpster diving is exactly what the name says. I'm going to jump in the dumpster and I'm going to get some of your stuff that you did not shred up. Okay. And we show a picture of that. It is what it is, right? So these are things, let's say, amid the food and stuff that people throw away. But let's talk about a bank, a dumpster that's behind a bank. Wouldn't you think, with all the paper that they print out at that bank, that it could be some valuable information, some routing numbers, some account numbers that's on those pieces of paper that they throw into the dumpster? And you really don't have to worry about food and stuff like that. It's mostly going to be paper and boxes. Okay, so you could jump in there, go through the trash, and possibly find some valuable information. Even if they shredded it, if they didn't use the proper shredder, then you're talking about, if you really wanted the information, let's say if we can dump out the shredded information and then take time to piece those information back together. Even, if it's just a straight, those straight line shredders, we really don't want that. If you're a security professional and they ask you what type of shredder we should use, we want the ones that cross-cut the paper into diamond cut pieces of paper. Okay, let's make it to where it's unreadable after we put it in the shredder, because once we put it in the shredder, we're going to take that and then we're going to dump it into the dumpster. Or we can go a level higher and have a third-party company come in and then take our shredded information and take it to an incinerator to burn it and dispose of it forever, okay? So that's how we want to really have those controls against dumpster divers. Tailgating and piggybacking, same type of thing, right? So that's following someone in that has access to the door or to that building, and we just kind of just tagging along. Now, it's human nature for us to say, hey, to be nice. I'll say that. It's human nature to be nice, to hold a door, especially in the South. It's polite. It's just the way we are down here. But a lot of times we can let people who don't have access into a particular part of the building that they don't need access then. Okay, so in security, we want to teach you how to say, hey, where's your ID? Did you check in with the front office? Show me your temporary badge. Or sometimes, if, you know, the way I did it at the bank is I just didn't hold the door for no one. I just kind of, I didn't touch the door. So, you know, if I touched it, I felt like I had to hold the door for someone. But if I just kind of, you know, went in behind someone, I just didn't hold it for someone else. And that seems rude, but I was a security analyst at the time, so I'm supposed to be the poster child for what we are supposed to do. And it seems rude, but when y'all, what do you want? Do you want to be rude, or do you want to hear the fact that the person that you let in wasn't supposed to be there? They have something on the network that you're not tracking. So it's kind of hard, but you know, those are the simple ways of getting into a network where we have to train our employees how to protect the network. So let's go into phishing campaigns. So earlier I talked about phishing campaigns when it came to looking at the NS lookups, the WHOIS website. And when you're talking about phishing campaigns in particular, or what type of phishing campaigns, you have spear phishing, and that's where I'm kind of, I was alluding to this morning, I was kind of alluding to when it came to the WHOIS factor. I wanted to tailor my email message to that particular contact and say, hey, your certificate of your domain is about to expire on July 31st, okay? I'm tailoring that just for that particular person. That way, when they open that email and they read it, they can say, well, when does this certificate actually expire? Yeah, it does expire on that date. And they did contact me. I am the point of contact for that certificate. So it kind of throws them off, right? I'm engineering them to click the link, right? I want them to say, hey, into my email and say, hey, in order to avoid expiration, click my link in order to update your information and get your certificate updated. Okay, that's social engineering, and then that's more particular into spear phishing. Okay, whaling is another one where it's targeting big factor or big CEOs, board members, people who have a lot of say-so over the company. So I'm looking at CFOs, CEOs, anyone on that board member staff, I'm looking at them. And it's really easy to get their contact information for an email scam, right? You can they're probably going to be on the website, right? It's harder to actually get the workers who actually do the worker bee stuff, but it's actually real easy to get your CFO, your CEO, CFO, your IT directors. They're probably going to have their face already on that website, right? They're asking you to contact them. And so a hacker could probably tailor that phishing campaign just for them. Hey, I'm looking into adding this account. I think it'll be well worth the addition. Click on this link to get more information. Send that to my chief financial officer. Okay? And they're not going to be in the know, meaning a lot of times when you get people at that stage, they're not going to the security trainer like everyone else. And so they may be a little bit behind. And so you have, as a security professional, you need to have that in your mind of people that you need to actually have more security factors around. So whenever, if they make a mistake, that you can have something in place to counter that, okay? Phishing is using a getting those spam calls, or, if I'm going to take my phishing campaign to the next level, not only am I going to email you, I'm going to give you a call as well. And I'm going to follow up on my email and say, hey, this needs to be done quickly as possible. Maybe I'm going to use that intimidation factor again, talk with a lot of authority. And a lot of times when people are listening to technical people speak, they tend to tone them out, right? I'm not going to listen to every word you say and then think about it. Because if I'm saying DNS and phishing campaigns, or if I'm saying IP addresses, and I'm throwing all these technical terms at you, and you're just a CEO, you're not trying to listen to what I'm trying to say. You're just trying to, what do you need to do? That's what you are trying to get the conversation to go to, okay? And a lot of times that can lead to compromise of someone in a higher spot, okay? So that's phishing, using that voice channel, that phone call, in order to apply pressure, so to say, when it comes to social engineering. Phishing is the text messages. So getting those unsolicited text messages saying that, hey, I just got some actually last class from someone pretending to be Amazon, and they asked me, they said my Amazon Prime account was locked out, and I needed to, look at the details. And they had a link in the text message, and you could click on it, and then it'll take you to a website. The thing about it is that you don't want to do that, especially for your phones, because your phones are not equipped like your PCs to show notifications of if they're being hacked into or backdoored into. Backdoor means on the back end where that network is coming in at, someone has access to your computer or to your phone or to your mobile device, and you don't really necessarily know that what's going on. The only way you can really see it on a PC is going back to your task manager and seeing if there's any large amount of traffic leaving out from the processors here, okay? But on your phone, I don't necessarily know how to pull it up like that. That's just me. I would tell you to turn the phone off if you see any kind of unfamiliar characteristics with your phone. But smishing is sending those links, those phishing campaigns in a text message to random numbers, seeing who they can actually get to bite on the link. All right, keyloggers. So I've been saying all day about keyloggers, right? So let's try to download a keylogger. So a keylogger is a tool that you could use for good or bad, but more likely it's going to be used for bad, right? So this keylogger is going to be inserted into the software, and it's going to record all your keystrokes that you have, that you're going to use on a day-to-day basis. So Hack 5, I showed you guys last time, Hack 5, where you can get these hacker tools. Hack 5 has some physical keyloggers that you need to buy, but this is a virtual keylogger that you can actually download. And before you get to downloading it, let me show you exactly what goes on. So they want you to go to their website, and it's a free download, and we can have this installed on whatever PC, and then learn the keystrokes that someone is making, and then it can possibly report back to a website here that we can see all of the transactions, right? So let's do a free download, and that's going to kick off a download here. My computer's still thinking about it. And all right, should take a little while to kick it off. You know what? I'll just go ahead and download it. So as you can see, I want you guys to really see that. In my downloads here, I wonder if I could just pull this up. All right, so I pulled up my downloads folder, and you can see it's not finished downloading. And the reason why, as you can see up here, the reason why it's not downloading is because Microsoft Defender, my antivirus malware detection software, determines that this was a malicious tool, and they warned me not to download it. Now here's the thing: I can download it, and I can go ahead and install it. But if this was a safe software, Microsoft wouldn't alert it on it, in my opinion. And in my opinion, when we go back to this page right here, normally when you click on a download, you don't see advertisements for other security programs, okay? And I don't like that. So that threw a red flag to me as well. But it threw another red flag when it got to the downloading part, and then Microsoft Defender said, hey, this doesn't look so trustworthy. You can go ahead and mark it as safe and continue to download it. I'm not going to do that just because I got some sensitive information on this PC. And whenever you download software that you really don't know about, it could leave backdoors open, even if it seems to be good. That's what we call a Trojan. You guys will learn about Trojans, where we think that it's a good tool, but it ends up to be just a virus in the end or a backdoor. And so this is what I'm going to stay away from. And I'm going to open up Microsoft Defender, which is this little green, the shield with the green tab. And I'm going to run a scan while I'm a quick scan while we are leaving this. But I wanted to show that when it comes to a keylogger, I probably wouldn't use a virtual one that's on the internet, right? Especially if it's free. I probably wouldn't even trust it if I paid money for it either. But I would trust Hack5 if you wanted to go to Hack5 and you really needed a keylogger, and I would go over there and buy one physically and actually have to, plug it in and then run your key scans that way. Good transition into running A/B scans. So right now I'm running an A/B scan, and if you have a Windows PC, you can always go to your start menu and type in Windows Defender. And under Windows Defender, you can see Windows Security. Let's just open that application, and that's what we are using to run our scans. Okay. This is free for every Windows product that's out there. It's a basic AV scanner that's going to look for the basic malware and different types of viruses that's out there. Now we also have a third-party AV system, and I think it's ENET, the way it's pronounced. And I got it installed already, but I got the website here. If you wanted another one that wasn't Defender, you can always go here, and I think it's a good one to actually download ENET, that latest version, and you can see that it goes through. But I already have it installed, so I'm not going to go through with the actual installation. I'm going to cancel that out. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to delete this file, and I'm going to close this window. Let's open up ENET here on my PC. So here I can also run scans, but the one thing that I love about this one that I don't necessarily like about Defender is that I can set up a scan settings. I can set my time up easier here. Now I said easier is because you can set it in Microsoft Defender, but you have to use another application to kick off a task for Defender to actually do it. Here you can just do it all in one application and say, hey, every week at Sunday at 3 a.m., I want you to do a full scan. Full scan, create, and now as you can see, it kind of has it small, but put it up there as a weekly full scan, and it's always going to apply a full scan when no one's using the PC. Okay, so I think that's a good product to have. Again, having different software installed on your PCs, you want to make sure that it's always up to date. They have an updater here, so if it's out of date, you can always check it here and then make sure it's up to date. They also give you a nice little widget here to say that it's up to date. Now, it says it's not secure. I wonder why, but I'm assuming that's just because we had the keylogger trying to download that. So I'm gonna have that scan while we go into the next piece. And I'm gonna have that. All right. So that's AD scans. And that's all I had for the review of chapters 1 through 4. Again, we started off kind of just talking about devices. What do we actually use? We went into the networking side of it, breaking down IP addresses, going into our routers, our gateways, doing speed tests. We talked about vulnerability management. Remember, Qualys has some free training out there for you guys. We talked about social engineering. We also talked about the NS lookups, tailoring our emails for a particular audience, and that brings us into a big chapter coming up for the next week. Not next week, but week after. So we're going to go into encryption, right? And I always get a little bit nervous on encryption because I feel like today, I don't know. Yeah, I'm going to stop the recording.
Because there were some concerns from last time about questions marked incorrect that were marked. Anyway, questions that were right that were marked incorrectly. So with that being said, I kind of like buffered in some things. However, the high score that you can get would be 100. Okay, so I think in the Google Classroom, I returned the results of your test, and hopefully you'll see that. But if you have some questions, you can reach out to me individually, okay? All right, so the average for the tests, 99.14, and that was based upon 121 points, right? The median score was 103, and then the range was from 74 to 112. All right, so if you were not looking at the 21 points overage, then you perhaps can see exactly where you are, okay? All right, so that's what's happening with that. Looking at some more frequently missed questions, was the question relating to which type of threat actor. 2 out of 12 missed that one. And then the Linux, and like I said, when I went back and looked at this particular question, several of you had this question correct. So that response is inaccurate. And okay, so when you look at, looks like everyone got the date right. Okay, it says, okay, this one, it was almost like a perfect response for this one. So that's good. Okay, and this one, looks like one person may have missed it. And I do want to encourage you, I know that you may have some circumstances, some things happening, but go ahead, even though the test is late, go ahead and take the test. And anyway, and then reach out to me. I should be able to see, excuse me, when you've taken the test, but if you have not taken the test, you do want to do that. And so, and for that reason, I probably won't spend a whole lot of time showing the results of this because some of you will need to take it, okay? But just going through, we have just looking at some of the basic things, this is what's happening, okay? All right, and because some other people will perhaps still need to take this, I just wanted you to see that I can actually see the results of what's happening and which question you may be struggling with, and then we'll go back and revisit some of those things, okay? All right, so let me get back to questions. These are questions. As I said, some of you will still need to take this, and I do want to give you an opportunity to do it on a fair plane. And let me stop sharing this one, and then let's take a look at some general results. Okay, could you give me just a moment, please?
So last week, talked about encryption. This week, we're going to talk about identity access and management. So that's setting up accounts and getting passwords set to those accounts, permissions given to those accounts, different sets of groups that we can put people in based off of their roles, based off of the rules that we have in our business. We can pretty much stay in this realm of cybersecurity. So in my job, we have IAM team, and we have a security operations team or security engineering department. So in the IAM team, the identity access and management team, their whole objective is to bring on new employees as well as off-board old employees. They set up their permissions as far as what can they see. If they are a HR employee, then they will set them up for the folders that's all in the HR department. Or if they're a shop worker, for in this case, I work for Sunoco, so it's a industrial company. So if it's a shop floor worker and they work in a warehouse, maybe they don't need all the access to the different types of servers, applications that we have, but they need access to Workday, which is that to show their pay stub. And so before they even get onto the campus or in the building, the identity access and management team is going to set you up with things that you need in order to make your first day kind of smooth, right? So when you come onto a company, you're looking for that username, and then they'll ask you to set up a password. But IAM is more likely going to set up your password before you get there, and then it's on you to change it. So let's go into it. When you start working in the IAM department, you're going to be dealing with subjects, objects, identifications. These types of elements make up a user account. Okay, so easiest way I can explain this is when you think about a Twitter account or a Facebook account, the subject will be you. You know, you would go ahead and fill out your username, but the objects that you can do will be the things that you can touch in Facebook. So you can post videos and photos, but you won't be able to take down any other Facebook users' posts. Or like a famous one for Facebook is like, there's no dislike button. Well, as a user, you don't have the object to create such a element and then give yourself that permission. Okay, so the objects are the things that you can do, but the subjects are the things that, you know, it is really just giving a name to whatever it is using that network identification. Identification is just that, right? It pretty much shows you who you are to other people. But this is a way that you can also validate yourself. So 9 times out of 10, we link those subjects to a password or some type of token in order to identify who you are. Okay, so just because you're on the network, let's say you went into the building, you got onto the Wi-Fi, doesn't necessarily mean that you are an authorized individual. So we'll go in a little bit into how do we actually vet out who's supposed to be on the network and who's not. We would also, we'll go back into that a little bit later on, but for right now, I just want you to understand that you have subjects, but you also have identification in order to validate or to show the validity of that subject. Okay, objects, remember, those are things that they can do. Can you print on the second floor? Can you print to the HR department? Can you use their printer? Those are the objects that you can actually touch and actually, well, virtually touch, right? Just so you can actually use it. All right, going into these last 3 bullets here: authentication, authorization, and then accounting. So let's just go over accounting first, and then we'll jump into the differences between authentication and authorization. Accounting is just basically having an audit of the users that we have on the net. So we have an auditing team that they work in conjunction with the IT department, but they're not a part of the IT department. What the auditing team does is they keep the IT department honest on the type of users that we have on the network. Okay, so we can have, let's say if you're working with me and I'm having you create accounts, I'm trusting that you're making the right account and you're not making any kind of rogue account that you can give a lot of permissions to, and I know as a supervisor nothing about. Okay, so an auditing session will come through and will double check the things as a supervisor I don't double check. Okay, they have these compliance that they're normally working with. In the banking industry, you have different compliances and laws that you need to apply by. If we're selling things and using a credit card or a debit card, we need to apply by PCI DSS, which is the payment card industry data security system. I think I might have butchered that, but it's basically PCI and DSS means we're selling items that are purchasable by debit card or credit cards, and we are securing those people's accounts by firewalls and then making separations. when it comes to their account. Now, the difference between authentication and authorization. Authentication means that you have the correct credentials in order to operate that account. But authorization is that someone higher than you gave you the permission to actually do such a thing. Okay, so you don't want to give too much authorizations to people who don't really need it, but we want to make sure that everyone is authenticated for whatever user account that they use. Okay, so if you're the only one that can log into your Twitter account or Instagram account, then we want to make sure that you have the authentication to do so, but we don't want to give you enough authorization to delete someone's post off of Instagram. Okay, we want to just give you enough information or enough permissions to see their post, like it or don't like it, comment or don't comment, and then carry on. Okay, so those are the difference. It's kind of, they're not really confusing like that, but on your test, you can be reading so fast, or you may be a little drowsy in the middle of the exam, and authentication might get confused with authorization. Just remember, whenever we're talking about an author, we're talking about someone giving someone permissions. So in conjunction with those user accounts, we have, of course, passwords, but also, it's so prevalent for someone to have that password hacked, but just because we're not making strong enough passwords, we have to put in two-factor authentication. So what does two-factor mean? Two-factor means I'm not only using my password, but I'm using some kind of external device or software to authenticate that user account. I think in the videos I showed you some RSA tokens in there, and we also have soft tokens from Microsoft Authenticator. I think stop sharing for a second. Y'all see me, right?
Yes, we see you.
So if you look here, this is a soft token authentication software. So as you can see here, I got all these accounts that require, these accounts are linked to some type of account that I use that uses two-factor authentication. So what it does is that, as you can see, every 50 seconds, it changes the numbers. If I can get that glare to go, changes the numbers every 60 seconds. And so what that does is that if I can put in my authentication two-factor number in the same amount of time that the server is looking to authenticate me, then I'm able to get into my account. It's always, in the business world, it's always great to have a two-factor authentication waiting in the conjunction with your password. Because let's be honest, we're not going to make strong passwords. Let's just be honest, and let's just let the cat out the bag. More than likely, you do not have a strong password. Or maybe I'm wrong. Do y'all have strong passwords? Do y'all believe that? Anybody got something that's 12 characters long, mixed uppercase and lowercase letters, numbers, special characters?
I do at my job. Actually, it's a 6-digit password with mixed up characters and symbols.
Okay. Do you have that for your personal account?
I don't.
You don't have to answer that. I'm sorry. Say it one more time.
I'm trying to have more stronger passwords for my personal accounts.
And it's tough to make them up, but we're going to go over that. I think I went over that in the video, but we're going to go over it again here. But making strong passwords for every single account that we use is cumbersome, and I get it.
And when you make one that's really good up, and Lord forbid you got to go to a government website and they go by a whole different standard. They may want you to use a special character, but not. And my favorite thing is to make a special character twice. I like to do question mark, or exclamation mark. But a government website doesn't want you to do that. And you get tired of doing that, and it causes us to make weak passwords. But hopefully I'll show you something today, two tools that we can use that can, hopefully keep us more secure. But in the same sense of not making strong passwords, sometimes we make a strong password, but then we use it for all of our accounts that we have out there. I'm guilty of doing that. But I'm pretty sure that you won't be able to crack my password. And if so, I don't care. But it's not a great practice. And on your test, make sure on your test that you don't follow what I just said. Okay. I just did something that was, not best practice. It's frowned upon in the cybersecurity realm. I used a strong password for a lot of accounts. Okay, so what does a hacker have to do? Just find out that one password, and then they could probably figure out what accounts I'm using for, right? So we don't want to do that. What we want to do is try to have something that we could have strong password for every account. But I get it, and I'll show you something that could help out. But in the match of those strong passwords, we also want to have that two-factor authentication. So that software I just showed you, that's one thing. We can have a physical key fob that our IT department may have given us, and we can use that in conjunction. But it doesn't necessarily have to be those two factors, those two things, that software and the hardware. It could be somewhere, the questions that you normally see, right? So I'm right here on the two-factor authentication on the slide, something you know, something you have, or something you are. These are conjunction that we can use in the with the password in order to authenticate someone. So something you know, and then something you have. So something you know could be your password, right? But something you have could be your authentication piece, your RSA token. Something you know, your password, and then something you are. So that would mean more, what's your job title? And if you remember in the first slide here, I'm giving you an identification of maybe you're a marketing analyst. And so something you know is your password, but you are authenticated also by being in the marketing department. So now, since you're logging onto a marketing machine, I'm able to authenticate you, right? Those two things should match up. Now, this is important. You will see this on the test. It's not something you know, and then something else you know. So a lot of times we'll see hey, you log in with your password, but then they'll say, you remember the security questions we gave you? What's the security question? Where were you first born? Where were you born at? What was your dog's first dog's name? Those are in the realms of something that you know. So only thing a hacker has to do is just have a good idea of who you are, then they probably could answer your security question. Okay, so we want to stay away from thinking that those security questions are a two-factor. They're just, just another step, really. But it's not another factor to authenticate me. The reason why that's not it, because let's think about, if I have to authenticate with my software here, I have to have my phone. So more than likely, a person is not trying to lose their phone. So even if I have my password hacked, someone would have to have my phone in order to authenticate me. You know what I'm saying? So if you're somewhere you are, not only do they need to get your password, they need to be on the campus or in the business office in order to get onto that machine. That makes sense? So that's ways that we can strengthen authenticating people onto the network. Just to kind of, and maybe I should have put this one first, but going to some more two-factor authentication. Again, knowing something is always good, but having different forms of it. So not just a password. We can use a PIN number. We can use those 3 questions, security questions that I said earlier. In the mobile realm, we can have the swiping pattern. So if you have an Android phone, a lot of times they have that, I know in earlier phones, they had the swipe pattern. Now you were talking about something that you have. We can talk about the ownership factor. You having your phone on you with that authentication software on it, or you can have the physical fobs and tokens. And then also you have something you are or something you do. So remember, something you do could be your position. I'm a HR consultant, so I can authenticate that way, right, in conjunction with my username. Or we can use biometrics. And I think we'll get to biometrics a little bit later, but biometrics is, a lot of times people don't want to mess with it just because there's a fear of being, having the big brother syndrome, the government finding out who you are and everything like that. And my answer to that is that the government already knows who you are. So biometrics is, I really think it's going to be the end of all passwords, just because us as humans, there's only so much that we can remember until we start to cheat. Like I said, using the same password for 17 accounts, or making easy passwords and then using that same password for those 17 accounts. So eventually, we need something to make us unique among each other. And what better way of doing that is by having fingerprints. We've been told since elementary school that our fingerprints are all unique to each other, so why not use it? But I get the fear of being tracked. And I think I'm gonna go on and say it. Yes, the Face ID on the iPhone does count as biometrics, right? What they do is they scan your retina in your eyes and somewhat of a face outline. They also, I think they get the shape of the lips and the nose. And the reason why I would say that is because the iPhone is very good with authenticating you, letting you into your phone with shades on. But if you have on shades and a mask, it won't let you in, right? Because I would think that it would need to get the outline of the face as well as at least 2 of the 3, right? So either it will say, hey, I can see his nose and his eyes. That's him with the outline of the face. Or, normally when I have my mask on, I just have to bring my mask down past my nose in order to be authenticated. But what I wanted to bring up the fear factor in that is that your biometrics is being recorded to either a database within that phone. I wouldn't say it's necessarily being downloaded by Apple or Samsung or Google. I think that would be a real breach of privacy. But I would imagine that they would take an outline of your whatever biometrics that you're putting into that phone, taking a hash of it, and then storing it somewhere onto your phone. Okay, so remember what a hash is. The hash is when you take that data, we're applying it by algorithm, and then we're saying, hey, anything that deviates from this hash is not deemed to be true. Okay, so when you're putting your face onto those phones and opening your phone up like that, it could stand the potential of being stolen
could, not saying that you shouldn't do, right? Because I believe it's a perfect way to actually have a two-factor, right? It's something that you are, along with, hey, if you had to log into a PC, right? So two-factor would be, I know my password, and then it's going to scan my face to let me in. But in a case of a phone, it's more of a one-factor authentication because it's just going to look at your face or your thumbprint and then let you in, okay? Bad points about that is that sometimes your phone can let, if your child looks similarly like you, they could probably get into your phone. I've seen also sometimes if a child puts their finger on that fingerprint scanner, it may confuse it and let it in too. But those are failure rates, and it's not perfect, but it still is more. It's still more effective than just having a pen on your phone, so somebody can look over you and see your pen or what pattern you're putting in. Any questions on biometrics? I know we'll jump back into it, but okay. Now let's jump into the where you are, where you are. So remember I said you can go to the business, let's say you go to the bank or you go to the school and they say, hey, okay, this person has the right username and ID and we're only authenticating people from this range of IP addresses on the school campus. So since that we deem that to be correct, we're going to let this person in. Technically, that's great. What's wrong is that, or what's the risk factor is that I can remote into that network, steal someone's username and username and password, and get in the same way. And so it kind of defeats the purpose if I can remote in from an outside IP address. Sometimes we call that spoofing. I haven't gone over spoofing with you guys because it's sort of out of the range of this exam, but it's more in the range of actually attacking, being able to tell your PC to have the same IP address, the same private IP address as a big corporation or whatever corporation you're trying to attack. And that way you're somewhat inside of the network walls. And now you can try to break into an account that way. The one thing that I wanted you to see is, I explained the geolocation, the IP. The IP location is, let me show you this. So we have private IPs and then we have public IPs. Here's my IP. I Google that. This is my public IP address. So this is totally different than this, CMD. And CMD, I'm gonna go IP config and just pull that up. So I showed you guys the CMD, the command prompt before, right? And I want to go to my wireless because I'm using my wireless Wi-Fi. And remember, I said that 192.168.1.0.1 will be probably the gateway to your router. So this is what I'm kind of looking for when it comes to my private IP address. So let's put this side by side. So let's say the middle part of my, the black screen is the internal network. This is the network that I'm using within this, we in a beach house now. So this is the internal network for the beach house. Everyone in this beach house can see my IP address being 192.168.1.18. Okay, so potentially there's 17 more devices that have similar IP addresses on this network. Let me know if I'm losing. Okay, so how did I get 17? If you might be asking, is that this last octet here shows that
the first 3 octets is the network ID. This is out of the scope of this exam, but just stay with me. So everybody behind the firewall in the black window is getting this type of IP address. Now we have the firewall that sits between this black window and the white window. Now the firewall is sitting right here on this line, right? And so everybody that's on the outside of our internal network will see this IP address. 206.195.90.167. Okay, so public IP addresses mean that I can ping that IP address and I'm going to that particular firewall that sits in between the public and the private. And then what the firewall will do, if you wanted to get in contact with my particular PC, is that it will convert your PC into a private IP and then is able to get onto the network. Okay. Now, let me run that down one more time. The white box means public IP. If it comes to the line here, it meets my firewall checks it. It does what we call a network address translation, which is called NAT, N-A-T. And then it translates it into an internal IP address, and then it's in the black box. All right. So I said all that to say this, to go back to my IP location. If I'm on the outside, I'm in the white box here, and I wanted to hack everybody in the black box, I would have to find a way of getting onto the network and becoming a 192.168.1 IP address. That's not so easy. It's easier said than done. This is where your hackers, some hackers may get a little bit of a challenge of how to get past, how to spoof their IP addresses on their regular networks, public networks, in order to get into private networks. Okay. So going back to the example of you're going to the bank or you're going to the school, you can be somewhat okay with the security that you have because you know that people will have to get past your firewall. And that's why the firewall is so important, is because they're gonna go and check to see, oh, we never have this type of IP address linked here into our private IP. Okay, private IPs and public IPs only go to a certain amount, and then they have a cutoff. But again, that's out of the scope. But I just kind of wanted to really drive home how IP addresses can be safe, but also can be spoofed at the same time. But spoofing is not necessarily the easiest thing, so we don't really have to worry about that. I might have lost some of you on that. Any questions? So moving on, we have something that you can do. Some action that you can perform. Think of those CAPTCHA websites where they ask you to, hey, click on all the pictures that shows a stoplight or show a fire hydrant. Something that you can exhibit, but we really won't see this in the corporate world. Something you'll exhibit will more likely be in the military type of DoD area, and you don't really see those two factors going being in your local business like that. And then someone you know, so a web of trust. We really don't use web of trust. If you see web of trust on your exam, it's more likely going to be linked to PGP, which is PGP, which is a email system. We don't really use that type of email anymore, but just remember, if you see web of trust and then you see in the ABC order, you see IP address, not IP address, emails. That's what it is. It's the old system that we don't really use no more because we're more getting to that zero trust of IT products where we want to authenticate everything and we don't really want to trust nothing. Okay. So let's go to going back to our passwords, right? Let's create a good password. So what makes a good password is going to be the size of it. So we're talking about 8 to 12 characters. If you're talking about having an administrative password, we're talking maybe 12 to 16 characters. Complexity, so we're talking numbers, special characters, upper and lowercase characters, and then normally you want to stay away from words. You want to make it unintelligible, so kind of stay away from dictionary words, so no names or anything like that. But I'll show you something where I do it, and I think it always helps me with it. So so that's character combination. We got age. So we want to make sure that we change our passwords every 3 months. We want to change it. I'm pretty sure that we don't change them every 3 months unless told so. But as a security professional, you want to put that into a policy and make your users change their password. So you give them a warning maybe 2 weeks out before it's actually 3 months is up to actually go ahead and get a early jump on it and have them change that password, because using old passwords is just it's an easy way for someone to get something that's old, and it's maybe a previous site that you were on was compromised and they got that old credential there. They just don't know if it works here in this new environment that you're in. So changing it on a 3-month basis will always kind of keep people up to par when it comes to that. The first thing that pops into my mind is that now that our parents and our grandparents are on the social media sites with us and got emails and stuff like that, are we going about changing their passwords and helping them with that? And I know it can be tough. I look at my mom's emails and I'm just like, man, I don't want to change your password. At the same time, I don't want her to be compromised on the factor that someone else at Yahoo was compromised, and now her account was in that whole pile that was leaked out. So you kind of need to take on more responsibilities when they're helping others get onto the internet and navigate safely. And being a security professional is, it's part of your job. So we also want to put a feature on there to not be able to reuse old passwords. In some cases, I've seen where you can't reuse the password that's no more than, I want to see, 12 months old. And I think I've seen the most of 3 years old. But I think 3 years may be too much as far as the wait time. Again, like I say, humans, we got so many things going on in life. We're not trying to keep up with it. A password you used 3 years ago. It's just easier to go ahead and put a thumbprint on it and call it a thing. NIST guidance. So NIST is a framework, a company that helps guide security professionals and security teams and departments when it comes to the best practices of how we should operate in a business function. And they put out guidance on any and everything that you could think about when it comes to security. And using their requirements when it comes to making a good password is very much applauded. But you don't really need to. It's just, like I said, if you use a 8 to 12 character mixed combination and change it every 3 months, you should be fine. Password hints. Again, password hints is kind of going back to those 3 security questions that I talked about earlier, where if you know that person fairly well, then it's a good chance that they could probably answer those security questions too. Thinking about your security, next time you run across them, if you got siblings or you got someone who grew up with you, ask yourself when you're answering those questions, can your closest person to you answer those questions as well? If so, then maybe you might want to put another factor to it or pick a harder question. So before we go to the password vault, let's go ahead and write us a good password. So here, just your notepad, and I want to put what I tell people to do is to pick phrases, little short phrases, and then change those change your vowels into numbers, and then put your special characters somewhere in there. So okay, and we want to make sure changing the vowels to numbers will change that word into something that's not a word, right? So now you get that check mark for that feature as well. So I'm going to say, I love Jesus. Right? Exclamation point. That's my password. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 11 characters. So I'm in that range of 8 to 12. Let's go ahead and bring it all together. Let's take out the space. And then let's change that vowel to a 1. That I to a 1, that O to a 0, that E to a 3, this E to a 3. What can we change that U to? And that'll more likely look like the, maybe the 4. No. You got a mix of lowercase and uppercase. You have something that's not in a dictionary, but once you go and log into your account that you just have to remember the phrase, I love Jesus, exclamation point, and then you're ready to go. If you really wanted to, kind of get in there and just say exclamation at the front too. And the more characters you have, the more you can, it'll take before it actually is able to crack. So I can take this password right here that we just took maybe 20 seconds to make, and someone can take their Cain and Abel, which is a password cracker on Kali Linux, and what it's going to do is it's going to look at all the words that's in the Webster's dictionary, and then apply that to your password, right? And then once it applies that, and it gets so many correct hashes on that word, it's going to then jump into the numbers. And then, you only really got numbers 0 through 9. So it doesn't take that long to figure that out. And then it only has so many special characters to go. But now, if that's the case, if it's going to go about it that way, by us just changing that I, or even putting the exclamation at the front, and then putting that I to a 1, it throws everything off. It's not even a word. It's just, this is, it's not encryption, but it has the effect of encryption, right? Taking something readable and then making it unreadable. So that's how I would suggest you all write passwords, and this is not going to be on the test, but I think it'll be an easy way for you to remember your password, come up with new passwords, and then make them complex at the same time. Any questions? Let's go to KeePass. KeePass is a password vault. Now, this is the other tool that I say that we can help us with our passwords and keeping so many of them. KeePass will basically keep the username and the password in whatever site that you need it for in a secure application. So So we can we could come up with new passwords, put them in keypads, and link that account to it. So whenever we go back to that account, we just open up our vault and then look up that account, see what password is associated with it, copy it, paste it into our website, and then we keep moving. What's lovely about that is that it's encrypted on your local machine, so we don't really have to worry about someone getting in there or seeing anything from the snooping standpoint. Okay, so I already downloaded mine. If you wanted to go here, I'm gonna throw it in the chat real quick. If you wanted to go here and download the application for yourself, make sure you download the right one for whatever machine that you're using. Let me know if you need to know which one. Well, either you have, it's going to be Windows, or you're going to be using a Mac, which I think you have to go to keypads Mac. So, but let me know if you got any problems with that. So I'm going to just go into it because I already downloaded pre-class and open it up.
Mr.
Mitchell, there's a hand up. Yeah.
I got a quick question for you. Using keypads, does it import your passwords from, say, Apple Keychain? I think that's what it's called. Does it import your already password, username and password that you already have stored on your on my machine, or does that something I have to go in and manually put in after I download keypads?
I would say, thinking about it, no. It would have to learn what you put into it. But once you asked that, I clicked on the import side of it. Now, if you created a notepad or some type of simple writing processor file for it with all your username and passwords, you could possibly import it. But knowing these types of softwares, it'll just be better for you to just manually put it in one by one and then use it later on whenever you need it to get it that way instead of importing it. That's what I would do.
Okay.
Keychains is different on Macs. And from what my experiences was, that keychains are normally local to that machine. I hate keychains because in the working environment, a lot of people they're using their machine just to use it. They don't really know what they're putting in, or they don't really kind of read the prompt, and then they just, hey, I know it needs a password, I'm gonna put it in there. So me as a technician, I'll go there and say, hey, what's your keychain password? They have no idea. And I don't know about y'all, but changing a password in a Macintosh is, man, you might as well throw the whole thing away and just get something new, in my opinion. But from a security standpoint, that's great. Is it efficient? It could take some time out of the day just to get a keychain password. So, long story short, I say just put it in there manually. But I'm pretty sure there's a way that you can import it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
No problem. Any other questions? Okay. Sorry about that. I have VirtualBox open. This is KeyPass. New database. I had a database already. Now, never mind that Madden. Master password. This is how it encrypts it, right? So I'll use my password that I use for everything. You know what I'm gonna do? Where's my notepad?
already. Erased it. So we had what? I love Jesus. We're going to change this to 3, 2 to a 4, 2 to a 3, change the 2 to a 0, 4 got a 1, and then a exclamation. Take this, copy it, back here, paste it in there. Is okay. Are you sure this is the master password? So basically, whenever I click on this to open my keypads up for my vault, it's going to ask me for that keypad, that master key. Now, it will give you somewhat of a, it gives you keys to it, encryption keys. And if you ever have an emergency and you need, let's say if you have some real good passwords in there that's over some real important accounts, you will need those. You'll need to print that out in a case, and just in case you have a computer crash or something like that, and you take it to, let's say, Geek Squad, in order to have it recovered, they will need that in order to get back in. So just be mindful of that. But this is basically how we do keypads. Example here. So this is the username, right? And we can put the title. Let's say this is our Twitter account, and this is the password. Let's go ahead and go. I'll master keypad. I'm gonna master password in there. I'll repeat, and then we can put notes. This is for Twitter. Twitter.com. And you can say, hey, let's have it expire 3 months from now. Put it on the 22nd. Okay? And we had it changed up here. See how easy that is. And then we want a new one. We come over here to the little paper with the sunburst on it. Not a new database. Right click, new entry. So in this box here, we're going to put right click, add new entry. We're going to put US Bank. Username and our password. Now, the lovely thing about that is that it's already given us a password here. That's already generated. We can just take that if we're creating a new account, and we can just put that into our account that we're creating. Okay, and now we have a strong password in our key vault, as well as on our website that we want to create an account with. Okay, so that's a good way of doing it too. We can keep that as the same way, and we can say main bank account. Go to the expire. We want that expire in May or April 22nd. Okay. So on and so forth. Okay. Any questions about keypads? Won't see this on the test. You won't see this on the computer security test, but you may see it in a real life environment. And it can come out to be very helpful when you got so many servers that you're working with, so many accounts that's not regular accounts. So people, sometimes we reuse accounts throughout a whole department. And everyone uses this account, or this account is only there to run a certain operation and is not really owned by nobody, but we need to recycle that password every now and again. Any questions on that?
Smart cards, NFCs. So we all know what smart cards look like, right? A lot of banking industries are now pushing this little chip on your debit card or your credit card. And what that chip holds is it holds your profile as well as, any kind of important information, talent, who you are, how long you've been with the bank, or any major things that will tell you apart from anyone else. In the conjunction of that smart card, you would normally need what? A PIN to go along with it. And normally this PIN is going to be 4 digits, but I've also seen it to where it could be 6 digits. But more likely, banking industries are going to keep you at 4. Smart cards, smart cards in the military hold your profile as far as you getting onto a computer system. So you will plug your PC, your card into a PC, and then you're able to put in a PIN, and then that acts as your username and password. But you also had a two-factor, right? That was you was in the possession of a card, but then in that possession you also knew the PIN. Give me 1 second. Sorry about that. So you had that PIN and you had the card to go along with it. That brings me into NFCs, near field communication. This is the new stuff. And it's not so new because Samsung has been doing it for, I want to say, about 10 years now, and probably even more in the Asian community, the Asian nations like China and Japan, where you're taking your tap to pay, you take your card and you tap the card reader, or you tap your smartwatch to that card reader. And then what it does is that it transfers that important information, account balance, and the authentication of the account over to the card reader. It transfers now to whatever merchant that you're trying to pay. What's the problem with this? Is that let's think back to man in the middle attack, someone sniffing the network. This works the same way, but more than likely it works to where it's using a Bluetooth technology to communicate back and forth. So the one thing that we as security professionals we hate about Bluetooth is that there's really no security around it. It's anybody can connect to it. It really doesn't vet you out. You have some Bluetooth, like you get into a car sometimes, and before you connect, they will ask you, "Hey, do you see this pin on your device? If so, confirm that you see the pin. It'll let you on." But a lot of times, let's say headphones, for example, man, headphones are just looking for something. It's looking for anything to connect to. So let's say if I have some special headphones, right, or I'm able to put out a special signal like a Bluetooth signal, and I'm looking for a phone that is looking for any type of device. This way, if I have that special Bluetooth device, I can pull information from you. I think they call it snarky, blue snark. I'm pulling that information away from you. NFC is just kind of like the the NFC on your cards are kind of like that. So let me stop sharing. You can see me, and this is my credit card. You see my little chip right there, right? Well, that chip, along with, I got 3 more cards, or 3 cards like that, right? And someone can come up to you, matter of fact, 4 cards. Someone can come up to you, sit beside you, and pull that information off of you. If they have these kind of like these radio transmitters, something like that. If you've seen some commercials where they have these wallets
and the wallets have kind of like a metal in it to stop any type of transmission. That's what they're trying to stop, the transmission of the NFC communication between devices. Because someone could just sit up beside you, let's say we all sitting in a park, and they could sit on a bench right beside you and then pull the information off that card without even talking to you. Okay? So while you're just being nice and letting them sit there, you know, they can get in contact with your bank card, and then go and use your bank card to spend money somewhere else. And you know, I wouldn't be surprised if that's what's happening to me, because it seems like every 2 months, knock on wood, every 2 months, my USAA card gets compromised, and somebody's spending my money at Target every time. It's I don't understand it. They don't have any kind of protection against it, in my opinion. They just notify me whenever it happens, that someone in Greenville or Texas, they use my card number to buy $30 worth of stuff at Target. I really don't get it. And it happens every 2 months. But you never know. Someone is probably, you know, walking up to me in True Line or something like that and taking that information off of me. Now, am I saying don't get these cards? No, I don't say that, but make sure that when you get your banking card, that you have your phone information up to date, or you have your application giving you notifications, just in case unauthorized purchases have been made on your credit card or debit card. Any questions on that? Same thing kind of goes for, not kind of goes, the same thing goes for these smartwatches. Smartwatches, they put off that doggone NFC too. And it just, you know, think about when we put in our Apple Watch or our Samsung watches, we're putting in bank card information just to go like that. And it's convenient, right? But somebody else sees it as convenience too. So just be careful of that. All right. Biometrics. So we already talked about biometrics, and I talked about the kind of people don't want to really buy into it, just because it's a little bit scary to some people that someone would know about their fingerprints or how they look, how they change. You know, if you just Google yourself on Google, you'll be amazed with what comes up, how you're already on the internet in some type of form or fashion. But now if you have biometrics, some people feel like they can put a face to the actual information that's out there. But biometrics is, you know, it comes in many different forms, and let's talk about these three. So we already talked about face unlock with the Apple phones and mobile devices, but voice recognition. And this is really quick if you really think about it. Think about how many times do you have to really say, "Hey Siri," or "Hey Google," and it picks it up automatically. It kind of has your frequency of how your voice sounds already somewhat preset. And then, you know, it's able to set up in a matter of seconds. But then you got to think about, and this is, you know, I'm kind of feeding into the anxiety about using biometrics. When you're using things like Hey Siri or Hey Google, these devices are always listening for you to say that. They just don't kick on to hear you say it as soon as you say hey, right? They are always listening in some form, fashion. So I would be mindful about putting in that type of device in our homes, and then you saying some reckless stuff because your device is always listening. Okay, that's not on the test. That's just my opinion.
your device is always listening. I believe the NSA is always hearing things, okay? Because those, like I said, in order to bring that on and bring Siri forth, in order to listen, have it listen to you, in the beginning, we used to have to hold the button a long time in order to bring that feature up. But right now, since we put in that biometrics of, hey, calling his name and then bringing it up, it would always be in a listening mode. Another one that's kind of down low, but no one really knows that it's there, but it's there listening, is Katana. Katana on Windows products is always listening, and it's annoying because you can't turn her off. You can uninstall the whole software on the Windows product, and somehow, some way, Katana is still listening. And it hasn't even caught on. Like, it's not even a hot product for Microsoft like that. It's not like Dell's Watson or Alexa or Siri. Katana is a failed project, but for some reason, they still put it on every Windows machine. For some reason, it still runs in the background. So moving on. Any questions about that? Moving on. So signature recognition. Some biometrics will have you, it will take the signature, the hand movement, the strokes that you have with your fingers down as a pattern, and then they will use that for authentication. Same thing goes for typing. The typing recognition is that sometimes when we type, everyone types at a different speed. Some of us are more fluent. Other of us may hit the back button a lot of times. Some of us may misspell words all the time. And these types of characteristics are recorded and then put down in our profile as a way of saying, hey, this is Lee, because I know Lee takes 0.7 seconds to write down his, type in his password that he used for a 17 account. So if someone comes in there and now they're taking 2 seconds to actually put in my password, it's probably not going to let them in just because it doesn't have that speed recognition. It knows that I know my password a lot faster than that. Okay, Microsoft Azure. Let's go to Microsoft Azure. Let's go to Microsoft Azure is a portal that is for Microsoft AD. This is Microsoft AD Active Directory is a main tool that we use in the real world to create username, passwords, and apply those permissions that I first started off talking about in the beginning of the slide. Active Directory is a necessary tool, I believe, in the IT realm as well as the security profession. I believe that we all need to, in some form or fashion, need to know what Microsoft AD is and how does it work as far as creating accounts, and then we're putting those accounts in the right sectors. I don't want to show you this one. I don't want to show you that other one. Yeah, bear with me one second. Is going to go to this thing there. Now, I'm going to the cloud, and I'm going to show you. Matter of fact, I'm gonna pause the recording just because this is my my work stuff. So give me 1 second. All right, give me 1 second.
Okay, so let's go ahead and let's finish up. Background checks and onboarding policy. So when we have new employees come on, we want to make sure that we perform a background check and we have an onboarding process that will vet out any type of questions that we may have about. So that background check is pretty much filling a form with the police, the local police department, to do any kind of outstanding checks on felonies or any type of warrants that may be out on that particular person. Some government jobs I've seen do credit checks, and all of these determinations factor into if they're able to proceed with giving you an offer, or if they want to actually disqualify you from a job offer. Okay, so but that background check, what that does from a security standpoint is that if we're doing it from a banking standpoint, and this person has a history of stealing from local Walmarts and Targets and things like that, shoplifting, then maybe they may be a little bit untrustworthy to be around large amounts of cash. Not saying that we shouldn't hire them, but we need to understand if we're going to hire this person, then the risk may be a little bit higher, and when it comes to someone actually taking from the bank in that case. So how do we want to discriminate a little bit, or do we want to go ahead and hire this person, but then separate their duties enough to where they can never be in the vault without one person to be there with them. So they can still work around, let's say, $1,000 on hand, but if they ever need to go into the vault where there's $10,000 cash, then they need to have a manager there. They need to sign in, and we need to have a camera placed into that vault to see if anything conspicuous will be going on. Not saying so. The background check is there to let us know of the risk. It should not terminate someone from actually getting a job. It should not. But we all are aware of the type of world that we're living in, where a stereotype may precede someone before they ever are actually in that environment. So just know that these background checks are put in some people's hands, and they may make a decision based off of whatever information comes off that background check. Onboarding procedures. So onboarding policies pretty much is going to set you up for what you're going to be doing and how you're going to be doing it. Now, my latest onboarding procedure for Sunoco was terrible, but I'm not complaining, but it was terrible. And the reason why I said it was terrible because I literally did not know what I was doing until it had already been done. Or someone asked me, did you work on this? And I had no idea how to work on it. So the onboarding process is, we want to make sure that they're given the right username, password, and that we let them know who is their frontline supervisor, what assets do they have when it comes to the computer systems. In some cases, you may have to come up with directions on how to actually use it. Some people, they may not be that computer savvy, so they may be looking for you to help them out, even though that may be a help desk issue. Sometimes they may look at you from a security standpoint and say, hey, well, I don't want to be in trouble with any type of important classified information. You as the security professional, please let me know what can I do to stay safe. Okay? But these onboarding processes should be sectioned off. Okay, so like I said, whenever we're putting people into certain groups and applying those permissions to the group,
whenever we pluck that person out of that group and put them, whether they're going cross department or up in the ladder or out of the company, then they're not taking that permissions with them. The one thing that I didn't show you in the Active Directory is that when an account is enabled and that it's active, it has all these permissions with it. Now, we didn't put them in a group, we just added the permissions to the actual person. Then let's say if they leave the company and we deactivate that account, it still has the permissions to it. So now from a hacker standpoint, the only thing I need to do is get to the Active Directory, re-enable that account, and now I have all the permissions just to that account. And no one's looking at me because they think that person is gone, right? And if that person is gone, then I'm kind of just hanging out on the network and just looking at, you know, whatever permissions that they had. So you may say, Lee, then why don't you just delete the account? And when you delete it, then the permission is gone too. That is true, but they may have some important emails that we wanted to go back and look at. They may have some important files on their laptop that we wanted to go look at. So the best practice is not to delete an account, it's to disable an account. Okay? And when you disable an account, you can always have that factor of going back, looking at what was on that person's device or email, and then maybe helping someone else out, okay? Offboarding policies should be sectioned off again, right? Just like onboarding. When someone quits, leaves, fired, passes away, whatever the case may be, when they are no longer a part of the company, what are we doing as professionals, security professionals, to make sure that their account is secure, but then the devices that we gave them is also secure? Did we give them an iPad? Did we give them a mobile phone? Did we allow them to use, like my personal laptop? This is my personal laptop, and I showed you guys Azure. So that's part of the company's property. If I'm no longer part of that company, how can they make sure that I don't log on to the company's Azure site tomorrow when I'm not part of the company? They need to immediately disable my account, change my password, okay? Because then that lets them know that, hey, at least we can't take his personal laptop from him, but we can make it, we could disable him from going to our product online. So very important to know our onboarding process is just as much as important as bringing someone on to the company. I would say a little bit even more important, because when someone leaves the company, we can tend to forget about them almost instantly, maybe a week, maybe two. But after that, they're pretty much gone and forgotten, and we move on as a company, but their permissions may stay the same. They may have access to important documents and no one knows about it. And so, like I said, as a hacker, I'm just looking for the stale account, an account that hasn't been used in 2 or 3 weeks, maybe years, and let's just see what they have access to. You know, if I'm a CEO and I retire from Microsoft, I'm the CEO of Microsoft and I retire. Let's say I'm the vice president of Microsoft, and I decide to step away, and it's 2 years after the fact. Everybody forgot about me at Microsoft, but then someone is actively trying to hack Microsoft, and they find my old stale account. Now imagine, as a vice president, I probably have access to all types of folks, all types of services, doing my job description. Well, if I can find my way into those, then I can go ahead and just say, hey, no one's thinking about the old vice president. Let me just hack into his account. Oh, they didn't change the password. They didn't disable didn't change the password, so it's a stale password, right? And they didn't disable an account, so I'm able to use his account. And let's just see what he has available. What can I get into? And I'm not really doing any type of strenuous hacking. I'm just looking at the probability of did they do their due diligence? And by correcting these things while somebody was off board. Normally what happens is that when someone quits, HR is supposed to email security immediately saying disable this person's account. They are no longer a part of the environment, and they're being escorted off the premises. So when you get escorted off the premises, you want to take your badge, you want to take any type of belongings that we have. At one job, I had someone take my notebooks, saying that I was escorted. Well, I was escorted, but I didn't get fired. But I was escorted off the premises, and they kept my work notes, which I didn't need them anymore. So it made sense for me to give them my work notes, but it was a security measure that they took, because if they felt like I was disgruntled, then I could use their work notes, and I had all types of information in there. IP addresses to workstation names to email addresses. So offboarding, like I said, is very important, just as onboarding. We set them up correctly, onboarding, but then when they leave the company in some kind of form or fashion, we need to also keep the data safe as they leave. Now, I hinted a little bit earlier about shared accounts, kind of these generic accounts, and we have these accounts pretty much everywhere in the professional environment. If you're working on a network router or a server, sometimes you have these service accounts that they come generically with the device in order to set it up for the first time use. Well, sometimes, in some cases, those service accounts cannot be deleted or password changed, and so in order for it to work, it just needs to have that service account constantly working. This is a major problem, because if someone gets to that service account, now they probably have administrative rights across the board with that device. And that device is probably hooked up some type of way to the private network. And so we could see where the hacker will see what can they get to, what can they actually get access to. So as security professionals, in order to combat against that, we want to put those service accounts in kind of like their own network. We call it a VLAN or a DMZ. This is kind of, you remember I had the example of the white box and the black box being a public IP and a private IP. That DMZ will sometimes sit in the middle with that firewall. And it's almost like a safe point from the outside, but it's also a safe point from the inside as well. And things can go in there and live and not be seen by the public IP, but not be it cannot get easy access to the private IP. Okay, so having these things sectioned off like that will give us an extra layer of security, because sometimes those service accounts need, in order for us to run as a business, we need that service account to actually be running. In other cases, we just need to be precautions of it, and we need it to run, but we also need to apply the most security as possible. Another thing about generic accounts is your router at your house. I know in the first, I think one of the first classes that we had, I said to, go take a look at your router that your telephone company put into your house. See if there's a generic account on there, printed on there somewhere. And if you can, log into it. Use they should give you a URL on that router. You can log that in, put that into your URL, and then use that generic username and password to go in there and then change your password. A lot of people don't do this, and then, if like a case I heard about was baby monitors came with the generic password, username and password on the back of the baby monitors, and the hackers will then go around, after stealing the information from the company, go around and remote into people's baby monitors and then scaring the babies by cutting on the intercom, talking to them at night and stuff like that. So it's it would behoove you to look to see if you have those generic accounts and just go ahead and change the password on them. It would just be best practice. Now, another step we could take as security professionals to put restrictions on accounts is that we can use, again, the IP addressing, geofixing, and geotagging. We could put in a log-on time duration, so we can put you in a group within AD, and we can say, hey, you can only log on to your computer from 8 o'clock in the morning to 5 o'clock p.m. And anything outside of that time frame, you're not allowed to log on to the internal network. Okay, and if you do log on, then it'll automatically be a red flag, something's going on. Or we could say, hey, we can only let you onto the internal network for 3 hours straight, and then we'll kick you off and we'll have you re-authenticate. Or the time basis restriction will be, like I kind of stated in the first one. Well, we'll give you normal business hours, but we'll give you an hour buffer before time and after time. So whether you clock in at 8, but we'll give you a buffer time from 7 to 8, and then we'll give you another buffer time after 5 to 6 o'clock. Geofixing and geotagging. This is where we're talking, our devices are constantly talking to satellites orbiting the Earth. And I wanted to show you an example of that with my good old friend, Google, who is constantly watching all of us and our actions and where we go. So let me show you this by copying that. Okay, actually, I gotta go on. Okay. So put in my timeline. Let me see that. My timeline, and this is my mobile devices as well as my phone, constantly talking back to the servers, the satellites orbiting the Earth, showing you my whereabouts with Google. Google tracks all of this. This is not, like I showed this to the last 3 classes that I've taught, and I constantly say, I did not know that this was running on my profile, but they're tracking you. They could be tracking you if you have this feature turned on. And a lot of times, I think that this feature is turned on automatically, and we need to go into our account and turn that off. But as you can see here, it's tracking. Anytime my device can catch a good shot to the satellite, it'll check in on the time and places that I went. And it got 289 places that I have been, and it also gets down to the point of showing actual addresses. So it likes to see that I go to Blue Line here a lot and Cherry Park. I go to Cherry Park just about every day just to go walk during my lunch break. So it sees that I like to go there. And then it sees that I like to go to the Bank of America Plaza down there on Main Street in Columbia. This was where I was working at Ag First. So this is an example of geofencing. Well, this is not an example, but it kind of sets the basis for it. Let me scroll up. So geofencing will say, we're going to outline everything in the city limits of Columbia. And if you're in the city limits with these red dots here, anything in this space we're going to let you onto our network because we can, along with your IP address, your IP address also gives an idea to the phone company of where you are in the United States. And if you're in the UK, it will give a good idea where you're at in overseas countries as well. But geofencing will give you an invisible fence and say if you're in this invisible fence, you're able to log in. But if you're over here in Lugoff and Camden, then you're not able to get it. Okay. Some people like that feature, but at the same time, you can see how easy it is for just someone to just get into that geo fence area and then be able to get onto, well, now have the opportunity to get onto the network. Just because you're in the area doesn't necessarily mean that you have a permission or you have the user account to get onto that network. But I just wanted to lay the principles down that, hey, if I'm going to the Ag First, the Plaza Center, well, let's say if I worked at the Marriott downtown Columbia, if I work there, then I have the access to get onto their network. That's the geofence is the actual building for that company. I mean, for that network. So it'd be the actual Marriott. Any questions? So let's slide. Let's talk about diversity of technique, training techniques. In giving information to people is going to be your strongest defense against cyber attacks. We can't stop we can put all the firewalls in place that we want to, all the appliances that we want on the network. We can put all those things in place and we can make people use two-factor authentication. But until they understand how cybersecurity is actually ran, when it comes to how people are actually going about hacking each other, then it really doesn't make any sense when it comes to spending all this money to try to put in these appliances. We need to train our individuals in order to recognize a phish, recognize social engineering, have our security analysts and engineers understand more about the tools that they're using, but more importantly, understanding how the business is ran, and then how do we use it to secure it better. We can do things such as phishing campaigns for the regular users. We can do capture the flags for our analysts. Capture the flags is more of when you become a security analyst and you're getting on that, getting on red teams, blue teams, penetration testing. This is where we're talking about reading clues and then looking for the red flag, so to say, and seeing, okay, what's vulnerable here. Now, vulnerability management is similar to that, but these type of vulnerabilities won't show up on a scan. The vulnerability management is normally going to bring up what patches we're missing and then what we need to do to actually patch these machines. But a capture the flag may be a code is missing in a website, a particular code that allows, that defends against buffer overflows. And if we don't have that in there, are you versed enough to see that code and then point it out and then send it back to our coders in order to get that code implemented in? We have computer-based training. So that's basically what we're doing now. It's just the fact that, I give lectures, but it's still, once we turn it into a video and we put it back on the Google Classroom, this is a computer-based training classroom, good way of learning security tactics on the fly, on demand. We have scenarios, branching scenarios. So those branching scenarios are coming up with scenarios of, if this was to go bad, what will we do in order to remediate the problem or to eliminate the problem altogether. The funny thing about that is that in 2020, in the beginning of 2020, at Ag First, we had a meeting going over the worst case scenarios, and the scenario was a worldwide disease broke out, and now everybody was dying off on the team. And when someone passed away from the disease, who will pick up their duties and then keep the business running? And we had to go through this to kind of understand, where does my duties lie if we go down to only a handful of people. And just funny that, you know, just months after that, we were all going into the COVID, the first part of COVID, and staying home, and we never really returned to the office after that. But I thought that was kind of, you know, it was the good training at a good time, because while nobody, you know, thank the Lord that no one became ill enough to, you know, it become detrimental, but we did have to learn how to work differently and be able to still have a security presence away from the office. So having different types of training and techniques to train your employees, train the people that you're talking to understand that the things that they put on the internet is susceptible to being captured and then reused is very important, and it's probably your best defense against any type of adversary. That's all I have. Any questions about what we went over today?
Go ahead and start recording. All right. So I'm going to drop this lecture in the classroom as well, to go along with the videos that you got to watch throughout the week. But I wanted to show you just these objectives so we'll know exactly what all we're going to face, right? And it's pretty daunting. Again, when I talk about lecturing for 2 or 3 hours, I'm going through each and every one of these kind of categories and explaining them. And so you can see how it's a lot to take, you know, and you don't know what a SIM does or why does a company needs to have a SIM, okay? But if we can put that into a video set, and then you can go back and hear what I say, maybe do some research, look it up on YouTube, shoot me a text asking for some clarification, then I think we can absorb the information a lot better. All right, so now let's go to our first link here in the January topics. And this is the landing page for CompTIA, the CompTIA examination. This is what CompTIA is going to market it to you. And I really wanted to show you this. This is all marketing schemes. Now, I'm not going to say that you can't get this type of salary, but starting off, it's according what state you're in. If we're going for remote work, 84K is very plausible. In states like New York, California, Texas, 84K in South Carolina, you might have to work a little bit. You might have to have some experience, but it is possible. Over 500,000 jobs, I think it's more. And I think it's going to grow as time goes on, because we have to learn how to groom individuals into cybersecurity. Now we're seeing more colleges have security programs, certificates, more than ever. So, but that's still a 4-year wait before we get someone that has the knowledge to come in and actually do work. Now, the great thing about this class is that you're going to get a lot of experience in 6 months. Okay. And for, I think it was Paul, I think who's starting with Benedict? I'm sorry, Carlos. So I'm going to be hitting a lot of more topics that you're going to be kind of taking a slower chance to get to in class. I'm going to be hitting those topics rapidly, but I'll probably give you more real world experience in my in my lectures. So um, to go back to the 500,000 jobs available, I think is more. I think it's going to be more demanding, and having Security Plus as a certification on your resume, I think will absolutely bring you up to the forefront as a favorable candidate. Also, being of you have these certain jobs that need to have diversification in their departments, and so having that work with you as well is also a great thing. But the main thing I really wanted to show you guys, and this also goes back to the type of class that we're having. This is all just kind of like repeating of what the PDF showed, but to take the exam is $350 per voucher. Okay, so this is not a cheap exam, and if you fail twice, if you didn't have a voucher, you have to pay another $350. Ask me how I know, but the reason why I failed, I could give minimum effort and then expected success, right? I thought the test was going to, oh, it's not going to fail me. I paid money. They gladly took my money and told me to pay again. Okay. So all in all, you need 750 to pass. And if we learn the things that we need to learn, trust me, if you have a issue, if you don't understand something, please ask me for clarification, and I'll try to make it to where we can make it more digestible for you. Okay. Any questions? Going on to the Pearson View link. So now I'm gonna close this out. Now, Pearson View is who actually hosts the exam. So we're not going to go back to CompTIA a membership here with Pearson View in order to take the exam either in a test location, or we could take it at our house with a proctor, right? And a proctor means someone's going to watch you take that test. Okay, so in this case, and Chris can talk more to this, is you're going to clear out your area. They're going to ask you to take your camera and pretty much pan your whole room, pan your desk to make sure that you don't have anything there. And then they're going to start the time for you to actually take the test. I find it to be, I pass tests at the house and at testing centers. I don't like going to testing centers just because I don't like to be cold. And a lot of buildings have the air conditioner running even in the wintertime. And I don't necessarily like that. So it kind of throws me off, right? But being at the house is so many things that could be distraction as well. So pick your poison on that. Chris, which one did you prefer? I understand your situation, but did you like taking the test at the house?
I did. I can also say they are very strict whenever you take it at the house. Like, I was actually reading the questions, but they couldn't see my eyes. So they paused my tests to tell me to readjust my camera so they could look me in the eyes, make sure that I wasn't looking at any study material or anything else. I was just kind of like this. And he's like, nope, we can't see your eyes. Please look directly into the camera until we can see. And then that's when they let me start taking my test again. So they are very strict. You can't have basically anything in the room. I had a small table to keep my mouse on. Even the water bottle, they had me remove that. Let me see. I had on a hoodie and a skull cap, and it was like I need to take that off. Another time I had on a hat, they had me to remove the hat. So they are very strict about what you can and can't do and how you're supposed to operate within that webcam window, or they will suspend your test.
Yeah, and I think I think if you constantly kind of break those rules, they will suspend the test, no refund. And I think you have to, you have to wait a period before you can actually take it again, right? So to add to that, I remember taking a test, and when you get on question 40, and it's another paragraph, and you got to read the scenario, I like to kind of whisper it out. If I'm by myself, I'm whispering so I can hear it. And they told me I couldn't do that. I couldn't read it out loud. Um, and I thought that was messed up. But I ended up passing. But I just thought that was kind of like you pick your on that. If you go to a testing site, I was able to read out loud, but you don't want to be reading out loud, and other people are taking the test too. So, I was kind of whispering, but they don't want that as a proctor. So just keep those things in mind. Go back to what we're talking about here with the Pearson view. When we are going to sign up to take the actual test, we want to make sure that we find a testing. If we're going to go to a testing center, what's the zip code for Columbia? Is it 29202? Is that one? I think.
Mine is 29229.
Yeah,
Either 29203.
29203. 292223. Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. So we want to pick one of these testing centers, and what they'll let you do is they'll let you see what available times they have and for that particular test. And then you will, this is directions. But if we went through the whole process of actually saying, hey, we want to take the Security Plus exam, one of these places will actually have a time that you can actually schedule there and then go and take that test. I like to schedule mine on a Saturday, but it's very few testing centers that actually are open for a 3-hour test on a Saturday, right? But this is where you want to do it, okay? And so we want to go ahead and when your time, just go ahead and fill out a profile in order to actually use that voucher to take your test, okay? So both of these links are in this slide. Now, when I add this when I added this here, you should be able to open these slides up and be able to click on those links to take you to the things that I've covered. So let's really jump into it. Before we jump into security roles and security controls, really quick, what do you guys think cybersecurity is? What does it entail to you? What do you, if you were interviewing with me and I asked you, what is your definition of cybersecurity? What would you tell me?
A protection from hackers.
Okay.
What are we protecting?
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Chris.
We were protecting your network and our network from and all kind of hacks, worms, just any kind of cybersecurity breach.
Okay. Anyone else?
I would say protecting your systems from threats.
Okay.
Protecting by private information, possibly doing gating back to it.
Okay. All those are right? We're going to be protecting more than likely somebody's data, whether it's our own or if it's a business that we work for or someone else's that we just kind of a family member, right? So we tell our moms or our aunts or uncles, hey, you might want to change your password on Facebook, or it might need to be a certain length and have so many characters in it. maybe you shouldn't have the same password for 14 different accounts. Maybe you want to protect someone from hacking into your credit card and then making some charges on it, which happens to me seem like every other month for some reason. But anyway, maybe we want to protect from that. Cybersecurity is a overall being protective of some type of data and or network, but the data lives on the network. Okay. And when I say network, I mean Wi-Fi, Ethernet. If I can get to the internet, that's my network. Okay. And the things that we want to send back and forth with each other, we want to protect those things. Even this Zoom session right now, we want to make sure that only we can actually get into it. And the reason why I know only we can get into it, I share this part of the screen here. If you can see up here where my URL is, this little lock up here lets me know that I'm using an encrypted channel to connect to each and every one of you guys' PC. So you hear me and nobody else on my network should be able to hear or to look at our session that we're having. Okay. Now I can't speak for your connection, but no one should be able to get into my network and get onto our session here and see what's going on. And it's possible. And we'll go over those type of tools that can actually sniff the network and see what traffic is going back and forth. So whenever going into an interview, someone asks you, "Hey, what is your definition of cybersecurity?" That's what it is. It's pretty much there's no wrong answer. You're protecting some type of data from not just hackers, any type of disruption, and we'll go over that when it comes to I think a threat. So in the next slide. Okay, so let's start off. I think chapter 1 starts off with security roles and security controls. So security roles, I wanted to really emphasize on LinkedIn and Indeed. So let me open up that that page again. So LinkedIn, we already kind of touched on it as this is a networking platform for businesses to actually go out there and see individuals who could be perfect fit for their jobs. It's a place for you to actually put your resume out there, so you can display what type of roles you had, what type of experiences you have. Okay. I would highly suggest, it is a must. It will behoove you to go ahead and create a LinkedIn account. And if you have a LinkedIn account, I will behoove you to update it. So let's look at my profile. And so this is where I pretty much, well, let's go to my actual profile. Is this it? Where's my stuff? Okay. This is where I put my experience. Is that right? I didn't put the I didn't want certain people looking at it, but that's personal. But these are all the experiences that I had throughout my working career. And now I can also put my education down here as well as the certifications. So now if I'm an employer, I can come through and I can see, oh, this person looks like a good fit for the job that I have open. Let me reach out to them. And instead of reaching out to me on Facebook or Twitter or something like that, it's on a business oriented platform. And so you will get a lot of more options to talk to recruiters or actual businesses that they want to actually interview you or talk to you about a certain position. I'm gonna go to my messages here, just because I just saw her put an opportunity for me here. I think this morning, yeah, actually. Oh, well, no, that was Thursday. So she, I don't know who Mandy is, but this is how recruiters are sometimes they'll come and they'll look at your resume, your profile, and they'll say, okay, I'm a recruiter working for a particular company and I'm looking to fill this position. Lee's look like he's a perfect opportunity candidate. I'm gonna reach out to him in his messages and see if he's able to actually, is interested in interviewing. Now I can go ahead back and say, hey, I'm interested, let's talk about it. Or I could just say no thanks, which I'll just put right and send. But I'm showing you this because this is the way I think the world is going versus filling out applications, after applications, and only being limited to the type of jobs that we see. Sometimes people don't post their jobs here on LinkedIn or Indeed. Now, to go to that part, you go ahead and pull up Indeed as well. And I had this pull up earlier. Security this time. So to go back to what we were initially talking about, security roles. I pull up these two different sites just because this is where you're going to normally see security analyst, security engineer, a CISO. These type of jobs are what employers are actually looking for. Now, in the video that I put in the Google Classroom, I'll go a bit deeper into each position, but these are what we want to look for and then apply for after we finish this class. So this is an entry level right here for people who are looking to break into cybersecurity. Cybersecurity associates is kind of like, hey, we're looking for the bare minimum of experience, but we're also looking to fill the position. That's what I see when I see associate. Okay, specialist is probably going to be wanting 1 or 2 years of experience, but I'll talk to you about the experiences that you already have. Okay. Now, IT specialist and IT security specialist. So when it comes to Indeed, right, every company is going to put their need out as far as who what they're trying to fill in a different type of way, but it's normally the same type of role. Okay. And a IT specialist is really no different than an IT security specialist. And especially if you put in cybersecurity for the search engine, this is what it's going to come back with. And more than likely, it's going to describe what they want in a security personnel. Okay. Now, you also have CISOs, and that's SISO, CISO. I'm sorry, CISO, CISO. So this is going to be your chief informational security officer. This is probably your senior level. You're going to have at least 10 years of experience in order to even be considered for those type of positions. And they're not actually, they're not always available. All right. So normally when people get CISO positions, they're not really giving them up no time soon. But security architects, these are people who are taking the whole business as a whole and understanding what tools, policies, and other controls that they need to put in place for the company to operate in a secure manner. Also kind of a senior position as well. But all of these positions are available. And I'm not trying to deter you saying that you need experience for it. But once you get your foot in the door, these are the type of opportunities that are waiting for more experienced people down the road. So I jumped back over here to LinkedIn, and LinkedIn has, I think, is a better platform to actually look for jobs than Indeed. Because I believe, I don't know, I just feel like the recruitment department for each company is just more aware about what they're putting on LinkedIn and knowing that they're going to get good quality people for these jobs. Okay. So like I said, an analyst is going to be probably, these are entry level jobs. These are people who we have a little bit of experience under our belt, but they're still coming into a job looking for guidance and leadership, right? So they're not coming into a leadership role or a senior role. and it ranges from company to company on the pay and then the actual qualifications. Okay, so let's say like I clicked on this company because the pay it looks really good, right? Now, private companies may be able to offer that, but they may not be in business for too long. Okay, because they're probably a startup. They're trying to find footing, but they are willing to pay top dollar to bring applicants in and then get them hired on. But you still have to worry about if the business can actually um, survive 10 years. So just keep that in mind when you're looking at salaries and things like that. But sorry. Security engineers, that's what I do right now, and that's more hands-off. Analysts, I was doing more help desk tickets and kind of working with the client a lot more. But with engineer part, I'm looking at more of the back end of how applications work. How does the actual how does bringing in our security tools match with what the business is doing? My job is not to actually stop the business from doing what they're doing. I want them to do what they do more securely. Okay. So I don't mind you going to surf in the web during your time at work, but I want to make sure that you're doing that in a safe manner. So now engineers are probably, it's more of a mid-level role. But you're looking more at the inner workings and how does it actually work with the things that we already have in place. So now let's jump back to our slides. Do I have any questions on LinkedIn or Indeed or any kind of roles? So whenever you guys are looking at, I'm sorry.
Hi, Lee, this is Tawanya. I just had a quick question. Just kind of wondering if some of the management roles where it says like leadership and things like that, if they're specifically looking for cybersecurity experience in those roles, or if other leadership and management roles kind of transfer. Excuse me.
My opinion now, no, they are looking for leadership roles, period. Can you lead a team? Can you go to senior management, understand what they're trying to do, prove, and then can you communicate that to your team and then point them in the right directions? A lot of times when I'm working, when I was working at my other job at first, um, I had leadership that they technically could not do what I did, right? I could run laps around them, clicking buttons and doggone turning on this, that, and the third, but I couldn't talk to management the way management wanted to be talked to. And that's where the other type of leadership kind of comes in. Can you talk to management and make them understand the tech talk that I'm talking about, right? So if I'm coming in there and I'm talking to say, hey, we need to use this protocol, this encryption, we need to send out the IP packets, and we need to route this number, y'all gonna be looking at me. If y'all was the board, you'll look at me like, show me what you want, and then we'll give you the budget for it.
So they don't
Leadership.
understand.
I'm sorry, say it again.
So you was basically giving them you was giving them information that you needed, but they didn't understand the terminology. Is that what you're saying?
Right.
Okay.
So a lot of times when you get into this field, we'll talk jargon. We'll use a little bit of a language that if you haven't been around it, you have no idea what I'm talking about. So if I say, hey, what's the IP address of the DC controller in building 2? And I need the subnet addresses for the marketing department as well as the HR department. And if I say that to someone who is strictly in the office and is making decisions on how the business ran, they have no idea what I'm talking about. and they will defer to someone who can make that more digestible. What is Mitchell talking about? Can you break that down for me? I'm just trying to figure out, is it safe to use a password manager? So that's the type of leadership I think that employers are looking for. So if you have that type of leadership, definitely put it down. And let me be clear on this. Any job that you see up here, if you feel like you can do it, if you read the description, if you feel like you can do it, regardless of what your resume says, put it in. Put your application in. And I'm basically saying you never know what a business is looking for and what they're willing to train on the job. Okay. But a lot of us will read the description and we'll say, there's no way I can do this job. And so I'm not even going to try. At least let them tell you no. Okay. But you'll be surprised at how many people will call you just to see, hey, I think you're a good fit. I think where you worked at this, you'll be surprised at where you worked at previously, how it plays a big part at where you could be working in the future. So updating that resume and then putting in those applications, you have to do that in order to, I think, see some good results. So I know I went around the whole city about that answer, but yes, I think they're looking for any type of leadership, not necessarily just in cybersecurity.
Thank you very much.
No problem. So jumping over to our controls. So security controls could be technical or they could be administrative. Okay. What are technical controls? Technical controls are our antivirus. So Windows Defender. So hopefully this pops up. Now, this is a technical control, okay? This is what a firewall, for anyone who doesn't know what a firewall is, firewall sits on your network and it basically is if you ever been to a club, I know none of us never went to a club before, but if you have dabbed in that little bit of a nightlife and you went to a club and you seen a bouncer at the door of the club, and if you're not on a list or you're acting a fool and you can't get in the club, that's what the firewall does. A firewall looks at each packet coming into your network. Now, if you don't know what a packet is how we actually communicate to each other on the internet. Okay. And in the back end of your computer, what's going on in the back side, stuff that you don't see, the internet sends packets back and forth, right? And they send so many packets that we need to actually have something sitting at the edge of our network, checking each packet to make sure that they're not malicious and that they won't affect us with a virus. Okay, so this is what your firewall does. It's a bouncer sitting at the end of that network, and if it sees something that it doesn't like, it's going to pluck it from the list and it's going to discard of it. So you'll never get it. So a lot of times we're blocking things that we're not even aware of, right? We just got on and just wanted to check our bank account for the day. But a lot of times we're blocking things on the back end because we're sending out, people are getting attacked all types of time throughout the day. Let me show you a heat map. Info, cybersecurity heat map. I had one. I should have saved stuff like this on my favorite one, but hopefully this will show exactly what I want you to see. This is not what I want you to see. FireEye, that's it. So this is a heat map, and what it's going to show in real time is attacks going on across the world. Okay, so as you can see, from people from China, Thailand, Egypt are attacking people in Brazil, Chile, United States, France. This is real time. This is happening right now. Okay, this is why you need your firewall on. This is why a company needs you to see a firewall, because even though we're not at work, right? People in Egypt they don't treat Saturday like the United States does. Okay, they don't treat, and we just had this at my job. So at Sunoco, it's a worldwide distribution plant. I don't know if anybody is familiar with Sunoco. It's in Hartsville, South Carolina, but it's a worldwide packing metal company, right? Well, we have a lot of people in Germany, India, China, Russia, Japan, and we get on these Zoom calls and we talk to each other. And we just had the holidays, right? We just celebrated Thanksgiving and Christmas. Well, a lot of them kind of looked at us like, well, it's not no thing to us. We're not taking time off. We don't celebrate Thanksgiving. We don't celebrate Christmas. We're coming to work on those days that y'all going to take off those 2 weeks, right? So I'm looking at it from a security standpoint. Wouldn't that be the perfect time to send out an attack when people are going to be home for the holidays and trying not to think about any type of attack? All right. So it's also a perfect time to send it out on Saturdays. You know what's a Saturday in Afghanistan? And just because I went over there, a Saturday in Afghanistan is Monday to them, or their Sunday is our equivalent of Sunday is their Monday. No one works on Monday at all. They don't do nothing. Okay. But that's the reason, they would actually take that time and say, hey, if I needed to attack someone in America, I'm going to use Sunday, right? Who's working on Sunday? Who's monitoring something on a Sunday? So as y'all can see, you didn't see any kind of pause when it comes to the threat mat here. It's just going to keep going on like this, right? And that's how many attacks happened today, already over 300,000. Okay, so this is why you need technical controls in for things like that. But we also need administrative controls for the people who are working in the business, right? So we got Lee that's working, that just got hired on, and now I'm just sending emails of sensitive information out to certain vendors, and I'm exposing top secret information. Now I'm putting the company at risk in a different type of way, right? It's the way that I'm putting the company in risk that a technical control can't do anything about. So to give an example, let's say if we all come up with a world leading recipe for cookies, right? And this recipe for the cookies is better than anything Oreo has ever came out with. We make a killing, right? And it's all because of our secret recipe. And Jessica decides to email the recipe to a vendor that is also a vendor for Oreo. Okay. So now our secret recipe for our world famous cookies is now in compromise because of an employee or someone who is in the know, their mistake. But see, if we had an administrative control in, then now we can say, hey, don't send out any kind of sensitive information, especially don't send out the recipe. I'm just picking at you, Jessica. But don't send out the recipe, and we can put that in what we call policies. And we all should be aware of policies, right? Whenever we join a new company, or even if we go to a school and we get on, before we get on their school's network, they want you to assign sign a user acceptance policy, saying that you won't do anything out of the way. You won't hack anybody. You won't look at information that's not pertaining to you or do any illegal activities on our network. These policies are in place. So if we need to sue you, all right, you signed the policy, you knew the rules. Let's go ahead and you decide to break them. This is the consequences. So again, we got technical controls. And it's just not firewalls. We have antiviruses, we got routers, we got switches, we have SIMs, we have any type of tools, web browser proxies, any type of technical machine or software that we can install and put in place to watch our actions is technical. But the things that we can't protect is administrative. Okay. Any questions? Okay. Threat actors. Who will attack us? Anybody who anybody who wants to attack you will attack you, right? They still attacking each other over here. Okay. So hackers. Hackers could be anybody. They could be any kind of setup. They can set machines up to do this on a constant basis. Bots, that's what we like to call them. I don't know if you ever heard of a botnet or turning a machine into a bot. A lot of times we hear about bots being, if you're on social media, right? And you could tell a bot is someone who you've never seen before. All of a sudden they show up in your instant message or private messages, right? Saying, hey, whatever they're selling or want you to and be enticed by, that's what they're trying to get you to actually click on. And then in the back end, you may become a bot. And what I mean I mean your computer. So a lot of times we use bots to mine Bitcoin. Okay. And when I'm saying mining Bitcoin, like going into a mine, hitting it with a pick, right? Mining Bitcoin. And in order to do that, you need computers that are able to solve computer basically problems at a high rate, right? So basically, in order to do that, it's better to have a multitude of PCs to do this instead of one or two PCs. Okay. Now, in order to do that, if I can write some code to bring you on board and make your computer a bot, then that's fine. I would like to do that. How can I do that? I can send out a mass email and see who actually clicks on that. And then now you're a part of my botnet. Now you're actually mining Bitcoin for my personal gain. Okay. So that's part of hackers. That's not all what they do. They also participate in social engineering, which we'll go over later. But they also, 9 times out of 10, what we think a hacker is just someone sitting in the basement with the hoodie on, and they're just typing away and they breaking into any and everything. It's not that simple, and it's not exactly what the movies say it is. All right. Hackers could be me. It could be you. It could be the people who you least suspect. Could be anyone looking to get access to your network. Now that I look at this, who would attack us, and then see natural and God-made attacks, that kind of looks bad. But let me explain. Natural and God-made attacks, right? Remember, we're trying to protect against any type of disruption to our network or to our business operations. Sometimes we have tornadoes. Sometimes we have hurricanes, floods, any type of natural event, God-made event that we can't prevent from happening. We need, as security professionals, we need to be aware of it. And then we need to have a plan in place. That plan being an administrative control. Y'all see how I tie that in? That administrative control will say, hey, Columbia gets flooded every 7 years, right? So if they get flooded every 7 years, maybe we should have a backup center, a data center in Atlanta. And so if we get flooded out in year 7, then we can push the network over to Atlanta and we can continue to work seamlessly and not be affected. Can anybody tell me what natural disaster? Yeah, I can. I guess it's natural. What natural disaster that just happened to us in the last 5 years that totally controlled or changed the way we do life?
COVID.
COVID. COVID changed everything. I've never seen so many businesses scramble to try to get their business online, and they're still trying to get it online, right? Um, but these are and it's funny because at Ag First, one of my last month of working in the office, we were actually going over a scenario where we had a worldwide sickness that kind of wiped everybody out. And what we did in the training was we said, hey, this person, God forbid, passed. Who takes up this responsibility? Who's going to be able to monitor here, right? And we went through the whole scenario. And it seems like 3 months after that scenario of training, we had COVID break out and we had to implement those things. And we just went into, hey, everybody work from remote and we'll just try to implement working aspirations on a daily basis from there. Okay, so that's natural. That's things that's going to interrupt our day-to-day basis, our day-to-day work schedule. And we need, as security professionals, we need to have a plan for it, and we need to take it up to our leadership and let them understand, hey, this could happen. You might want to budget out for this type of you might want to budget out so we are prepared just in case it does happen. Okay, moving on to insider threats.
Mr. Mitchell, may I ask a question real quick?
Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned, you gave an example, and it might have been just an example. You mentioned how they have backup servers and stuff, like, for example, from Columbia to Atlanta or in Georgia. Does distance matter? Like, let's say, could someone put one, in a more further out state?
Good question. All right. So let's say you as the security professional will be the answer on that. If I'm a CEO, I'm going to say, you tell me, right? And then you will say, okay, well, if I said Atlanta, but we all get hit by hurricanes yearly, right? So if we get hit with Katrina category 5, then that might wipe out the backup center too. So you bring up a good point. So this is where the cloud comes into play, and we'll go over later, with the cloud and how it really changed everything, right? But the cloud allows us to be anywhere in the world and access our data anywhere in the world. So we can use a service like AWS. AWS is I think, the biggest cloud computing business out there. Then you have, oh Jesus, what's the other one? Microsoft OneDrive, and you have Google. Oh yeah, Google Cloud. Sorry, Google Cloud, AWS, and Microsoft. They probably going to be your big dogs when it comes to cloud computing. They're going to house all your data. Now, I say that to say this. AWS may have data centers in Virginia, somewhere in the Midwest. So let's say St. Louis, Chicago, out there in the far West, Idaho, Seattle. They have data centers in England, France, all over the world. Okay, so we can put our data center wherever we want to put it at. Here's the problem. not here's a problem, but and you would normally say, okay, well, let's just jump over to the data center that's in England. Well, England has a different policy set up and laws versus the United States. And so putting our data over there, you're under different type of jurisdiction. Okay, some countries don't let you encrypt your information, like places like China and North Korea and Russia. They don't like encryption. They don't like for their people to be able to hide information from the government. So you as an American, we can't put data center in Russia because they're going to want it all unencrypted, and then what's the point of that, right? So we have to be aware of those type of things. And I think in the first couple of chapters, they're asking you to, they will ask you to be aware of those type of policies that's in Europe and other countries. But good question. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, yeah. It'll
Okay.
depend on our cloud system and all that.
Yeah. So it would be, you know, you pick your poison, right? You could put it in Nebraska, but Nebraska get hits with a lot of tornadoes a lot of times. So maybe not Nebraska. Maybe you want 2 data centers. Maybe you want to do Nebraska and maybe upstate New York, right? Because if we want to protect against hurricanes, I know a hurricane is not getting out there to Nebraska, but more than likely it can't get up to upstate New York either. So maybe I'm safe that way. But it's also, do we have the budget for it? All this is going to take money to do, and running these cloud solutions is not cheap at all. So it's all about what you're willing to take management, see exactly what they're going to budget out for you, and then you can make those changes then, because maybe management might say, hey, I don't have money for that. Let's come up with a different way of coming up with some backups. And then
Okay.
now you have, directions to do something else.
Okay. Okay.
But good question. Any other questions? Insider threats and mistakes. And I want to lump these into the two together. Insider threats are probably going to be your people who are they're looking to be malicious against the company. Never know the motivation behind it. You never know. It may be they're asking for a raise, they didn't get it. So you know what? I'm gonna just post all the secret information. I'm taking the secret recipe and I'm putting it on Facebook. I don't care. I'm putting it out there. If I can't get the raise, then nobody ain't getting the raise. Insider threat. You have to put in both technical controls for that, and you need to put in administrative controls for that. All right. So we are the thing that makes an insider threat so dangerous is that they already have access to your network. We thought that they were trustworthy people, but you never know what would turn an employee against the company. And now, since they are turned against the company and they want to become malicious against the company and put in, let's say, a logic bomb, and you will learn what a logic bomb is, you have to have your technical control in place for those type of attacks. On the other hand, mistakes are just mistakes, right? If they don't really understand the importance of phishing emails and they click on a link in a phish email, it could be an honest mistake. It could be they're drowsy, it's been a long day. I see an email that comes in about gift certificate cards. I know my company gives out gift certificate cards. I click on it. Oh, snap. It's a phish attack, right? You have to, you weigh that out. Again, you want to put in your administrative controls to ward against those type of mistakes. Have them do training. And put in your technical controls on their PC, so we can actually confine those PCs whenever they are attacked. Okay, moving on to how do we gain threat intel? Threat intel is, understanding what attackers are doing, um, getting information, news about it, right? Because it happens every day, right? Remember the heat map. The heat map shows that we were already up to 300,000 attacks to date. Okay, so the place where I go and get my threat intel are pretty simple. I like this company here called Hack5. So they got a YouTube channel and I'm subscribed to it. So they will come out and they have kind of like these little short videos saying what kind of hacks is going on today, what to look out for, what's really hitting the news, right? Hack5 is wonderful. They also have a website. If they don't have it posted, oh yeah, okay. The Hack5 store, and they got a lot of tools that you can actually use on a day-to-day basis, right? Now, this is called penetration testing because we are learning cybersecurity. If you're not doing penetration testing, you are a hacker. You are subject to go to jail. Okay, I'm gonna say it again. Using these tools that I'm about to show you, if you're doing penetration testing, you probably signed a NDA, you signed some kind of contract with some company to use the tools. If you haven't signed anything, you are a hacker. If they find you, you don't know me, I didn't show you this, you going to jail. Okay. Now they have different tools that you can get, and you can plug in and you can see different types of information on the network, right? So this rubber ducky is going to be a key logger. And so what you do is you plug it into the back of a computer, you walk away. Now, whoever types in anything on that computer, it logs it down, it shoots it out to the internet. You log in on the other side of the console, you see exactly what they're putting in. Great way to get passwords, right? I wouldn't suggest you, mind you, that's $80 if you want to spend the $80 to get it and get some passwords. Hey, I wouldn't suggest it because we're not penetration testing here. But this is where you go and get stuff like this, okay? Now, all of these type of plug-in devices, this is where you go in, and I'm talking from a penetration testing. You're going into a company and you're just plugging these things in and you're leaving them there. And then whatever information that they want to, people plug into it unknowingly, this is just what you get, okay? So they also have things like Wi-Fi sniffers. I'll show you a free Wi-Fi sniffer, but you also have things like this. I'm pretty sure some of these have jamming capabilities to be able to cause disruption, taking away your Wi-Fi signal. But good place to actually see the type of tools that penetration testing use in the day-to-day field. Any questions about Hack5? I also go to another website when it comes to Intel called Bleeping Computer. And they pretty much stay up on, the day-to-day attacks or things that we need to actually be aware of in the cybersecurity space. I'm just a normal black, nothing special here. I'm not going to spend too much time on that because my favorite one is Twitter. All right. Twitter is social media is the number one place to get the absolute quickest update of anything going on. Right. We had an attack called Log4j that happened, I think, last Christmas. And I found out about it on Twitter before even before Hack5 and Bleeping Computer was able to actually write up a report about it. People were already tweeting about it. and they already kind of had a remediation for it. I'm not saying that you should get a Twitter account, but it's a good way of being up to date, closest to, I would say up to the minute type of updates. Is probably going to be following some of your favorite people in the security field on Twitter. Any questions?
So you're saying that a lot of information is put on Twitter regarding hacks, breaches, and that kind of information, but following certain people, or just like in trending information?
You can find it in trending information, but if you want to follow, let's say, Hack 5 in Twitter, if you wanted to follow them on Twitter, they're probably going to post it on Twitter before they actually make a video for it.
Gotcha.
So if you got them in your follows, and then it'll probably show up on your post feed as soon as they post it up. Sometimes it 8 seconds out, a minute out, and then now you have a head start. Now you can get your team together and say, hey, I just seen that from a reputable source. Maybe check another source to make sure that it's real. And do we have more likely you already got a security control in place? But for a place for a thing like Log4j, which was calling on a database, we didn't have anything in place for that type of attack. So we had to scramble real quick during the Christmas break in order to make sure that we were protected.
Will there be a resource provided for suggested follows for social media?
Yeah, I'll give you who I follow. I could put that in the classroom as well.
Great, thank you.
How y'all feeling? Y'all feeling okay?
I have a question. I just want to make sure I'm on the same page. Can you explain what a penetration testing is? I want to make sure I'm
penetration testing. So not sometimes, annually, you want a business to conduct a penetration test. Penetration test means I'm going to hire a good hacker. No, that's a bad word for it. A good intentions hacker to test my technical and administrative controls. They're going to test it. They're not going to bring us down as far as they're going to hack us, but they're not going to stop us from actually doing business that day. That's why I said if you're going to buy stuff from Hack 5 and use it, you need to have a contract with that business in order to use that type of tool on it, because they're trying to make sure that if you're looking at your home security system, you're having somebody come through and test the windows, test the doors, making sure that there's no entryway. The only thing we're doing in the cybersecurity realm is we're testing that with those type of tools that I showed you on Hack 5. I'm even gonna go so far to test the employees. I'm gonna do some social engineering attacks. I'm gonna see if you let me into the building. I'm gonna see if I can get onto your network once I'm in the building. Once I'm on the network, can I hack into your account, your particular account? And then if I'm able to do these things, I'm kind of checking it off in on a survey sheet. And then once I'm done, I give it to the security manager and say, hey, you need to address these issues that I found. Now, once I fix those issues, next year they'll come back, they'll try those same things that they told us to fix. We should have fixed them or put some type of control in. And then they'll try some new things and they'll say, hey, this is what's hot in the streets right now. You need to have a control in for that. So that's penetration testing. It's a whole, going back to security roles, it's a whole nother role, right? It doesn't have to do with the CISO or engineer. This is a whole path that you can take. If you're really into seeing how you're really technical and you want to see how those things work and you like breaking things, penetration testing might be the field for you. It pays just as much. It's in just as much as demand, if not more demand. I would say it's better to start a business with a penetration testing skill set than it is with having engineering skill sets. Did I answer the question, or did I run on too long?
Oh, you're fine. I got it. Thank you.
Okay, so that's penetration testing. All right, and actually that's a good segue. Performance security assessments is exactly. I'm sorry, Tawana.
So will we be learning? Okay, I know we kind of went over the syllabus and everything, but I understand the purpose of cybersecurity, basically to thwart any threats and then provide systems to kind of combat that, keep monitoring and all that kind of thing. Are we going to get into what happens once a threat, like something's breached, and then how we fix it and tracing how the information was used that was stolen? Does that make sense?
No. The reason why is this is entry level.
Okay.
So that's more into the field of incident response.
Gotcha.
And while you will learn about what incident response is, as you'll see as my lectures goes on, I'm kind of keeping a 10,000 foot view. Like I'm showing you this is over here, this is over here, but I'm never going in and digging deep into it and showing you. I may dig deep in a little bit of things, but I'm not going to show you how to break down malware and see exactly where it came from, and then what do we do to remediate it later on. I may show you a tool that does that for you, but Security Plus doesn't. It won't go into that realm. That's outside of the scope.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And not a bad question. It's just I think a lot of people, when taking cybersecurity, Security Plus, think that that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do firewall rules and go into the SIM and see the traffic. I may show you those things. I may even give you a opportunity to perform those tasks, and which I will, because I do want you with some experience, right? But I'm not going to make it to where if you get hired tomorrow, you're going to feel like, oh, I got it. I know exactly what to do. You're not going to know what to do after this course like that. You're going to have to, after this course, you're going to get hired on and someone will tell you what you need to do. But they don't want you at a point where they need to explain to you what penetration testing is. That makes sense?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay. So going back to penetration testing and then security assessments, it's a good way of showing what flaws do my computer or my business has, right? Is it easy for me to gain access to the first floor, to the HR department? Is it easy for me to just log into a computer? These are performing these type of assessments, and then how are we going to actually remediate those type of things? Performing a security assessment is probably going to be done by a security professional, but you also in a conjunction with a pen tester, which is short for penetration. A pen tester is also going to help you out with that assessment. Okay. We use vulnerability management tools. So to Tawana's point, I know it was kind of maybe disheartening for some people to be like, hey, I'm not going to learn too much technical stuff, but I got an idea that if I can get this training out from Qualys, maybe we can have a little bit more hands-on experience, and we can actually use this for leverage when it comes to having that real world experience. So to bring back to what is Qualys, what is Rapid7? These are vulnerability management tools, and these are big time players in the cybersecurity realm. What they do is they actually crawl the network. And when I say crawl, meaning that we have a endpoint on our PC, and they look through all of the deficiencies that we have. And now after finish crawling the network, they give you a printout, and you as a security professional, you will hand that to your IT department and say, hey, these are the security holes that you have. You need to fix these holes as soon as possible to bring our risk score down. Okay. So quick question to the group. Who in here understands the importance of updating their PC and their phones? Okay. So this is more than likely these vulnerability management tools is going to tell people to actually run patches. Patches is running the updates, right? And these updates are actually just security updates, and they actually protect us from attacks, right? So let me show you something. I'm gonna go to start menu. If you got a Windows computer, please do this, as well as if you're not familiar with running updates. You're gonna type in updates, and then it may come up with uninstall updates or Windows update settings. So what we want to do is go into the settings, and then we want to check for updates. What I'm going to show you is the update history. And all of these different types of patches, I'm going to refer to these as patches, right? But all of these patches needed to go in because these are potential vulnerabilities. Okay. Now, some of them are updating my antivirus, but things such as an update preview for the framework 3.5 is probably going to be a security patch for the previous version that was a vulnerability vector or a way into your computer that you didn't know anything about. Okay. So the importance of running your updates is to have your computer be more secure. So if you know of a computer in your house that hasn't had an update in a long time, it's vulnerable to be hacked. Okay. And hackers, regardless of their skill level, they look for different types of computers that don't have the patches involved, and they can have, maybe they can practice on that before they go for a bigger fish down the line. Same thing goes for your phones. If you see the update on your phone and you don't apply the update, then there's a chance that you may be compromised later on, right? Because your computer, your phone is just a computer. It's just in a handheld format. All right. I know some Galaxies out there, Samsung Galaxies, that you can plug up up to a monitor, and it shows the actual interface like a computer. And so there's no need to have an actual laptop in that case, if that's the case. So if the same code that I can run on your computer to hack your computer and see the information there, I can do the same thing on your phone and get more. I think more personal information is probably on our phones than it is on our PCs. So make sure you run your updates, okay? And that was a great segue. I covered that as well. I'm coming down to the home stretch. Y'all bear with me now. All right. Social engineering and malware attacks. Let's go with the malware attacks first. So in this, your first couple of chapters, you're going to learn what these different types of attacks are. You're probably going to have to know the description of these, right? So we talked about botnets, right? Adware, we're talking about things that's popping up that's selling you something. It's not actually causing you any kind of harm. It's kind of an annoyance, right? They just, hey, there's a sale going on at Belk's, and you don't have no browser open. It's just popped up. That's probably an adware on your PC, and you might want to uninstall it. Spyware steals your data. Sitting in the background, you really don't know it's there. So let me jump into that real quick. I'm gonna pull up my task manager. If you guys don't know how to pull up a task manager, what I just did was I went down to my toolbar, I right click, and then I hit task manager. That's going to bring up a task manager. This is going to show you everything that's running in the background on your PC. Okay. Anything and everything that's running in the background on a PC. This is what I like to show. Cortana, right? I hate Cortana. Cortana is kind of like Siri or Watson. They listen for you to say their name, and then they come up and say, hey, what do you want me to look up? But if that's the case, then it's always in a listening mode. Okay. So if you're compromised, then why not compromise that application to listen to your conversation? Okay. If we don't have our updates ran, then that might leave those applications like that open to vulnerabilities. And now I can take advantage of that and listen to your conversations without you knowing about it. Okay. So I hate stuff like that. That's why you see that pause. I try to disable Cortana as much as possible on all my PCs. But Windows wants you to have Cortana, man. And it's kind of almost a violation of privacy, but you brought the product. So I guess that's how they're looking at it. But anyway, these are all the applications that are running on the background. So if we're talking about spyware, more likely your spyware applications are probably going to be running here too. Okay. And you can see how many things I have running in the background. Spyware will probably be somewhere around here, somewhere where I'm not going to take the time to go and look for it. Okay. But that's an easy way for hackers to get onto your PC and just kind of chill out and wait until you type something that they want to see. Say something that they want to hear. Things of that nature. So this is what your task manager, going back to what Tawana asked, if we were to be attacked, I'm probably going to use applications like this to actually see what's talking, what's actually sending information out, and what's coming in. So a lot of times when we're sending out a lot of information, when you're being actively attacked, the memory is going to be kind of maxed out to 100%. Your CPU is going to be up there above 80%. Your computer is going to probably kick on that fan and it's going to run hot. It's going to give you the signs that I'm doing a lot of work, right? This is where you look at, you come up here, come all the way up to the top. Jesus. Come up to the top, and then we're going to sort our highest used application up to the top. So I turn that little carrot upside down in order to show me who's using the most memory. And for me, it's Google Chrome because I have my Zoom session going, and that takes up a lot of memory, right? But I can also drill down into see how many sessions of Google Chrome I have open. Now I want you to ask yourself something. Y'all ain't seen that many Google. Do you see that many Chrome sessions open for me? I don't have that many windows open, right? But that's how much Google Chrome is actually communicating behind the scenes. Okay. So just kind of, giving you a little bit of insight on that. That was good stuff. Ransomware. Ransomware is a lot of companies are scared of this type of stuff because this is where, they lock down your computer and they ask for money. They ask for Bitcoin. We just had the example I always give is up here in Charlotte. The school district was attacked with ransomware and they had to pay a total of $24,000 to get back these students' information. And they had to pay in Bitcoin. The problem with ransomware or being attack with ransomware is that you don't really know if you got the ransomware virus off that computer until you wipe it. You have to wipe the PC in order to know that the person is gone. Okay. So once you, all right, I'm gonna jump right into it. Ransomware, you click on a piece of malware, it locks up the whole computer. What it does is it say, hey, pay me so much money, so much amount of money, and I'll give you the encryption key, which you'll learn about next month. I'll give you an encryption key to unlock the actual ransomware. You will pay that ransom, or you won't get your data back, right? You won't be able to do nothing. You can't do anything but wipe the computer. So a lot of times, if you don't have a backup system, if you don't have your files in Atlanta somewhere, then you have to pay that back, especially if you got that recipe up there, right? And if we want that data back, we're going to pay that $24,000. You pay the ransom, and then now the hacker will say, hey, here's the key. The problem with that is that the hacker can still be in the application in the background. So while you get your data back, he can wait maybe 2 or 3 months and then reactivate the ransomware and say, hey, I want another 24,000. So on and so forth. So in order to beat ransomware, it's nothing like backups. You got to have backups. Never, ever pay the ransomware. Worms and Trojans, I'll let you guys read up on worms and Trojans. But more likely, we're not going to see worms in real life unless stuff just get really bad. But Trojans, you're probably going to run across those a couple of times in your cybersecurity career. Now, phishing campaigns. I have been pwned, right? Pwned means it's a cybersecurity term for being owned or being hacked by someone. So let's go to this website. And what it does is that it looks at so many companies that have already say our company, Yahoo, have been compromised, and so many emails were leaked out to the dark web, right? And what this site does is that it looks in a database to see if your email is actually compromised. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna show you guys. I'm gonna type in Lee Mitchell at mitchelltechnologies.org. This is my business website email. Let's see if I've been compromised. Good news, I haven't been hacked, or not hacked, right? So there's this website is not going to show you that if someone has actually been in your email. It's going to show you if you were part of a breach. If someone got your email and maybe they're sending you unsolicited emails, right? So let's go with Lee Mitchell 15 at Yahoo. Now, I had this email since 2002. I know it's compromised. There's no way that is not compromised. Oh no, my email has been part of some type of breach, if not multiple breaches when it comes to Yahoo. Okay. So that just goes to show you, you know, the type of information that we put in our emails, but also it shows you that once you're putting that information in someone else's database, such as Yahoo, they may be subject to be breached, and now your data is at risk of being looked at by someone else. Okay. So if y'all get a chance, you know, just go in there and see if your email has been compromised. More than likely, I would say nah, I hope not, but you never know. This is where I work at now. Good news, I'm good. I'm good on Sunoco, which would be a problem if it was part of a breach, because more than likely, once a company is part of a breach, they have to come out with a legal document, not a legal document, but some kind of formal statement saying that we have been breached. This type of information was leaked out. And if you have an account, you might want to change that password. Okay. Now, this goes into phishing. when it comes to social engineering, because that's what social engineers want to do. They want to actually get you to click on a button or some type of link in order to affect your system or that platform that you're using. So I wanted to show you, and this is my last two slides. I wanted to show you some phishing emails that I got, so you guys could be, you'll know what to look for when it comes to phishing emails. So this is in my Yahoo account, right? That terrible Yahoo account that I got, and I got both of these examples from my spam account. If you ever want to see a phishing campaign directed for you, go take a look at your spam account. More than likely, somebody's trying to social engineer you with the fish there. Now, do not click on anything in your spam account. You can open the email. Do not click links in that spam account, okay? It will behoove you not to click links, because even if you click the link, there could be some type of software that this installs in the back end that you don't see, okay? So don't do that. I took a screenshot of these. So anyway, what I want you to see is on a phishing email, you can see that they saying, hey, thank you for shopping with us. This is how much we charge your card. The first thing that I want to look at is that I know good and doggone well I didn't spend $900 and not know about it, right? So that's one flag, one red flag off the rip, okay? My second one is to look for who sent me this email. And the email, 9 times out of 10, phishing campaigns is not going to come from a legitimate source. It's going to come from it's going to have a funky little email to it, right? It's going to be gibberish, or it's not going to line up with the company that they're with. Whenever you have a company email, more than likely that company has bought up every domain that has to do with their emails, right? So if it came from the HR department, it's a hr@yahoo.com or sales@macys.com. It won't have this type of verbiage here, okay? So that's another red flag. Another red flag is just kind of knowing if you knew you made a purchase or not, which could also be some type of it could trip you up a little bit too, because maybe if they hit right, they might send it from Amazon, and we all shop on Amazon, and it might kind of make you say, hey, maybe I did do something like that. Let me click on it and see. But you have to, I would say your 9 times out of 10, your best bet is to look at who sent it and to call in if you have a problem. If it's so good to where you think it may be a problem, call the help desk for that particular company, and then they should be able to see who sent you an email if they sent you one. Another thing is to see grammar errors. So if you see here where it says your order is on, comma, and is no longer to be changed, that space between on and comma and then another space after that kind of is a dead giveaway too. A lot of, and this kind of goes into stereotyping a little bit, but a lot of phishing campaigns come from overseas, and their English is a second nature. A second language. So it's not as buttoned down and clean as it should be. So you want to look for those type of points as well. That's the first phishing email. This is the second one. Well, one more thing. They always want you to click on something, right? They're always going to put a link there for you to actually see. If you need a return or a shipment management or other orders, please visit it here. This is where the malware is going to probably sit at, right? If we click on this, or if our employee clicks on this, this is where we need to actually stay away from. So this is when I say, hey, don't click on anything, this is what I mean. Last slide. All right, so this is the last email here. This is trying to get me to look at my Netflix account. The problem is that I don't have a Netflix account. They got I would normally use my Mitchell 15 as a logon, but I don't have a Netflix account. I actually use this someone else Netflix account. So I know this is it's a phishing campaign. But also I look up here, you see the person that it came from is not right. Um, you can get it now. The only problem with this phishing email is that they forgot to put the link in here. So whenever I hovered over it, I didn't get my little pointer in order to click it and select it. So they're kind of trying this out. They sent me several emails like this, and you just gotta be mindful of phishing campaigns because they can be very good. If I get a chance to see a nice one, I will take a clip of it and make sure I put it in the Google Classroom for you guys to see. Okay, that's all I have for today. Is there any questions?
I have a question.
Yes,
So
sir.
everything just about what you said, you just got finished explaining in your spam folder about email is mostly where the phishing is going to occur, or can it occur in some of the other parts of our email?
It can come in, well, trust me, it will get to your inbox. One eventually will get to your inbox, and you're going to see good ones. I was just saying, if you wanted to see one pretty much today addressed to you, look in your spam box. You probably will see one now, right? But every now and again, it'll be so good to where it gets past that filter because your spam box is a filter, right? It's kind of like that firewall that's looking at all the email that's coming in and it's saying, really doesn't need to see this. I'm gonna put it in spam. Or no, this is legitimate. I'm gonna put it in his inbox. Some of these phishing campaigns can be down to the T and it'll fool you and it'll make it into your inbox. So it got past the filter. Now they're hoping that they have chosen the right service that you use and they get you to click on that link. And the party starts after that is if they're going to send you to a website or are they going to try to sell you something? Are they going to try to install something in the back end? Any other questions?
Okay.
Dr. McBride?
Okay. Wow. Very interesting session. Did you enjoy your session? Wasn't it beautiful? Wonderful? Lots of information. Okay. And I just love the way he looked at the practical side of it, you know. So hopefully you've gained some additional knowledge today that you will take with you and that you will continue to, expand upon. So with that being said, Ms. Mitchell is going to drop this presentation. I believe it may already be there in our classroom. And so we get to go and review it. Well, the
And like I said earlier, we're going to go over the final exam, getting ready for next week. So the final exam is going to be on the December 5th, but I think I'm going to leave it open until December 8th. Yeah, I think I'll close it by December 8th so I can make sure I get all my grades in by the 9th. Okay. So just keep that in mind. If you feel like you go ahead and knock it out on the 5th or whenever after that, please do so. It's going to be 20 questions that covered chapters 10 through 14, but I'm going to have, I think, 10 extra credit questions. Now, these extra credit questions are going to review things that we went over the whole semester and it won't count against you if you get them wrong. Okay, it'll only help out if you get them right. So, um, you know, go ahead, and I want you guys to study for the 10 through 14 chapters. But with those 10 extra questions, just know that you can have extra points to raise that score a little bit higher. So I'm not going to cover the extra credit points just because we already reviewed it, and hopefully you retained it. Or if not, you know where to look for actually going and finding that information. Okay. So let's go ahead, and what I'm going to do today is I'm just going to go over the bullet points of what's going to be covered on the exam on those 20 questions that we need to go ahead and wrap up this semester. So the first thing I'm going to talk about is we talked about objective, the object, the subject, and then the operation. In the IT world, when we're setting up accounts, we can have a object, which could be a person, a printer, a name, and we can have a subject, some type of um, actual device name, and then we have an operation, something that we want to actually have that device do. Okay, so that username wants to actually, yeah, that user, which is the object, wants to, it has a username, and it wants to go to a subject, which is let's say a printer on the network. But the operation that they want to actually perform on that printer is to actually print or scan some information. So that's where we cover those things, and they have these different titles. So when we have a big business, then we can actually put everybody in the same group. We can have these different groups to segment them out, and not just have everything lumped up in one particular group. And then it's kind of hard to actually manage what different um, person has different permissions for what device. Okay. Moving on to single sign-on, I want you guys to remember, when it comes to single sign-on, we're signing on to one particular site, and it's going to give us permissions to any federated site that it's affiliated with. So the example that I gave in class was that you log into Google and you go and get your Google Mail, but Google is actually affiliated with YouTube, and so you're automatically logged into YouTube. Another example I gave is um, you log into Facebook, which automatically logs you into Instagram. I think is the affiliated site now that is under new management. Okay, so single sign on, I'm signing on to one site, but it's going to be able to sign me into other sites. Now, this is secure in a certain sense of, you know, when you log into your PC and you log into your favorite sites, your cookies are stored on that PC, and now you don't really have to log into Google every day to go to YouTube. It pretty much holds that those what they call a cache, or the cookies holds the actual login information for each site that you go to. Where you want to be wary at is that if someone else is using your laptop or your phone, and they automatically get access to your accounts just because you're not actually signed out of those accounts. So single sign-on has a great opportunity to actually, uh, log you into multiple accounts. But as we go through our day-to-day activities, it's easy for us to let someone use our laptops, and then now they have access to our Twitter account or our Facebook account, just because we have already taken advantage of that sign-on feature. Okay. Moving on to behavioral biometrics. Remember, this is kind of taking things away from the fingerprint and your eye scanning, but this is going to be the keystrokes or voice recognition. So when I say keystrokes, remember, when we talk about keyloggers, we're talking about keyloggers actually learning how you type, how fast you type. If you make a lot of mistakes and you hit the back button or the delete button, these are behavior biometrics that let them know who you are. Okay. Um, Also going into things like calling out to your phone, "Hey Siri," or calling out to "Hey Google," and those things actually, turning on and actually recognizing your voice. These are behavioral types of examples when it comes to biometrics. Fingerprint scanning. So this is a more static um, item when it comes to biometrics. This is just taking a fingerprint scan of your finger and just being able to access the sites that you want to see. And when I say sites, I mean more like you see them more on phones, and I think you see fingerprint scanning on laptops. So when I say logging into your sites, it's just kind of, you putting your finger on your laptop and it automatically logs you in, which automatically gives you access to anything on that computer. Okay. Smart card technology. Now these three bullets, I'm pretty much just going over all of the login ways we can actually go into different devices. But smart cards also let you into different buildings, right? So smart cards can have a different types of login features where they can log you into a PC if you have a card reader. But then if you want to go into a particular building, a government building, let's say, you have that smart card that you can actually scan the building. Um, the kind of card reader that they have maybe mounted on the front door, and you're able to walk into that building just because of the little chip that you see with implanted onto the card. Now, this also goes for your banking cards, your credit cards. They actually, that chip that you see on that card holds a kind of a basic profile of that user or that person that has a bank account at that particular bank. And whenever you perform the NFC, the near field communication method of just kind of like tapping to pay, or you're sliding and inserting that card into a card reader to pay for your food or whatnot, it's actually loading your profile, saying that you are who you are. Now they want you to actually validate who you are by putting in a pin. Or if you want to go and get gas with it, they'll ask you to say, "Hey, maybe we don't need your pin if you want to put the zip code that is associated with this card." It's another way to actually validate who you are. So always remember, when it comes to that smart card thing, uh, you have something, the user has something, right? But then you also need to pair that with what the user knows, and more than likely that will be a PIN number that goes along with that smart card. Hardware and software tokens. So we went over this when it came to um, Microsoft Authenticator, and hardware tokens are ways that we can actually validate uh, if a user is actually that user because we issued them a hardware token. Not shopping. I don't want to buy one, but it shows the picture. So these software tokens are, well, this is an example of a hardware token. This RSA secure ID. But when it comes to the software just means that it doesn't have a physical keychain or some type of something that you can actually hold. It's downloaded onto your phone. So whenever you see software, just know that we're talking about maybe a mobile app. And when we're talking about a hardware token, we're probably going to be referring to this RSA token here that you see changes the number every 60 seconds in order for our users to further validate that they are who they are. So just like the smart card, where we have something, the user has something in their possession, but they also need to know something else. So in this case, let's say I have you log in with your username and password. That's something you know, but then I want to actually have that multi-factor um, piece put in there by having you pull out the token and then putting in that 6-digit code that's going to change every 60 seconds. So it's I can further validate who you are just because I only issued you that token code or that hardware token. Okay. So We got, all right. So that's hardware and software tokens. Brute force attacks and dictionary attacks. So I'll tackle these in one go. So brute force attacks are where we're gonna hack a password, right? Um, and where a hacker will not have a understanding or know where to start, they may want to brute force their way into the password, and that's how a lot of passwords are actually broken, just because we have weak passwords, right? So if you guys remember when I was talking about passwords, the longer the password, the more complex the password is, the more time that it takes to actually brute force the actual a password. So brute force means I'm going to use every possible combination of letters, numbers, and common special characters that I can in order to crack that password. So as you can imagine, the longer the password, the more complex the password is, then the combinations that it would take to actually get to that actual password could take years, years and years. Um, they're talking about it being shorter with quantum computing, but we haven't got to that technology yet. But you're talking about millions of years for really complex passwords, and that complex password is going to probably be around 8 to 14 characters with numbers and letters as well as special characters. Now, um, going into dictionary attacks applies the same method as a brute force, but they're using a all the words in a particular dictionary to see if your password will then match up to a particular word. Because a lot of us, we would, I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen. Well, share this notepad. And let's say we'll say love 1 2 3 4 and then bang bang exclamation point exclamation point exclamation point. And a lot of us will have this as a password because yes, it does have a combination of letters, numbers, and special characters. But by me having a dictionary attack, um, the password cracker that I could use and the software that they'll probably use is something called Cain and Abel or Jack the Ripper. Um, these are normally found on your Kali Linux platforms. We didn't dive into Kali Linux at all, but it's a piece of software that hackers and penetration testers commonly use in order to manipulate passwords, wireless networks, whatever you want to do from a remote standpoint. Kali Linux could probably go and get you into some good information and get you in some good trouble too. So be careful with that. But going back to the dictionary attacks, Kali Linux could use a dictionary attack to say, hey, let's go through all the words in the English dictionary. And once it lands on the word love, then now it would actually say, hey, I have a match for love, but now I need to actually get a match for the actual numbers. And then it goes through the numbers, right? So if you only have 4 digits of numbers, you can imagine that it won't take that long in order to actually come up with 1 2 3 4. And then now you only have a set number of special characters. And so it wouldn't be that long before it actually figure out this whole password. Okay. So that's where the complexity comes in. And that's where I'm telling you guys to take your vowels and remove them and put numbers in their places. So that love, that zero turns into that O turns into a zero, that E turns into a three. Okay. And now we can make our password just more complex just by changing those 2 characters. Okay. So that's dictionary attacks, taking words out of that dictionary and then applying them in a brute force setting. Give me 1 second here. just taking attendance real quick. Give me 1 second. All right. Moving on. So we got UAC. So that's user access control. And this is where we're talking about actually giving people access to folders on our network, documents on our network. We want to make sure that as security professionals, we have a good understanding of what a user needs to have access to, and then we actually give them only enough access for them to do their job. So no one should ever have full access to all documents on a network. Okay, it's got to be some level of security there to where um, the guy in the mailroom should not be able to see the financial reports from last month. Okay, and it's easier to let everyone have the same access, but when it comes down to legal uh, terms, then you're going to find yourself in hot water because everyone has the chance to actually change that document, delete that document. So you want to make sure that only the uh, proper people can actually see proper documents on your network. Okay. Time of day. So this kind of goes into what I was just saying when it came to user access control, is that maybe we don't want our users to use their access or their account at 3 o'clock in the morning, at 4 o'clock in the morning. Maybe we don't want them at 10 o'clock at night, just kind of logging in and then doing late work. We may need to put in policies in order to solidify that. But in order to stop, hackers from maybe working, excuse me for a second. Trying to get over a cold. I'm sorry, my nose is crazy right now. Okay. Maybe we don't want hackers working at the middle of the night, transferring files back and forth, and it's 4 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning. Maybe we can put a cutoff time to where we disable your account based off the time of day that you're located in. Now, for the job that I work for, we're working with people around the globe, so it's kind of hard to actually implement that, only because it's a lot of management to where you need to find out each user and then where they're located at in the globe. And now you want to base their time limit based off of the time zone that they're in. So for me, I will be from 8 o'clock. Well, let's say I work from 8 to 5, but let's say if I want to give you an hour before and an hour after work, so 7 to 6 o'clock, you're able to log in, do work, do whatever you need to do. But once it's 8 o'clock p.m., you shouldn't log on to the network. You shouldn't be able to transfer files, shouldn't be able to print to printers. We're going to take that access away from you. That way, if we do see some activity from your account at 2 o'clock in the morning and we have that set in place, then we have a good indication that your account has been compromised, and now there's someone transferring files with malicious intent. Okay, so that's why we want to put time of day type of restrictions on an account. Disabling accounts. So when we're having onboarding and offboarding processes, and when I say onboarding, we're bringing new employees in. If we're talking about a school, we're bringing new students in. Um, we want to give them accounts, right? But then if someone leaves abruptly, let's say if someone drops out of school or someone quits a job, then we want to actually disable their account. We don't want to delete their account. We want to just disable it. And the reason why we want to disable an account is because maybe we want to use their account later on for investigation. Maybe they have some important documents that only their account has access to. Okay, so if we just up and delete their account, then we lose access to that data for years to come. Okay, and maybe we needed some critical things from that person. Okay, so we want to just disable that account and there's a certain time limit on when you want to actually delete that account. Um, 9 times out of 10, I would say best practice is 7 years after the fact. Um, but in some cases, maybe if this person's really important to the business and handle some very important information, we might not want to ever delete that account. Okay, but we do want to leave it in a disabled state, because leaving things in a disabled state, um, if it gets re-enabled, we can ask questions of who and re-enable it, why, what was their concerns with it. Um, but if we never disabled it and that person is already gone from the company or the school, then it's easy for that account to be compromised and then used maliciously. Okay, because they're never set up to change their password again because they're gone, right? So their password could be easily brute forced, and then now they can actually be in the company and do malicious acts if we didn't go about disabling that account. So job rotations helps us um, actually root out any type of collusion that may happen, people working together, and actually, they're working together to actually do malicious intent in the company, in the business. Uh, the best example that I could give is with a bank. If I'm if I can take checks and I can cash checks, but I can't cash my own check, and I need my manager to actually cash that check that I wrote, um, then let's say if me and John, we have a relationship at the bank to where he knows, hey, I'm gonna write a crazy check. You cash it, you give me the permission to cash it. I'll give you 10% or whatever crazy I write. Well, a mandatory job rotation could take John out of that spot. And now if we're, let's say we've been doing that uh every 31st of the month, every last day of the month, then now it automatically stops. It raises flags to that chief financial officer on why has that operation actually stopped, when we've been cashing 10,000 checks, $10,000 worth of checks every month. And then now all of a sudden, when John gets promoted or he gets moved to a different department, all of a sudden now it stops. So now we can actually uh, expose that type of collusion, because two workers have a friendship and they have an understanding of working with each other to actually commit a crime. Okay, so job rotation helps in that, as well as mandatory vacation. So I'm jumping down one bullet here. Mandatory vacations also helps with that, right? Um, if I tell you to, you know, if we have something working out and it's, hey, this is our little thing, is no one knows about it. We're doing this off the cuff, and no one is aware that we are actually shorting the cash registers, so to say. Then all of a sudden, if you have to go mandatory for 2 weeks, and I need you to, in order to have our shorting of the cash register to actually work, if I need you to run a block for me and you're not there anymore, and now all of a sudden for those 2 weeks, I'm actually doubling my money because there's no one there to take it. It actually just, it pops up like a sore thumb, to where, oh, okay, something's going on when these two people are here, and they're working the same nights, the same shifts. Something's weird going on there, so let's investigate. So that's a good way of having those two policies implemented in a business. You always want to, make sure, and it's good on a career path to actually have job rotations. You want to move people up. You want to make sure that they get more experience, and it's a good way of um, eliminating any type of failure point. If Kareem is the only one that knows how to work the servers, but then he goes on that mandatory vacation. Now it creates a problem for the business because now no one knows how to work the servers. So if we can have someone train with Kareem and then be able to send him on a mandatory vacation and we job rotate someone else into his spot, then we're able to keep the business running. We created another, we eliminated or we mitigated a denial of service on ourselves. But then we wanted to see if, hey, maybe Kareem is doing something wild with the server. So let's see if it's actually something there. Okay, so that's why we want to implement those two things. Now, let me jump into implicit deny. And implicit deny means we're not going to trust anything coming into our firewall. Everything is denied unless we actually need it to actually function as a business. And 9 times out of 10, this is more secure way to actually run your firewall. You want to block everything and things that you need for it to get in. Then you want to take a initiative to actually make firewall rules to allow those things in. Okay. So, but we trust nothing first. And then we let things in and say, hey, we need to actually have email. We need to go to ESPN.com in order to play fantasy football. So we put those rules in order to allow those things. But anything advertisement wise, packet wise, it'll get blocked at that firewall. And so that's that implicit deny. Or another way of looking at implicit is kind of like first deny, just kind of like hey, I trust nothing in the beginning, and then throughout the work day we'll figure out what we want to put in to actually allow. Okay, going into MAC, mandatory access control. So MAC, kind of, I should have put it up here with the UAC, but MAC is a way of saying, hey, I created a document and I need Archie to have a actual, I need Archie to actually see this document and make changes to that document. And he's the only one that can do that. So, well, I'm sorry, that's discretionary. MAC is more for military terms or government um, mandatory type of access control. So it's no wiggle room. There's no discretionary. There's no, hey, I think this person should have access. It's either you do or you don't. So a lot of times you'll think about it in the terms of the government. Either you have a secret clearance or you do not. You have a top secret clearance or you do not. So if I have a secret clearance and I'm friends with someone who has a top secret clearance, I can't see the same documents that they see just because we're friends. Or if I'm working with them and they think I should see that. In order for me to have access to that document, I need to go through a vigorous background check in order to get a top secret clearance. And then now I'm giving access to that document. The thing about mandatory or MAC, mandatory access control, is that anyone with a top secret clearance can read anything from a lower standpoint. So top secret could read secret, and then of course they'll read unclassified. But people with secret and unclassified clearances, they cannot see anything above them. So unclassified can't see secret, and then secret cannot see top secret. Okay, so just keep those things in mind. MAC is going to be a government type of access control, and then it's either you do or you don't. Okay, discretionary is where it's more lenient. Hey, I think Kareem should be able to see this document. Let me go ahead and assign him some access in order to do so. I think um, I think that this person should be able to read it and delete it if they want to. That's more of a discretionary, and it kind of goes into you giving that person more leeway to actually create documents and folders and put people into that group and in order to give them permission to do their job. The things from a IT standpoint is that it's harder to um, gain a good understanding of who has access to what, because you're kind of giving that power to other people who could change on a day-to-day basis, right? The person who has the power to actually grant you permission could be gone tomorrow. And now we don't really know who's granting that information or that permission. And so now it really kind of turns into, hey, everyone gets permissions to actually go to a particular folder and delete and edit as much as you want. And that's what we don't want, okay? All right, last slide here. Let's go into good passwords. I already talked about good passwords when we were talking about the dictionary and brute force attacks. But remember how we came up with good passwords? We're talking about 8 to 14 characters. And then we're talking about numbers. So that's 1 through 10, or however many you want. But you're pretty much using, 0 through 9. We're using those type of digits. And then we're talking about special characters. So these are your special characters. They're pretty much, if you're looking at a keyboard, if you hit this shift key and just go 1 through 0, you're gonna probably look at all the special characters that I use, but you have plenty more too, where you have your backspaces, your forward slashes, your brackets, things like that, to where if we can put them into a password and make them more complex, more likely we stand a chance of not being brute forced or dictionary attacked on our passwords. Hot and cold owls. So let me pull up this picture of this. Hot and cold owls is where we're talking about server rooms, data centers. And remember that when we have a data center that is really loaded with hundreds, if not thousands, of different servers, and they're in these racks like this, one owl would need to be hot, and then one owl would need to be cold. And what I mean by hot is that the front of these servers are probably going to dissipate a lot of heat, and then the back of the servers where they have a fan at needs to actually take in the cool air from the air conditioner. So in order to keep these things from running hot, because if we didn't have any type of airflow, these servers are overheat, and then now you created your own DDoS attack because you haven't put in the proper air conditioner, the air conditioner environment for them to actually breathe and take in a lot of work. So if you ever notice, the more you're on your laptop, and this is just for your laptop, right? The more you're on your laptop, the hotter it gets. That processor gets hot. And if you have a robust computer, you have one with maybe 1 or 2 fans on it. And then you're kind of, even if you're doing some intense work, and what I mean by intense work, you're streaming video, or if we're doing a Zoom call like this now, you may hear that fan kick in order to cool down that processor. So the same thing that happens in servers, right? In the server room, these server rooms are huge, right? These are kind of like, I'm just showing pictures of one line of computers. I wish I can show like an overview. It could be a whole warehouse full of servers, and that could heat up the actual building tremendously. So this is a good illustration right here. We want the back of the servers to actually receive that cool air to keep them cool and to keep them working. We want them to dissipate the hot air. Actually, I'm wrong. I'm sorry. We want the back of them to be dissipating the hot air. That's where our fans are at. Okay. So please forgive me on that. The fans are in the back of the servers, and they're all pointed here, right? We can actually go to them in the front here and actually, plug in our USB devices or our keyboards if necessary in front of the servers. So we want the cool air to come down in front of them and actually take in, kind of like a intake on a car, take in that cool air and dissipate the hot air in the back in this aisle. Right now, in this picture, the reason why it's good is that it shows that it has kind of like this capture here on the roof. And what it does is that hot air rises, right? So that hot air comes out of the back of the servers and they rise up. And then now we want to take fans and blow that hot air over and either out of the building, or we're going to take it into our air conditioning unit to where now we have a raised floor, and our air conditioning unit can now blow in cold air on the bottom and now have that funneled in, either on the top or it could be on the bottom. I've seen both, where the cold aisles are. So now we are taking our hot air and we're circulating it out, but we're keeping a constant flow of cool air coming in either on the floor or on the ground. Okay. So if you go to these big businesses, where they're putting in more than $1 million into their data centers, you're probably going to see this type of setup. If you're working for more of a middle class, or not middle class, but a more middle size business, so maybe 500 users or less, you're probably going to see servers just kind of sitting in a closet somewhere, and it doesn't have this. It just maybe has one air conditioner in that whole room. Okay. And that's not a bad thing. It's just, hey, they don't have enough money to actually build this type of stuff. This is millions of dollars that people put into actually having these data centers built, and then we connect to them as consumers. So that's hot and cold aisles. And then finally, GPS. So what does GPS stand for? And that's Global Positioning System. And it is exactly what it is. It's tracking you by the satellites that are orbiting the Earth. So whenever you go to Google Maps or you go to Apple Maps, and it knows where you are, or you put in something to actually get to a destination, and it knows the actual time that you're going to get there. That's all calculated based off the satellites that they have orbiting the Earth. Okay, so that's why they're able to see traffic before you get there, or come down to the exact minute based off of the speed that you're traveling and the distance that you have to go, that they can actually get down to a minute of when you're actually designed to arrive. So that's GPS tracking. Remember that our phones do it automatically. We need to actually go in there and turn those type of things off. But I would go on a limb and say that our laptops are probably tracking us as well, just because Google is that type of business to where Google makes their money based off of whatever you do. And whether you are going to the same spot every day and they want to make your commute a little bit easier, they want to track that type of information and then sell you products after the fact. Okay. So that was kind of getting off into a little rant, but that's pretty much GPS. And just know that we use it to track each other, and it stands for Global Positioning System. And that's all I have for the 20 questions that you're going to get on the exam. All right. So remember, hold on. Stop. Hold on for a second. Stop. And then let me stop the recording. Hey, good morning. Somebody do me a favor and unmute yourself and just let me know if you can see the slide. Just kind of say yes or no, or
Yes.
somebody say yes. Can y'all see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, appreciate it. All right, tools in security, cybersecurity. These are some of the tools that I actually use on a day-to-day basis. I think that if you don't have any kind of experience in cybersecurity and you would like to get into the field, going on to some of these websites, downloading the tools, playing around with them, seeing how they work, will give you good experience to put on your resume. As in, you can make a certain section on your resume to say, "Hey, I have experience in this tool. This tool does this, this, and this, and I know how to use that fluently." So I think it'll show employers, that you have moved forward as far as finding certain tools that work in the security realm, and it'll kind of give you that experience without being employed by someone. So the first one I'm going to go over is Virus Total, and Virus Total is basically a website that we use in order to see if any kind of files are malicious. Um, Without scanning, using a antivirus scanner to figure out if that file is actually malicious. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go ahead and go to, I'm not gonna copy the link. I'm gonna show you guys how I do this so you can do it the same way. So let's go here. If I can pull up a Chrome window. All right. So Virus Total. Come in here and type in your Google search, and you'll more likely going to be the first search that pops up here. And this is Virus Total, right? So what I can do is I can either put a file in there and have it scanned, or I can use a URL file and see if a certain URL is actually vulnerable, or see if it's clean. So this is my own website, metrotech.org. And as you can see, what it does is it checks against all these different platforms here. So each one of these are different companies that certain businesses they may use or they may not use, right? But the good thing about Virus Total is that they can use um, the the databases from all of these different companies to determine if one of these certain companies determine that website to be malicious, or is there some type of file or link that's on there that could be linked to ransomware. But if you don't see anything, then you can see that this pretty much is a clean site, and you can go about using that site without having any kind of fear, right? So let's do Morris.edu. See what Morris comes back with. So for the most part, Morris is clean. Well, as far as the email, I mean the edu, the main site is concerned. Um, but that's the gist of Virus Total. Now, like I said, we can also do local files. So let's go to my desktop here, and let's pick what is that? Nah. Let's go to my vaccination card. Yeah, give me that. So the back card. All right, so go back to virus total, choose file. It's on my desktop. And I want to take my VAC card that I got labeled here. And what it does, it is uploaded to Virus Total's website. And now I can actually confirm that, upload it. And once it's uploaded, now it can scan to see if there's any kind of maybe links that we don't see on the front end. Maybe it's maybe it's a malicious file that someone has put embedded some malicious software to watch your activities in the background. But Virus Total will sit there and watch and go through the details of that file, and then compare it against all these different companies to make sure that there's no type of malicious malware stuck inside that file. Okay, so this is really cool when it comes to not actually scanning the whole PC when it comes to your virus antivirus protection. So your BitTorrent, not BitTorrent, but your Microsoft Defender, or you may have AVG. Without scanning the whole PC, if you just want to scan one particular file, you can come up here to Virus Total and use their website to do so. So like I said, and then what we could do is we can, oh, they, well, I thought you could print it out as a PDF, but if you were able to get a job and they have some type of a suspicion about a file, or they're not sure if they should click something, then you can go and take that file and then drop it in the Virus Total, scan it, and then see if there's any type of detection that comes back. If you do see any kind of detection, then you want to make sure that you stay clear of that. Okay. Now, going back over into the details, we see that it took a SHA hash of it to make sure that it was, you know, not comparable to any other hashes that's out there. Remember, a hash is a good way to have the integrity of a file. So it takes a file hash of the actual file that I uploaded, and then now it compares that hash against any kind of other databases that has malicious hashes. Okay, so it's kind of like comparing a malicious fingerprint to another regular fingerprint that you may have or you have uploaded. Okay, so cool tool. I think you should always keep this in your arsenal. This in case, just in case your company that you're hired with does not use Virus Total, it doesn't mean that you can't bring it into play whenever you get in a certain ticket and someone's feeling uneasy about a certain website or a file. You can always come to this free tool and then plug in website, file, or a hash. You could plug in a whole application if you wanted to. So if you got an executable, you can go ahead and upload that file in there, and then do the run your scan on it the same way. Okay, so that's Virus Total. Another one that we use in my everyday tasks is Zscaler. Zscaler actually, we use it for monitoring web traffic. So monitoring what our users are going, what websites they're going to, what are they clicking on. We use Zscaler to actually watch that type of traffic. So a lot of times I told you guys that you can watch the traffic on Wireshark, but Zscaler kind of gives you a better, instead of watching all of uh, the packets go back and forth, Zscaler gives it a more easier interface to look at and understand what's going on. So here, they have given us a link here called Test My Defenses. I'm going to copy that. I'm going to throw that into here. Let's check this out. This is also free to use. Now, the software that I use at work is different than what I'm going to show you guys here, but I wanted to show you what Zscaler actually offers for a kind of like a free trial, just to show you how their products work. And this is a good way to, again, if you're filling out your resume, you could say, hey, I'm familiar with the type of tools that Zscaler has put out there for free, such as ransomware risk assessment and this internet threat exposure analysis. Okay, so we'll go through each one of these, and what I'll do is I'll just go ahead and test the defenses, and I'm gonna test my stack, and both of these gonna come back showing that I'm vulnerable and all jacked up. Just that's because I'm on my home network and I'm not really protected the way you would be if you're at a business. Okay, so at a business you may have firewalls, proxy servers there, a lot of devices there to actually shift and reroute your traffic as you're going back and forth to different types of sites. Give me 1 second. Okay. And whereas when you're on your home network is pretty much you're routed to your router and then it goes out to the internet. So a lot of times you could be exposed to a lot of things that um, could be malicious, right? So Zscaler is going to pretty much run a ransomware risk assessment on my PC to see if I'm actually exposed to any type of attacks, and it's going to show that I am. It's going to show that you could do lateral movement, which is true, because lateral movement means can you see other devices on your network, which in your home you do want to see other things that's in your network, right? You want to be able to see the actual TV that may be on your network, your cell phones that may be on the network, as well as all the PCs that's hooked up to your network. So having that lateral movement is something that you want. It also showed me that, I have a data loss frustration. So what that means is that I'm able to send out sensitive information from my home network, but we want to do that, right? I want to do that because if I need to send important information from my PC out to my employer, I don't need anything blocking that. Okay. So, uh, but if you were doing a risk assessment for a small company, let's say for a gym or a church or something like that, then you could take this tool and run it on their particular network, and then that can show you where you need to actually put in defenses in order to stop certain movement. Because sometimes we don't want our employers or our customers to actually um, have that type of movement and be able to send out information without it being scanned first, okay? Because it could be detrimental to the business. Okay, so I went in and I put in my information so they can send me some emails about how jacked up my machine is. But for the most part, I wanted to expand this and show you guys, this report will be lovely for someone of um, for a CEO or a IT director to actually take a look at and say, hey, these are the things that I probably need to look into, and then see if I could put in some type of fix for them. So the next time we'll have a actual scan on our network that we won't have to, deal with this type of these type of vulnerabilities. So this is how I want you guys to kind of look at it, is that all of these vulnerabilities right here are on my machine. I'm susceptible to all of these things. And if I wanted to um, mitigate or actually eliminate some of these vulnerabilities, I will need to actually drop it down and then figure out what are my options do I have in order to mitigate that vulnerability. Okay, but keep in mind, as security professionals, it's not your job to eliminate the actual risk. It's not your job to actually stop all of these things from happening. You may need them to happen in order for the business to run. But as a security professional, it's your job to let the client know that they are um, exposed to certain vulnerabilities. And if they want to accept that risk, then we accept that and keep that moving. So it's kind of like you're letting people know what dangers may lie ahead, and it's on them if they want to accept those things and move forward. But it's not your job to actually eliminate all this stuff. Okay, so that was the first scan. Test my defenses. Well, I'm sorry. The second scan was test the risk posture. I don't think that this is going to. Hold on. Get out of here. This is not going to show too much of a difference than my first scan of showing that I was all messed up, because it's a home computer. I want it to be open to everything as much as possible. But in a business standpoint, I do not want certain certain capabilities to be on my PCs. I want to shut some of this stuff down. Okay. So you can use a tool like this in a real workforce to kind of say, hey, I want to bring these things up to I want to bring these things up so we can actually train our users and not to download a executable like you see right here, a executable file, and then run it without letting IT know about it, especially if they're able to download a malicious exe. Okay. Um, so as you can see here, it ran an assessment on it, and it showed, like I said, I didn't pass anything. My PC is open to any and everything, and I want it that way. I want to be able to um, go out here and do my daily tasks. Now, should I do anything? Should I do anything that's sensitive on my PC? Right, since I'm open to so many vulnerabilities. Well, I use good judgment. So if I wanted to go to Amazon and purchase some things in my cart here, I want to make sure that I see this little gray lock here, right? So that way I'm seeing that my information is encrypted and that I can actually put my credit card number in without having feeling like I'm open to a lot of anyone looking at my traffic. But outside of that, if it doesn't have anything that's showing that HTTPS, like here, right? So if you look up here, you'll see security preview.zscaler.com. Well, it doesn't have a secure certificate here. So now I would say if I needed to put any information into this site that doesn't have a lock up here, then someone could look at my information and see it. Okay. So you want to use good judgment. Is my PC exposed to the internet and exposed to attacks? Yes, it is. Uh, does that stop me from making purchases on the internet? It should not. But I have to be aware of where I can make my purchases at. Okay. So that's Zscaler. Other cloud solutions that we use different solutions such as Dropbox, OneDrive, and Google Drive. Um, Now, all of these are pretty much storage bins where, and I think I showed you Google Drive last time, where when we were talking about backing up our mobile phones, these are all places where you can go and open up an account and they give you some storage in order to put files, pictures, movies, wherever into that storage bin online in the cloud, right? This is what 9 times out of 10 when you hear people saying we're using the cloud, this is probably what they're referring to, is that they're using someone else's um, servers to store files on, and then now it becomes available anywhere in the world because they give you a link or they give you some type of internet address in order to get to that file that you saved onto their servers. That's a good thing, right? It makes it available at any time, anywhere. Long as the internet is available, it's available. The problem with that is that once you're done with that service, is your data really erased or deleted from their servers? And my answer to that would be no. Um, it will be going into the privacy laws of how long they actually need to keep certain information. So once you put once you upload that file to that server on Dropbox or Google Drive, it may need to stay there for the next, let's say, 5 to 7 years before it's actually scrubbed from their hard drive. So, with that being said, be mindful of what you upload to the cloud. And then, if you're okay with it actually being out there, go ahead and use the services. But if it doesn't need to be out there, be mindful what you put out there, because while you thinking that, hey, delete this file, is gone from your presence, but in the back end on Dropbox, they actually see that information, and they probably, let's say if they get compromised 2 years after you quit your services there, then your information may be compromised because they still needed to have it for so many years after the fact. Okay. So just keep those things in mind when it comes to uploading files and information to the cloud. I would just be wary of not uploading your most sensitive documents. If you want to upload and back up those type of things, buy your hard drive, thumb drive that you could just plug in and keep on hand, and just kind of keep those things with you. That's the best way that I could say to back up your information. Maybe get 2 hard drives, if you really want that information, and just back them up on both those hard drives and keep them in safe spaces. Moving on to other cloud solutions such as AWS and Microsoft Azure. Let's go ahead and go back here. We're going to go to AWS. And we're going to go to Microsoft Azure. Now, AWS and Microsoft Azure are kind of like these one-stop shops when it comes to cloud apps. So you could do anything and everything from these two different platforms. So we didn't get too much into cloud platforms in this course, but when we're talking about actually building a business from the ground up and it all being remotely accessible and having applications built, being able to talk to other applications, being able to um, basically have a data center in the cloud, these two platforms are kind of your big dogs in the sector. So you're talking about AWS, um, and which is Amazon's way of, this is what Amazon was before they actually started selling stuff. Okay, they have the backbone in actually having large amount of data centers across the world, and they actually give out services to where you can go in here and build you servers, PCs. You can have these PCs have containers and Dockers to actually build applications for businesses, and it's available around the world at any given time. And it's it's so robust to where I don't think Amazon really needs to do anything else as far as selling things. It's just kind of, I think the selling part of them are just kind of the icing on the cake, but it's so robust when it comes to their cloud solutions, to where you have people like Microsoft that are trying to catch up with them, but it's just they're too far gone. The same thing goes, as far as what AWS does, Azure does the same thing for Microsoft. Um, this is where you can pretty much do the same thing as AWS, build PCs, build servers, link them together, but they also have a special thing called Microsoft Azure Active Directory. And that's where you go into creating users, creating groups, and being able to use something that a lot of businesses already use. So in most cases, when you go to a big business or a small business, either or, and you have to create a user account, you're probably going to use Microsoft AD, Active Directory. And that software has been in the business platform for years. I'm thinking maybe 30 years, maybe 30 years plus. And so to have it on the cloud, on the Azure side of it, it makes things accessible from anywhere in the world. You don't have to actually go to that company and be able to get on their network in order to see that actual platform. You can see it from anywhere in the world, right? And that's where Azure helps out. And it's a little bit more intriguing than AWS. AWS, you're going to have to actually go in here and create an account and then create your database all back over using their tools. That could be a little bit time consuming. But two big platforms here. You can pretty much do anything and everything that you want to do in this product. You can actually, if you guys wanted to, use your Amazon account to sign up for a free account and go around and play around in it. Now, I would warn you, if you do want to go in there and create your account and start spinning up machines and things like that, they will charge you. They will charge you, and it can get out of hand very quickly. And when I say get out of hand, I'm talking tens of thousands of dollars can be charged to you, because if you choose the wrong thing, or if you don't really have the idea of what you want to choose, Amazon is going to tax you. Same thing goes for Microsoft. They're going to tax you. Okay. So be careful on that. I would try to stay in the free tier as much as possible. But if you get into these platforms and you start playing around and just clicking things and then forgetting about them, they're going to tax you. Okay. So just keep those things in mind. But if you can learn these platforms, if you can get certified in them, as you can see, AWS has a couple of certifications here. Well, not a couple, they got a whole slew of certifications. If you can start passing some of these certifications for Azure and Microsoft, then you're talking about having a very nice basis for when you get into the work field and standing out among the crowd. Okay. So keep those things in mind when it comes to Microsoft Azure and AWS. All right, so that brings us to antivirus. Antivirus, I've talked to you and brung up Defender several times in my lectures, and it's the antivirus that you don't have to pay for. It's already free. Let me see if I can pull mine up. Jesus. Maybe if I can find it, I can show you Defender. There it is. So this is Microsoft Defender. This is what's going to be automatically installed on any kind of Windows product, and it scans and it does basic scans. Excuse me. But if you wanted to see something that's a little bit more intuitive, something that's more fun to look at, you can always go and get a third-party antivirus program. I saw this one last night, a MuteNet, and I'm going to share that with you guys today. So this is a free antivirus program that you can get, download it, and let's go ahead and open it up. And it's a quick install. And what it does is it just shows you now once you're installing, just go ahead and unclick this submit files for analysis, and you then hit your next button in order to go through. So what it does is that here is a better interface to actually set up your scans and then set what time that you want these scans to be on your PC. Okay, so just give it a little bit of time. As I wanted to show you guys this too. When you're installing different types of files on your PC or applications, this is all what it installs. It installs all these type of things here, and you don't see it going on in the background, but it's installing all in your registry keys and on your hard drive, okay? So imagine if, you know, you downloaded the wrong thing and you thinking it's a Trojan horse, so you thinking it's one way, but then like just one of these things is malicious, and it's listening to the type of uh traffic that you're actually the web traffic that you're actually sending out back and forth, and you install that. So now it gets behind your firewall, it gets behind your antivirus, and now it's able to actually communicate. That's why, you know, what I should have done, and I'm gonna go ahead and clean this out. Close this out. What I should have done is I should have, check this out. I should have taken, see my downloads here, and I should have went to VirusTotal. And let's choose to upload my download of that executable. So I'm going to take that whole, verify myself. These are called captchas. This is a form of multi-factor authentication, okay? So it's trying to see that you're not a robot, and it wants you to look at this file and see what crosswalks it is. So that's why you have stuff like this. Any bicycles? No, I don't see any, so let's skip that. Jesus. Palm trees, okay. Verify. So I'm not a bot. Okay, so I took that whole application and I uploaded it. So now when I showed you guys all of those things that it was downloading and installing in the background, now VirusTotal can go and scan all of those things and see if it's a legit file. See if you're having anything that's not malicious behind the scenes, okay? Because a lot of times we don't look at those type of things, right? So you can look at your hashes to make sure that it doesn't match up with anything else. We can see the different type of certificates that it uses. Everything seems to check out. There's no red flags. If it didn't check out, I would see some red writing somewhere, right? But overall, everything looks good. So now, if we were in the real world, I will tell you, hey, it's okay to use this this application. You can go ahead and install it. So since we already did that, this is how a MuteNet looks. So now I can scan my PC. Let's see if we can go into the scan settings, and now we can schedule a scan. So let's schedule a scan to happen every Monday at I'm not gonna be up at 4 o'clock in the morning, and I wanted to actually just scan my C drive. Matter of fact, I don't even want it to scan the whole C drive. I wanted to scan just the downloads folder, just to make sure there's nothing coming into my actual folder. So I can get to it. Matter of fact, don't worry about it. Here it is. All right. Go to downloads, and that's all I want to do. Hit OK. And now once I hit apply, now that scan, trying to show me up now. So let's go back, do this again, do it right. Go to users, me, downloads, and then hit OK. We want this to happen every Monday. Monday at 3, at 4. Create, hit the create button. Now you already see that it's there, and we can put more of them up here, right? And we can just schedule them, let's say throughout the day, especially if this was a PC that was used a lot, right? We want to make sure that we have it scanned maybe nightly or during slow times. So let's hit apply. Apply. Okay. All right. Maybe not. I'm gonna just close that up. Let's go back. Let's see if it's there. So it's here. Okay. So I had a little hiccup. We went there and closed it out. It seems like everything's cool. So now this will automatically kick off a scan whether I'm on the PC or not at 4 o'clock in the morning. Okay. It automatically checks up for updates. and you can see if it's actually with the CPU usage. If you ever see kind of like your CPU usage go up in this application, that means that your PC should be running slow. Okay. Same thing kind of goes for memory. If it's you know kind of at this fill section here and it's red, or if it's yellow, then you want to make sure that there's nothing leaving your PC. 9 times out of 10, if your CPU and your memory is pegged out like that, then something is actually having a lot of control within the back end of your PC. And we need to actually take a look at that. So now you can just see that it's up to date, it's ready to go. And we can actually, it's saying that it's not secure because we haven't scanned, but we can always kick off a scan, but we don't have to because we already set up a setting. I mean, a scheduled scan. So we're good on that. So I wanted to show you that, guys, that you can go and download this and have this running if you don't like Microsoft Defender. This is a little bit more a better interface. Again, you can use this on your resume to where you can download, you can say that you have experience in downloading antivirus and then setting up schedule scans. And you're making sure that it's up to date, because your antivirus is no good if it's not up to date. Okay. It doesn't have the certain it doesn't have the files to check against different types of new malware that's created, um, to see if anything is see if anything is new, because having out of date definitions or software for your antivirus, you can't catch anything that was made today and in the future. Okay, so just keep those things in mind. Gotta close that. Okay. Networking tools. Now I already showed you Wireshark. Again, if you want to see things that's going on into your network, you want to Google Wireshark, and then run that in the background to see how traffic is actually being distributed in the background. Speed test. I showed you guys speed tests a couple of times only before class. Again, this is what I do. I just kind of go to Google and I type in speed test, and then I run my speed test here. And if I'm getting over 100 megabits per second, I think I'm pretty good. I'm being able to transmit fairly nicely when it comes to Zoom calls or browsing the internet, looking at YouTube. I'm able to send those packets back and forth at a good speed. I normally use the one that's here for Google, but I also seen people use this speed test by Ookla, I think. And this one has the cool little the graphic, and I think it's a little throttle that people use. So again, I say if you're getting anything over 100, then you're in a good space to actually be able to do a lot of things on the internet, be able to communicate without any kind of snags. Okay. If you don't have 100 megs or more, then I would consider going closer to your router, moving your router, or possibly restarting the router. And when I say restart, that means unplugging the router for maybe 10 seconds and then plugging it back in. A lot of times that clears out a lot of configurations. Hey, y'all see this? Been looking at some rims, but it clears out some configurations and it allows for better network connectivity afterwards. All right, so finishing up here, we're going to talk about KeePass. And KeePass is a password repository. This is where you can get this software and be able to, now remember what I said about cookies. Cookies, I'm going to decline that. Cookies is a way for companies to actually track how you browse your history and browse to different websites. So be mindful of that. But KeePass is a way to keep all of your passwords in one space, and it encrypts the password for you to actually get into that product. And then once you're into that product, then you can set up different entries on your different sites, and you can set up your username and password for each site. Now, it doesn't log you into those sites once you go to those sites, right? So I don't want to make it seem like it's going to automatically watch what you're doing and then log you in automatically. But what it does is that if you have so many passwords that you need to keep up with, you can put the entry into this database that's secure on your PC, and now put your username and password in there. And so whenever you go to your different site that you want to log into, you can open up your KeyPass application, go to that entry that you put in for it, pick that password that you don't have to remember. It's there secretly kept. And now you could just copy and paste it into that website and log into it. Okay. So it's a nice feature, I think, just to kind of have and keep for your day-to-day activities. But also, if you're going to put this on your resume, it's a good way of having, like you said, like you see here, it's a password manager. And a lot of these companies use password managers that the security team is over and managing. So to have that on your resume, I think is pretty big too, because it lets the employer know that you have a wide range of tools that you could be using, and you understand the reason behind it. Okay, so if you got time, go ahead and download some of these tools, try them out, play around with them. Again, with the AWS and Azure, if you if you don't know what you're doing, don't get too click happy, because it could hit your pockets. All right. But other than that, let me start the recording. Other than that, so chapter 12, authentication and account management. So we're going to harp back in on what we started off with chapter 11 when it came to identity access management, creating users accounts, and then what type of permissions we can actually give those accounts. So let's get started with authentication credentials. A lot of times when we're making access or permissions to grant a user, we often use these type of credentials in order to give someone or to validate the reasons why we want to give someone access to our internet. So it could be somewhere you are, something that you have, something you are, something you know, or something that you do. Okay, so let's go back to something you are. So something you are could be your position, could be, did they hire you to be the new intern? Did they hire you to be the new nurse on the hospital's campus? And so since you are the new nurse, or since you're the new doctor, um, you can have access to our internet, right? So we'll give you a username and password in order to do so. Something you have could be something that you actually have physical possession of. It could be an ID card, it could be a phone. So these two things that you can have in your possession, you can actually verify or further verify your username and password, which is something that you know. But we'll get into that later. Something that you are, I'm sorry, something that you are is your position. So let me jump back to the first one. Is somewhere you are, and so that's your physical location. You actually have to, let's say, go to the office that day, and since you're in the office, since you have permission to go in the office, then that's somewhere you are. So you can have access to our internet there. Our network is in here, uh, only for those who have permission to get in here. Okay. So that's somewhere you are. I'm sorry. So something you are, it could be your position. Okay. Something that you know is simply something that you have stored within your memory banks, your physical, your mental, right? That could be your username and password, and or it could be those security questions that they ask you. what was your first school name, or what's your sister's middle name. Those are some things that you know. Okay. Um, Something that you do could be stemming off of the 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 position that they actually hold you for. It could be we give you a certain amount of permissions just because of something that you do. You could be a nuclear reactor analyst, and now whenever we need to give you sensitive information when it comes to the nuclear plant, since you have that position, since you have that special position, then we can give you permissions to see that actual information. So, and let me go back here for authentication credentials. A lot of times, what we do is we'll stack and combine these type um, uh, of features here. So we may take something that you know, which would be your username and password, and stack it on something that you have, which it could be a soft token on your phone, or I'll show you what that hard token look like, but it could be a token on your phone. So we will stack those things and say, hey, if you know your username and password, more than likely anyone could know that, right? Possibly you could have been compromised, but more than likely you're not going to lose your phone. So if you have your phone too, put in this token code, and that way we could further validate that you are who you are, because more than likely you're not going to lose your phone. You could put your username and password out there for it to be compromised, but more than likely you're not going to lose your phone. All right. Or we may say, hey, something you know based on somewhere you are. So that's the typical case of, hey, we're going to give you a username and password for Morris, but you're only going to be able to get the certain documents on the LMS on the campus. You can't go off the campus and get to that same site or that same network drive. Okay. So sometimes we like to stack those things in the IT, and it's a good thing if you do. It's called multi-factor authentication. So passwords. I want to show you how to actually make a password, a good password, in my opinion. So a lot of times when different applications ask you to make a password, it's going to be 8 to 12 characters long, and it's going to have a combination of letters as well as um, letters and numbers and special characters. Now, a lot of times, you may run across some sites that does not like to use special characters, but it's too easy for them to actually implement that and get that implemented in. Okay, so let me go ahead and show you exactly how I make passwords, and you can use this in your day-to-day practice as well. So what I do is, instead of coming up with something that I can easily remember, um, such as a scramble of words or things like that, I'm going to come up with a phrase. And so I would use the phrase, let's say, I love cookies. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop down a couple of spaces here, and I'm going to replace all my vowels with numbers. So I'm going to go with 1 for the I, and L, and then I'm going to replace that O with a 0. V, E is going to be a 3 for me. C, 00, K, 1, 3, S. And sometimes I might even get a little nice and say $ for the S. But for right now, so I got me a nice combination of 8 to 14 characters, but I also have it to where I'm using letters as well as numbers. But now let's throw some special characters in there. And I like to use bang bang, which is an exclamation point, or I like to use $ in order to meet all my requirements. So now I made a nice complex password, and it's something easy for me to remember. So whenever I go in and I need to log into my account, I just have to remember I love cookies. And so whenever I do that, then now and you can always make some of the letters uppercase if that's a requirement as well. But you can go in there and just remember the phrase I love cookies, and then replace your vowels with the numbers, And yeah, like I just said, you can also replace some of your consonants as being uppercase or leaving them lowercase. Okay, so that way you can have a nice complex password. Should work for any kind of platform that you really want to get onto. Um, that's typically how I constantly change passwords and don't really worry about them. Create your little short phrase that you love, and then go ahead and manipulate that into a very tough password. And the reason why we want to make our passwords tough is because when it comes to these password crackers, they can crack easy passwords within seconds. Okay, so the more complex there is, if we have a 14 digit password, and then we having it mixed with uppercase and lowercase. We got words, letters, and as well as numbers and special characters. Then those password crackers, in order for them to brute force it, and in order to go through each and every possible combination of letters and numbers and special characters, it could take millions of years before it actually comes across your actual password. So that's why we want to make complex passwords, right? So I kind of going to the next slide. I kind of stepped into that realm of attack on passwords. So a lot of times we make easy passwords, and then they're actually captured by sniffing the network, or running these type of getting a company becoming compromised, and then they're running these type of software on the databases in order to pull out uh, easily cracked passwords. So that's why we want to make complex ones, right? But also we have to worry about social engineering. Being a part of IT, sometimes we can ask our users to give us the password in order to um, replicate the issue as if we were them in order to solve a problem, right? But whenever you're doing that, just be mindful that I would go ahead and just change the password soon after, because there's no reason why anyone should know something that personal to you and your user account. So whenever you have to expose your password, go ahead and immediately um, just go ahead and change it. So I already talked about brute force attacks. That's when someone is taking that password cracker software, and they're using each and every possible combination of letters, symbols, as well as numbers, and trying to go bit by bit or change by change in order to get your password. Okay, and that could take a short time, it could take millions of years. Okay, so that's the reason why we want to keep things complex. Dictionary attacks does the same thing as a brute force, but they're taking words out of a dictionary, and then they're actually applying that, because a lot of people, again, going back to how I showed you how to do a password, a lot of people will just say, hey, um, I'm going to use my daughter's first name and my son's middle name, and that'll be my password. Well, if those things are in a dictionary, then probably I'm going to run across them eventually, right? And these things can and these password crackers can use these words very quickly, use the words of the dictionary, and be able to scan it very quickly, and then produce the actual hash or the password for that user. So a lot of times we want to go through and create our passphrase, but then we're going to create it to be unreadable by changing vowels. Okay, and you can also change those consonants, like I said. So moving on, we got multi-factor login. So just going back to my original slide here, where I have where you're using two things at one time, right? Well, we're using two things to actually authenticate you in order to say you are who you are, because not only do you know this, you have this. Okay, so let's go back to this slide here where multi-factor logins. We have tokens, and then we have hardware tokens, and then we have software tokens. Excuse me. And we have authentication apps, right? And they all kind of do the same thing. And those authentication apps are kind of just software apps, software tokens. So let me give you a good example of that. Let me go ahead and pull up another screen here. And so that software token, that hardware token, will more than likely look something similar to this, where um, you will have this kind of a keychain type of a device that sits on to your keys or whatever you may have in your pocket at the time. Matter of fact, this is better. And what it does is that it changes these 6 digits every 60 seconds. And whenever you type in your username and password, it will bring you to another screen that says, hey, look onto your hardware token and give me the 6 digits that you see. Um, and if you give that user that web page those 6 digits within the 60 seconds, then you're fully authenticated, because not only do you've proved something that you know, you also prove that you have the hardware token that was issued to you by the schoolhouse or by the business that you work for. So that's another way how we can actually say, hey, not only do I know the username and password, I have something that validates who I am. Okay. So this works great for people who are not actually in the office all the time, kind of on the move. It actually goes that further step to say, hey, not only have I not been compromised, I still hold on to the hardware that you've given me, and it further authenticates me to actually get in. Now, that's hardware. You also got software, which is kind of like a app that just sits on your phone, kind of like this, where it does the same thing as that hardware token. It has is connected to different apps. Let me see if I can find a better one, better picture to look at. Perfect. So it kind of has this it comes up with the 6 digits on just on your phone, and it's the same process where the website is asking you to authenticate, but they're asking you to look onto your phone to get that actual 6 digit pin and put it in within the 60 seconds, because every 60 seconds it's going to switch that code over to something new. Okay, so you can imagine that could be extremely hard if you're trying to guess that as a hacker, and it's constantly changing every 60 seconds. Okay, so that's a great authentication tool that we use just to kind of further validate who you are. So smart cards. Smart cards, also going back to something that you have, it actually validates that person, and it has a profile loaded onto that chip that's integrated to that card. So let me get back to my screen. I shouldn't have closed it out, but whatever. Smart card. And a smart card, we had these in the army, and well, I'll explain this for a second. It's not just necessarily this chip for your banking card, even though they're starting to integrate that. I'll explain that in just a second. Um, I wanted to go more on, show you the example of this, where it's more of an identification card that has information about the user. And then on this chip here, it actually loads the profile of what you actually could see within the military or in the government sector. So if you're have a secret clearance, you can only see secret material and things below it, but you couldn't see top secret material. And so in order for you to log into a government machine, you would have to um, log in with the card and then know the pin or the username and password to go along with the card. Okay. So just losing that doesn't necessarily mean that you have access to a government machine. And that's another thing, is that you also need to get access to a government machine in order to have that card actually read and authenticate back to a government server to allow you access. So not just it's very convenient for government employees, But for someone who finds a smart card on the streets and then try to, really log into it at the house and see what's on it, not necessarily the easiest thing to do. Now, to go back to the banking card that you see, 9 times out of 10, this chip here is going to actually have a profile for your account information, maybe your account number, your routing number. Um, and but it's not going to keep a full profile. Like I doubt if it keeps a full profile of checks and balances when it comes to your actual account. It may authenticate you to say, hey, we have an account number, a routing number, and a PIN number that this person has, to authenticate this card, only this card. Okay, so you could think of it as a something that you have, and it authenticates you as a user of that bank account in order to use that account, and you must know the PIN in order to um, get things from that card, okay, or get the transactions to go through on that card. All right, moving on. So we got biometrics. Biometrics is another way we can authenticate individuals, by using their body parts in order to identify them as being a true, unique individual, right? We do this all the time with our phones. We use fingerprint scans. We use eye retina scans, the whole facial recognition. And a lot of times people shy away from biometrics only because people want to not necessarily be on the grid, quote unquote, the grid, or knowing they think that the government is keeping tabs on them. And to a certain extent, I do think that companies, they have some type of, and this is totally my opinion. I'm not stating it as facts, but this is my opinion, so it may be false. Okay, but I think companies do have a record of how you may look if you have already set your phone up to um open access off of the eye retinas, or your whole face, or your fingerprints. It may have a copy of that. um but it's I think, once you get into the whole part of, can you actually sell that information, you're stepping in a lot of you're opening a lot of can of worms when it comes to actually seeing if you can get that information out for profit, because now you're stepping into people's privacy, a lot of deep privacy when it comes to actual how individuals look. I think companies play around with personal identifiable information, names, birth dates, and maybe even addresses, maybe phone numbers. But when you start to get into how a person looks, and you can be opening a lot of can of worms. So while I think is some type of remnants out there, I don't think that people are actually selling people's information out there like that. Biometrics. So a lot of times we have things called, going back to when we started this class, we started to talk about keyloggers, and how can keyloggers actually determine, well, keyloggers determine what you type in, right? They can actually see what keys you're actually um, typing. But keyloggers could also have a useful trait to it, to where we're using it to authenticate someone, because it could be a biometric, and it can actually determine if you actually are who you say you are by the keystrokes that it records. All of us type at different speeds. A lot of us hit the back button or the delete button a lot because we miss type keys. Sometimes we hit two to three keys at one time, and all of these things go into like a profile of who you are and how your typing skills are. So we can use this to say, hey, um, Lee types his password in at a certain speed every day, right? It could take several seconds for me to actually type 14 characters in. and I'm hitting enter soon after. But then all of a sudden, if I take 2 minutes to actually type each letter slowly and precisely, this software will know that that's probably not me, and I'm probably not typing with one finger, so it won't let me in because it doesn't recognize that type of characteristic when it comes to my actual keystrokes. Okay, so another one we have here is voice recognition. This is a prime case of seeing an example of this is when it comes to calling on Siri or calling on Google with "Hey Google" or "Hey Siri," and your phone automatically, my phone like my phone just automatically woke up and it hears a command that's going to come from me. So a lot of times our phone companies don't tell us that that's a form of biometrics. They just kind of say, hey, do you want to use this feature that we have here? But that's a form of biometrics. In order to say those things, it understands what you're saying. So you can see how some people can really get paranoid on that, because not only do you want my fingerprint, you want the whole scan of my face as well as how my voice sounds. So it could be a little scary for some people, and people could be as apprehensive when it comes to actually giving up that information. But a lot of these features are just convenience features for people to not pick up the phone and actually just ask Siri to take me to the nearest Starbucks. You know, so it could be sticky at sometimes, but those are biometrics. Finally, we got single sign-on. Single sign-on is when you are logging into one particular website, and what it does is it authenticates for other um, websites. And a prime example of that is when I log into Google. Let's go back to Google mains page, and what it does here is like this. My profile here will automatically log me into all of these apps here. Now, if I'm not logged in, each one of these apps will ask me to log in or create a actual account in order for me to use this service, right? So when you first log into Google, it's a single sign-on in order to use any affiliation that it may have. Now, sometimes you can go to different websites and they will ask you, "Hey, well, do you have a Google account?" Well, if you do, then you can come on and just go ahead and sign in with this account, this Google account, and we'll automatically build your profile based off of the trust that we have with Google. Okay, so that single sign-on is that um, whenever you sign into your first website, it could be using a federation with other or a joint venture with another website in order to authenticate you and say you are who you are, because we trust this individual, we trust this company. So to give another example, if you log into Facebook, then you can go over and build your profile in Instagram based off of the fact that you have a Facebook account. Okay, because since uh, Instagram is a sub company of Facebook, so now we could just say, hey, all right, we'll just take all the information that we have here on our Facebook profile, and we could just build the basis here for your Instagram. So the only thing you got to do is just log into Facebook, and then you're good to go. Okay, and I think if I'm not mistaken, you can probably use that with your Gmail account and really just log into every one of them, if I'm not mistaken, but I might be. But that's all I had. Just going through. Remember, when it comes to these, the main thing that we talked about is having authentication credentials, having some type of way of validating who you say you are. Okay, because anybody could get your username and password, but if we could start stacking good things together, such as um, somewhere you are, are you going to come into the office? Um, do you do you have a particular job in order for us to give you permissions to this folder? Do you have a or can we change the credentials on your password to make it more robust and more tougher for people to crack? If we could put all these things together, then we can really figure out exactly we can have a better chance of actually managing your accounts and then making it safer for the company. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and jump right into it. Again, not a long chapter today. Business continuity, business continuity, chapter 13. we're going to go through this chapter and on Monday today, and we're going to go through chapter 14 on Wednesday, and then we're going to have a short week next week for Turkey Day, and then the week after that, when we return, we're going to go ahead and get ready for the final exam. So I'm going to go ahead and finish out this book real quick, and then I want to get y'all ready for the final exam week after next. Okay. All right, so let's get started. Business continuity. Chapter 13 goes into what keeps a business running, what actually will keep a business sustained through different types of attacks, disasters that may happen, mishaps, mistakes that people make. This is what business continuity. So it's one thing to get a business started. It's another thing to become profitable. But then once you're actually sustain a business and you're able to maintain profitability, to keep going at that and constantly make profits at any time of the year within your lifestyle, your lifetime of your business. But sometimes we get attacked. We have a tornado that hits our company. Sometimes the power may go out within the city or the town, right? And that's away from our business, and we actually have to come up with a different way in order to stay afloat or stay in business, because we have different things that come along and they can actually disrupt us from uh, day-to-day problem, day-to-day situations that we have with our business. So business continuity is being able to come up with a plan to maintain those operations and services that we may face on a day-to-day basis. So it's not just about, hey, we got hacked, we got a malware on a machine, we need to clean that off. Of course, we need to do that, but that's not just what, as security professionals, that's not what we're going to focus in on the whole picture and seeing the whole thing. So that's why I told you in the beginning of this class, we're not just necessarily to learn how to configure a firewall or being real technical. This is a business type of a not certification, but a business type of a profession. So you have to know the ins and out of the business, what causes the business to stop, what services can you not live without for a certain amount of time to where you actually go out of business. So whenever I teach this subject, I want people to think of Netflix. Netflix is a prime example of supplying the customers with uh, material at any given time for every person, right? No matter time of the day, what region of the world you're in, you can, download that app and then get the whatever material content that you want to actually look at. Give me 1 second. So um, Netflix needs to look at how can they actually have this continuity from start to finish. How can they actually provide no downtime, no time to update servers, no time to actually say hey to all their users, log out of your accounts and then change your passwords. They want to make sure they give a seamless continuity to their business platform. And so you as a customer, you don't see any changes. You don't see any type of downtime with Netflix. Not anymore. Um, Now, when they first kind of really got popular and were the go-to app when it came to video content, they were experiencing some buffer times. They have experienced some downtimes to where certain video content wasn't available, or you couldn't log into the platform. So now, since then, they have secured that and created that continuity throughout their business platform. So that's what business continuity is. So that's just, one example of, let's say, Netflix. But if you want to take it to Wendy's, the restaurant, for example, what is the business continuity of that? What can we do if the lights go down? Can we have a generator hooked up to our restaurant to where it kicks on as soon as the power goes down for the city? but yet we're still able to serve individuals that come through our line if the whole power is out for a certain amount of time, right? What can we do if someone hacks into our systems and then get our information, our customers' information off their credit cards? Can we have firewalls put in place? So even if we're going from things of putting things in place of protecting against a tornado or some type of hailstorm that comes in and knocks the whole power out, we have to cover that. But then we also have to cover what happens in the digital world. What if we click on a phishing email? What if we get affected with ransomware? So as security professionals, we got to know all of those type of things and keep our minds kind of flowing from this thing to the next. So we can't just really get stuck in one thing and just say, hey, I want to put antivirus on everything. That's not going to solve the multitude of things that could happen. Okay. So kind of alluded to that. When I say that multitude of things, it could be anything, could be a disaster, and it could happen at any given time. But while you're up and running now as a business, us as security professionals, we need to take time and figure out how does the business conducts business, and then how can we keep them doing business even if a disaster was to happen. So let's say if a disaster was Zelina lost her laptop of all the account information on the on our flight, right? And now we have to recover all of that. We need to shut down that laptop, but then we need to recover all the loss information that could be out there. Okay. What do we need to do if John clicks on a phishing email and downloads ransomware? How do we back up all of his files, destroy that machine that he was on, and then keep the business running? Let's say if he was working in finance and we needed to close deals that way. So those disasters that happen in different sectors, we need to just come up with a plan for each one of those things and just kind of say, hey, if this happens, then we need to go ahead and start this plan, or we need to go to plan B or plan C in order to keep the business running. Because if, in certain businesses or certain sectors, if we kind of just wait until the threat is gone, or if we're just waiting for the power to come back on, we could lose customers that way. Okay, to give you an example is, what would you do if Amazon was down for maybe 4 or 5 hours a day, right? Would you find it comfortable to actually go in there and put in your credit card information and hope that they will get your order in a certain time, and then get your package to you within a reasonable time? Say if the time that you put in your order, the site went down maybe 30 minutes after that, so they really didn't receive it to the actual warehouse. Okay, so now you're just waiting, but no one ever really completed your orders. So a company like Amazon, they rely on just being up all the time and being able to take in all of those orders around the clock, around the world. So they have to have disaster recovery plans in place just in case one server goes down, or a whole server, a whole data center will go down. Let's say in Richmond, Virginia, it goes down. So they need to go ahead and switch everyone over to Dallas, Texas data center, and then have all the traffic go that way. Okay. But let's say if it's a major hurricane, like Katrina a couple of years ago in 2009. So Hurricane Katrina comes through and wipes out the whole Midwest. So what do we do as security professionals? We need to be up on that, watching the news, understanding what could affect our business, and say, hey, well, you know what? We might need to take all the traffic that's going towards Dallas and then switch that over to our data center that's up in Vancouver, Canada. Okay. So just being able to understand that different disasters can happen at any given time, and we need to be able to react to those things, is a good way of keeping the business afloat and making money, even when certain disasters happen, because they can happen. We can't eliminate the threat. Okay, let's get that out in the clear. We cannot, in no way, shape, or form, eliminate the threat, but we can mitigate the threat to what our assets are. So if we can't stop ransomware. Ransomware is going to be made regardless. Okay. But what we can do is we can educate our users to what phishing emails are. We can tell them not to click on certain things. We can mitigate those interactions to social engineering attacks, and then hopefully we can therefore bring down the risk when it comes to actually someone clicking on ransomware. Okay. So next slide. And I kind of touched on that when it came to redundancy and fault tolerance. Kind of touched on those things when talking about the overall disaster recovery plan. But a lot of times when it comes to the technical side of business, this is how we're going to really kind of mitigate that risk, right? We're going to have more than one workstation, more than one server, uh, more networks in a minute. I'll explain that more in a minute. But we have more ways of supplying power as well as sites. So let me go ahead and let's jump into servers. So whenever you go to Netflix, right? Let's go back to Netflix. Netflix doesn't just have one server that they host all of their movies on, and then you just click on one and then it pops up on your machine. What they do is they have those things replicated throughout the whole US, if I'm not mistaken, probably the world. Okay. So the wonderful thing about the cloud is that the cloud is everywhere data centers could be at, right? So you can access that type of material at any given time with little to no downtime. So if I need to update servers that's on my East Coast time, I can point everybody else to the Midwest, as well as the West Coast servers, and they'll never see any type of difference when it comes to clicking on something and then watching it, because it's redundancy. And the cloud is, when it comes to the internet speed is pretty much blink of an eye. So you really don't know if there's any type of changeover that happened, or what type of data center that you could be connecting to. It could be down the road. It could be over there in Southeast Asia somewhere. Okay. So having that redundancy when it comes to servers is necessary whenever you want to supply some type of content to your customers, right? You can also do this when it comes to emails. Even with the LMS that we use, the LMS is not necessarily sitting at Moore's. Okay, it could be sitting in Virginia to Florida, or it could be in multiple spots. But whenever we do upgrades to that service, you know, it could be down for maybe 2 or 3 minutes, right? But when you think about the availability of the actual LMS that Morris use, it's available at any given time to anyone that has the access to get to it. Okay, so that's the redundancy that we want to look for. So whenever one server goes down, let's say if it gets attacked by a DDoS attack, someone's sending a whole bunch of packets to it, causing it not to be responsive, we still have more servers that can pick up the load of the customer's request, and then be able to answer those things while we take that one server off the network, fix it, and then bring it back to the network. So having that redundancy is crucial, really. Having a redundancy in networks is crucial as well. So not just, okay, so starting at the basics, your local telephone company is probably going to supply you with an internet connection in order for you to have the internet and do all the lovely things that you want to do. So think about it like this: if you have internet on your phone, you either with Verizon, AT&T, or Cricket Wireless, or back in the day, yeah, Suncom. But anyway, some type of Boost Mobile. You might have some type of lower tier a phone provider that provides that internet connection. But for businesses, you typically go with whatever largest cable company that you have. But more than likely, that cable company is also a telephone company as well. Up here, we have something called CompuCom, not CompuCom, Corporium, and they are the only internet provider up here. Well, I lie. We also have Dish Network, and you can also get internet through Dish. In Charlotte, you have AT&T with AT&T Uverse, and I think down there in Sumter, y'all got, I want to say AT&T too, or is it Spectrum? It might be Spectrum. But anyway, those telephone companies, they provide the actual internet service, right? And so if you're a business, let's say if you're a small coffee shop and you're trying to get your business off the ground, and you have a website open, and you have a website open, and then you are posting pictures on Instagram to promote your business. Well, you're dependent on that network. Well, you're dependent on Spectrum to actually provide you with internet connection in order for you to, promote your business. Let's say if Spectrum's doing, well, the city of Sumter is actually doing some construction down the street from your coffee shop, and they actually cut the fiber line that actually goes to your coffee shop. Now there's no internet connection to your shop or anyone else within 3 or 4 or 5 blocks of your coffee shop. Where the redundancy comes into play is that if now basically let me jump back a little bit, going back to business continuity. If now my business was really counting on the marketing that I was providing with the internet, now it's gone. How do I actually stay afloat now? How do I get my business out there? That's where I need a disaster recovery plan or a business continuity plan in order to show, okay, I don't have any internet. How do I actually post things on on Instagram? Am I just going to use my network that's on my phone, or can I have another provider run a secondary internet connection into my coffee shop? Okay, so that's the redundancy of a network, right? So let's say if you have Spectrum and you have a T-Mobile. T-Mobile also will supply internet connections for a business or for a household. And you can have, let's say, your primary network being Spectrum, but just in case Spectrum wants to be crazy and cut their own line, then you can automatically switch over to T-Mobile for the time being on a lesser data plan and be able to get all your internet assets out there and be able to conduct business continually, right? Because this things, while it sounds far-fetched, those things happen. I was in Iraq, and we ran out of internet connectivity during the summer because someone in the Pacific Ocean cut a fiber line that we were using for internet access, and we didn't have redundancy in that. So we were just kind of just out in the middle of Iraq, no communications other than on the actual base that we were on. So having that redundancy of networks could be something that you might want to take a look at, right? Going back to Netflix or Amazon, those type of companies that are internet based, they need to have some type of connection to the outside world, and they need to have a redundancy just in case that primary connection gets cut, or let's say if that company goes out of business. Let's say if they hike up the prices and you don't want to pay that, so now you can't pay that, right? So now you could just jump over to your lesser data plan and see if they got something that's for you. So just having those things backing you up constantly keeps you in the keep your business moving forward. Same thing with power. Going down to our next bullet, power does the same thing. When you think about who supplies energy for your company as far as light bills, right? is there another light company in your vicinity that you can actually go to and get another power source? Or like I said with the Wendy's example, can you have a generator out in the back that automatically jumps on as soon as you lose power? When I was in Colombia and I worked for Ad First, they had 2 generators built in the back of their data center that would automatically jump on if they would go down, lose power for maybe even 30 seconds, I think. And the generators were so large and powerful, they could last 2 months, I believe, off of diesel fuel. Okay. And every year they will test these generators out. So what they'll do is we would do a disaster recovery plan, kind of like a testing of that plan, just to make sure that everything worked and there was no type of new things that we need to implement. And so we would shut everything down, let everything jump onto the generator just to see if it could hold the network connectivity, all of the users that will get onto that data center. Was everything running smoothly? Did it run kind of slow? So we wanted to test those things out, and it was worth the money in their opinion. And in my opinion, it was a little bit of overkill. I don't think that people are was that, and I don't think they were that in need to check their bank account on a daily basis if you had a power outage throughout the whole South Carolina um, grid. So I thought it was a little bit overkill. But anyway, having a different power source could actually help you out in different business sectors. Okay. That goes into sites. So we have something called hot sites, cold sites, and then warm sites. Excuse me. So hot sites are, well, let's back up for a minute. Whenever you are, let's say if you go to a business and they have enough money to actually create a hot site or a warm site, this is where the business continuity is taken to a whole nother level. They don't want any type of disruption to the business at all. Okay, so they're going to build these extra sites that's not being occupied at the time. But if there was a disaster to happen, then everyone will migrate to these hot sites or these warm sites in order to get the business rolling again. Okay, so think about it as let's use Netflix again as an example. So for a hot site, you can have your regular office, your regular headquarters for Netflix, but a hot site will be a direct replica of that headquarters, maybe in a different state or on a different coast. It could be if your headquarters is located in New York City, your hot site may be located in Washington, D.C., or better yet, in LA. Okay. And the reason why is because sometimes a disaster could be so big, such as a hurricane, that it affects the whole East Coast. So now we can have, instead of having people go into that office in New York, we will just tell our employees to continue to run everything out of the LA site. Okay. So LA, the hot site will normally have computers, servers, the networks already set up over there, phones are set up, desks are there, file cabinets. There's nothing there that should not be there in order for the business to run. So if for whatever reason, if we can't go to the main headquarters in New York, we can always catch a flight and go over to our LA building and then continue to work. A warm site is a little bit toned down than a hot site. So it may have everything there, but it may not be filled with computers yet, right? It may have all the network connectivity there, but maybe not the fullness of when it comes to air conditioning or furniture or coffee machines. While it sounds kind of crazy, right? A hot site is going to have everything like that, but a warm site is going to be missing some things. It may not have personnel there, right? It may not be guarded. It may not be with a fence around it. It may have everything that we need, and we can set it up and be back in business within a couple of hours, but it doesn't have everything that a hot site would happen to have. So if we can, let's say if we had a hot site, we can only be down for maybe 10 minutes, and our customers will never even know something was going on, because the hot site is automatically switched over to our headquarters, over to our hot site. We can continue business without any interruptions, right? Everything that I've been saying about Netflix when it came to if we had everyone pulling the information off of the East Coast servers data center, if we was to shut that down and then bring it over to the data center in Dallas, Texas, then there's, it's a hot site. There's no one sees the actual switch over. They don't see any type of downtime. It's just a quick switch over, right? This is the difference between a hot and cold site. A hot and warm site. Now, the actual how much it is to actually make a warm site into a hot site is a couple of $1 million, but maybe your company is willing to do that in order to keep the business afloat and keep it going. Cold site, on the other hand, is you pretty much just have a building, and then you may have some network connectivity, maybe, right? But more than likely, if you have a cold site, you're going to be down. You're not going to be giving out business for a couple of days, maybe a couple of weeks. It's going to take you a while to get everything up and running again. And maybe your business is built to do that, right? Maybe you're a consulting business and you don't necessarily have to check in with your customers, or your customers not checking with you like that. So you can hold off for a couple of minutes or a couple of weeks and get yourself back into a working order, and then pick up business as usual, maybe 2 weeks out. So a cold site might be just for you, okay? Where we're telling people not to go into the building. We're going to find a new site. We have a new site. It's just not furnished yet, and it doesn't have this, that, and the third. So give us a couple of days in order to get those things allocated and put in there in order to make it a live event site. Okay, so that's your difference when it comes to hot site, warm site, and cold site. Now, before I lose this out of my mind, when it came to the COVID situation a couple of years ago, a lot of people didn't know what to do because they didn't have a disaster recovery plan in place for something such as a viral disease, where we would tell everyone to stay home. Now, in hindsight, it seems like it was, obvious. You just tell people to get on the internet, and we just all go to the same software and we learn from there, or we incorporate Zoom calls a lot. But at that time, a lot of businesses, a lot of schoolhouses, they didn't know how to actually implement those things within a business and actually keep the business moving forward. So a lot of people had to actually shift with that disaster that actually happened, and it was I think it was something good, if you're gonna count silver lining, right? Um, Having COVID hit the business market showed a versatility for small businesses and big business businesses to actually shift their plan and actually get with the times of actually moving forward. As you can see, if you look back at the numbers, um, Amazon was not hurt at all by the COVID. If anything, they profit the most um, for because of COVID, just because what they were doing 10 years before it actually was popular. Everything was on the internet. Everything was that they did for their business was internet driven, hands off. We didn't have to actually see each other to conduct business, and everybody else had to actually catch up uh, to them. And a couple of businesses, they still are not able to really kind of grasp this whole working without seeing each other type of way that we're in now. Moving on, chapter 13 goes over the different types of fire suppressions that we have. Now, I know you're probably looking at this like, you know, you thought cybersecurity was going to be a bunch of configurations to devices and everything, but we're in here talking about the different types of fires and then how do you actually put those fires out, right? But this is what security is, being secure of the business. We're making the business secure against different types of attacks. Fires is one of those attacks, right? You have to be aware of that. So being aware of what type of fire extinguisher to have or how to actually put out your fires is very important when it comes to working with a lot of data centers, because a data center is if you ever been in one or been around a bunch of servers, it could get really hot, and it could get that you can also have really cold data centers just because of the type of air conditioners that you have in there. But anyway, if you go back to the fire part of it, um, if you have a fire around a bunch of electrical circuits, you don't want to go in there with water and start throwing things, throwing water on everything. You're gonna just one, you'll put out the fire. Maybe you might mess up a whole bunch of other stuff too. So um, you want to understand what type of fire you could produce, right, in your business, and then do we have the right type of extinguisher or some type of application to actually put that fire out. Maybe we need to take the oxygen out of the room in order to put that fire out. I've seen in one banking industry, they would use a system that would take the oxygen out of the room. The only thing about that is that if you're in the if you're in the data center when the oxygen leaves the room, um, you gone too. And I didn't agree with that, but hey, I guess they wanted the new hotness, and that's what they got. I just thought it was a little bit dangerous to the actual personnel because you couldn't really tell. Well, they had a system in place to where they could tell if a fire were to happen, right, or were about to happen, right. So the levels in, I don't know if it was CO2, but I think it was CO2, would start to rise. And once it get to a certain level, an alarm would go off, and it will indicate that a fire could start any second. And that's when the suppression of the gas will actually go in, take the oxygen out of that room, kind of regulate the levels again. And then now you're able to suppress that fire. But like I said, if you got some gas coming in there and I'm working over the weekend and you know, gas come in there, and then all of a sudden I breathe that in. Now you have a bigger problem because not only did you save your data, but you lost a life. So um, it's something to really kind of think about when it comes to putting in these type of controls in order to stop fires. So just I think this chart that they had in the book was actually a thing to remember and actually keep um, kind of keeping your profession if you're ever going to be in cybersecurity. Just make sure that you understand what fires could happen in your business, and then hey, are we equipped to actually stop those fires? So that takes us to the HVAC system, right? The air conditioner system. Sorry if y'all hear that. Let me go ahead and put that on mute. The air conditioner system. So in the server room, a server room kind of looks like this, where you have different rows, and all of these rows in this racks here are just servers stacked up against each other. So you can maybe have maybe 200 to 300 computers all running different services. Um, Now, this is kind of the old school way of doing it. Um, a lot of times a business may have things coming out of the cloud. So now when you talking about a cloud supplier, this is how their data center will look. And the reason why we're talking about this right now is because in this data center, um, these boxes, these servers, they get hot because of the processing speed of the actual server. Okay, so that processor in that box, it gets hot and it needs to actually uh, breathe out that hot air, but it also needs cold air from the air conditioners to actually come in. So now you want to situate your server here in a hot and cold aisle in order for one, the server is not breathing all the hot air on each other, but you want them to be in cold air in order to actually stay efficient throughout the day. So just imagine how Amazon may have rows of these types of servers. This should actually be in to provide service. So let me see if I can give you guys a real live shot of that. So yeah, so something like this. These are servers, routers, what have you. This, you see, they got them all up in here. 9 times out of 10, if you're working in the cybersecurity sector, you're not going to be here all the time unless you have a physical server that you actually are over and administering to. But as you can tell, I'm remote right now as a security analyst, a security engineer, and I don't need to actually go and look at these actual servers in the data center. That's another department. That's the IT department that actually cares for these type of servers, right? But the reason why we bring this up is because just like this picture right here, we want the back of the servers to maybe going to the back, well, let's say to this outer aisle here. And then this inner aisle, we want the front facing of these servers on this aisle, and then on the front we want the servers to be front facing here. So this aisle will be cool. This aisle right here will this is where all the hot air will exit out at. Okay, and so now we want our air conditioner vent to be over here, pointing down into this aisle, pointing down into this aisle. Or no, I'm sorry, since we have this server pointing this way, we want in this aisle to be hot. So we want to put our vent over here. Okay. So that's the concept of having hot and cold aisles. It helps prevent those fires that could happen. But you also need to think about the air conditioner. Do you have a heavy enough air conditioner to actually provide constant cooling? And then think about in the wintertime, is it going to be less? Is the air conditioner going to work less because of the cooler temperatures? But think about the summertime in South Carolina, it could get very hot, given the fact that you got those servers really working hard, bringing up the temperature inside that building. So we want to make sure that we have hot and cold aisles in our data center. Last slide for today, we're going to talk, chapter 13 talked about incident response. And incident response is when we actually have a problem, we have been compromised, or data has leaked out. Someone has left their laptop on a plane somewhere. This is an incident and we need to actually respond to those things. Okay, so we have a life cycle that we need to actually abide by when it comes to understanding the problem, detecting and getting analysis of the problem, containing and then eradicating, fixing the issue, and then let's go back to a post-incident activity. So let's figure out what have we learned about it, what could we have put in place, and then that'll put us back at the preparation part at the beginning, where we're kind of going back to waiting for the next incident to happen. Now, I also put forensics up here because sometimes you may have to go into a point of looking into a cyber crime. Someone may be going to websites that they shouldn't during business hours, and you may have to take a computer off the network and then be able to look at the logs on that PC to see exactly what's going on. So remember when I said in the beginning of this course, everything that you do on a computer is logged in the event logger, okay? If those logs have been modified in any type of way, that's a good indication that you probably been doing something that you didn't want someone else to see. So if we're running forensics on it, one, we want to make a full copy of that hard drive, take it off, not even mess with the original hard drive, because maybe that hard drive may need to be taken to court, and we don't want to show that we have made any type of changes to it, because even just um, really going to your start menu and hitting shut down, that modifies the original copy. So we want to make sure that we have a bit copy of it, and there's devices that does that. And then we want to make sure that we do our due diligence on the copy of the hard drive and look for the type of crime that we're looking for, right? But we also want to make sure that we stay within the parameters of what informational security professionals, what we should do and what we shouldn't do. Just because we see something wrong doesn't necessarily mean that we need to act upon it and then try to, get someone fired or whatever the case may be. If your policy doesn't show that you should do anything, then you don't have the jurisdiction to do anything. Okay, so keep that in mind. If y'all get a internship this summer and you see somebody doing something crazy, it doesn't give you the right to go ahead and turn them in or break their access to certain things, right? You need to take that up um, to your supervisor and let them know exactly what's going on, okay? Before you get yourself into a privacy issue, and that can be a can of worms too. So just be careful in that. And when it comes to actually running forensics, um, if they don't have anyone specializing in that, um, or if they don't have a police department that comes in and actually provides forensics on that hard drive, then I will probably leave it alone. Just a professional advice from me to you. Okay, so incident response. Remember, if something happens, we need to analyze it as quick as possible, but then we need to contain it and then eradicate it. So when I say contain it, either we take it off the network, we cause it to not to spread to others, we eradicate it, we fix the issue as soon as possible, and then we learn from it. And we kind of, if we learn from it, then we might put something in play in order to fix that in the future, or we may put a policy in place saying, hey, we won't be doing this anymore. But we need to address that issue and the issues that may be coming up in the future. Okay. So that's all I got for chapter 13. I'm going to stop the recording because I and hit the record button. So mobile device security. And this is where we're going to start talking about devices that you guys actually hold every day. Mostly smartphones, tablets. But now we're starting to integrate those watches into play. A lot of things that can actually connect to the internet and be able to give you messages such as emails, text messages. Um, you can understand your heartbeat per minute, and you can send that to some type of cloud drive and have it for data for forever, really. So a lot of these mobile devices have become our everyday means of being. It actually kind of picked up, I think, in the last 10 years. It really kind of really got not out of hand, but it just really took off from the times where I remember the first set of cell phones coming out. There not being that much technology in them. They just was able to actually make phone calls and maybe do texting. Um, but majority of those cell phones did not have that capability. And then once two-way pagers really kind of set the trend for actually sending messages back and forth, mobile devices have really just taken off and became this you know just taking mobile devices to a whole nother level where we really, if you wanted to, you don't really need a laptop. You can get the bare minimum of a iPad with a keyboard attached to it, and then you're able to connect to the internet and really do all the things that your regular PC will do. Okay, but so my first slides here, we talk about portable computers. That'll be your laptops. So any anything that's not a desktop is what you kind of see this icon here. So I kind of got the wrong icon here. The icon over here is a laptop, right? But this is your desktop. This is something that you have a big computer that actually sits at a desk, and it's not really made to be mobile, right? It just kind of it sits there and it does the same thing as a laptop does. Okay. Um, so you have your portable computers, which is your laptops. You have your tablets, iPads, Samsung books. Um, any you pretty much have two players in the game, where it's just either you have an Apple product and then you have every other product that's a Android product, right? And more times out of not, you're gonna have a Samsung type of a build. Well, I would say Samsung is the most build quality ready producer or manufacturer when it comes to Android products. But you may get a Google phone, or you may get I know I had a OnePlus phone. They're pretty affordable, but they're running an Android operating system on top of that. So that kind of takes us into the smartphone type of build, where you have pretty much Apple and then everybody else who wants to get into that field. But um, it's just how can manufacturers really compete with the fame and the popularity of a Apple product? I really don't understand. You get a lot of more customization out of your Android products, but a lot of people just really like the simplicity of Apple products and just that whole structure of apps just being there, and then they really don't give you uh, that many features as an Android product, in my opinion. But it may sound like I'm an Android fan, but I actually prefer an iPhone as well. The build quality is incredible. So I just like that. A lot of Samsung products, while they give you a lot of features, um, the test on the actual memory and the processor causes the phone to get hot, and then it may freeze up on you. It may ask you to actually hard restart the phone a lot of times, and that can be can be a little frustrating at times. Wearable tech, and so that's where we're getting into the smartwatches. Uh, and I also put up here Google Glass. So if you don't know what Google Glass is, it's a people have yet to come up with the actual product and make it mainstream, but you're pretty much talking about these smart glasses that you can wear on a day-to-day basis. And what they do is they may put in some type of direction if you're walking with, trying to get your maps at the same time. So on your phone, on your watch, if you put in a direction for you to walk to, it will give you the arrow on when to turn the corner or what have you. Well, the Google Glass will actually put that into your peripheral to where you can actually see when you're supposed to turn. Okay. So it hasn't really hit the mainstream just yet. Um, I think some manufacturers have given up on it and actually are starting to turn the VR type of products. So actually going into virtual reality, putting a whole goggles over your face and taking away your peripherals to where it's putting you into a virtual world. Um, and I don't think is really caught on like that. And plus, a lot of people don't want to wear the bulky type um, stereotypical black glasses like that. So until they come up with something more fashionable, I think actual having smart glasses is something that's a little bit to the future. Okay, so moving on to your smart device having some type of storage and some type of memory, right? So your book goes into how does your smartphone actually resembles a laptop. So it's able to go out to the internet, but the one thing that a laptop has over your smart device is it probably has more storage in order to store your files and your pictures and uh, your music on, right? But a lot of these phones, they actually have storage that we can actually put more songs on them, more photos can be taken and videos can be recorded and then saved on our phone. Now, a lot of times, uh, this comes into the price of the phone, right? So you could get a 100 and matter of fact, let's just go ahead and just look at that. I'm going back to Google Glass, Best Buy, and a lot of times, um, you can buy the phone based off of what type of storage that it may have. I'm going straight iPhone. I bet this 14 is like $2,000. But anyway, so you could get like when you see the Apple 14 Pro, and you see a max of 256 gigabytes of storage. In today's world, that's considered to be fairly small, or right there on the medium side, right? So it's really when you look at that GB, right, that 256. I want you guys to think about how many pictures that you actually take, how many videos that you actually record. That's gonna actually play a part into how many apps you can actually download. And then it may cause your iPhone to kind of run slow if you have so many things blocking up that much storage space, because a computer is supposed to work like this. It's supposed to have its processor speed, and then it's supposed to have the storage and then the memory. And these three things work together in order to keep a speed type of reaction to whenever you're hitting that app is supposed to react, right? But if it's all clogged up with you got 2,000 pictures up there with um, 40 videos recorded at 4K quality, it's going to eat up a lot of that space. And then you want to put your apps on top of that, it bogs down the actual processing speed in order to keep those things in place. So a lot of times, um, we go for a cheaper phone when it comes to the storage, but then when we actually are putting the phone to its everyday usage, we end up maxing out the phone more quickly than we actually bargained for. And I'll go on later in the lecture today and say how can we actually get maybe a cheaper phone, but then start putting things out there in the cloud, right? That way it could free up our space on that. Like nowadays you don't have to load your songs onto the phone. Back in my day of being at Morris, we had to no, we didn't have the phones could not get music at that time. That didn't come until I think 2012. But um back when I was in the army, you could load the actual songs onto the phone, right? But then that would eat up a lot of space. So nowadays you can actually stream the songs off your app. So Apple Music, I use Amazon Music. You also got Tidal and these streaming platforms clear up that space that you actually taking up, putting on phone songs on your phone, and now you're just using the radio waves or the Wi-Fi waves to actually stream music. Great, but then like the bad part of that is that you gotta pay for that service, right? So it's things to wear out or way out, right? I really wanted to go back up in here and really just show you. So when I said that 256 was kind of like the medium of it, your internal memory could go all the way up to a terabyte, 1,000 gigabits, and that's OD in my opinion is too much. I mean, I don't think you're ever gonna use up a terabyte worth of storage or have that many photos on your phone uh, without clearing it out, or the phone just breaking, or you upgrading the phone maybe in 2 or 3 years, right? Unless you just take pictures every day. But anyway, 512 is a little bit OD as well. I don't think you need to pay that much for it. I was sticking to 256 and use my cloud applications in order to offload some storage space in order to keep that freshness about my cell phone. Now this also applies to tablets as well, right? Right. So your tablets work the same way as your phone, and whenever you have that storage space kind of gets loaded up, then you need to offload those type of photos and videos and documents that you have saved on your phone off to a cloud solution or onto a some type of static solution. So with that, I'll transition back to the slides. Just to kind of finish this off, I would probably go with a 256, maybe a 128, because a 128 is pretty decent too. So, but anyway, if you had that 256 and you wanted to just offload those files off to a something that you have in your hand, you can have a flash drive or a USB. So this is goes here to this flash memory or USB uh, component where you hook up your cell phone to your laptop and then you make those transactions between those two devices, right? So hopefully we're all familiar with USB and then what type of storage that there are. It's just kind of like having a hard drive in your hand that you could pretty much go from machine to machine. Okay. Same thing when it comes to the SD slots. If you have a Android phone, you'll probably be more familiar with the added memory that you could put into a SD slot versus an Apple phone. Apple phone doesn't allow that feature. Um, so you're pretty much going to have to buy that out of the store. But with a Samsung, it may come with a a SD slot on the side of the phone. It's not the slot for your phone provider, not that chip slot, the slot that you put in there and you put your actual service chip in there, but it's another actual insert, maybe on the other side of the phone that you could put is removable. You could put extended memory on that side and actually get more storage. And so maybe if you had a lot of pictures on one side in a folder, you can actually just put a bigger chip or SD slot card in there that's maybe 256 and then load all your photos on there and then put that in storage, right? And take it out and then put a new one in there that's blank and then continue to, go on with your daily activities. So that's removable storage. Now, from a security standpoint, we want to make sure that if we're telling someone to be mindful of our media or of our removable storage, we want to make sure that we don't lose our USBs, we don't use our SD cards. If you see one just maybe laying down on the ground, uh, do you want to actually pick that up and plug that in to see what that is? Hackers will purposely put viruses on USBs sticks and just leave them out there for people to actually pick them up. Okay, and it's a known. I've I've seen that type of attack just because we have penetration testing at my job, and we've seen that tactic happen to where people are curious by nature. If someone sees a USB drive that's just kind of sitting maybe in on the counter at the restroom, someone may pick that hard drive, that actual USB stick up and put it into their laptop, and now they have been affected by some type of virus. So other risks that we may be facing when it comes to our mobile devices is, of course, the classic, hey, someone stole my actual device. And also man in the middle attack. So remember that man in the middle is sniffing of the network, right? We're using Wireshark to look at the network going back and forth. And our cell phones are just like laptops. They actually communicate on the network going back and forth. so they can see that type of traffic, and we need to be mindful of that. So not necessarily, I don't want you guys to think that you need to use a VPN on your phone all the time, but just be mindful of, if you're opening up your browser on your phone and you're going to a unsecure site and you're doing a transaction of some sort, then someone can see that. Okay. So I don't want you to think that, hey, if someone is out here with a Wireshark and then I'm doing a texting back and forth, someone can see that. No, I'm more talking about doing transactions in a browser, doing laptop activities on your mobile devices, and then, someone looking at the traffic in that sense. Okay. So stolen devices, I want to jump back on that. Later on in the slides, I'll talk about how can we move on from our stolen devices. What should we be doing on a daily basis, just in case we actually lose or someone takes our phone? How do we get that information back? In most cases, you just gotta, bite the bullet on it and charge it, and just say, hey, I lost that information, but it's backed up here. So whenever I get my new phone, then I could just take all the information off the cloud and transfer it to my new phone. Okay. Now, if we put some security things into play, hopefully they should not be able to look at that information on that phone. They could just have the actual physical phone, but they should not be able to get into the hardware, the software. Excuse me. So we also want to make sure that we are understanding that public networks, when we go to our Starbucks or we go to that hotel and we're connecting to a public network, that it could be vulnerable to certain type of people looking at that traffic. So we just want to keep those things in mind as well. Going to GPS. So yeah, what goes into GPS and how these mobile devices can actually track you. A lot of times we have GPS turned on our phones and we don't really know that we have it turned on. So I wanted to show you exactly what I mean by that is that if you guys came into the room early, you seen that I was playing around with my Google account, and I was here on Google Maps. And if you go down to, let me show you how to get there. So if you go and you're looking at Google Maps, right? And if you go over to the three lines over here, which is more likely your menu, and you drop that or bring that out, then you can see where Google has been tracking me per se. And I think they've been tracking me since 2009, from what I've seen. But as you can see here, I clicked on timeline, and then it shows all the places that I pretty much been going at since the time they've been tracking me. Like I said, 2009, which is crazy, right? But these are places where I probably had some type of cell phone on me, and it checked into Google to update my location. Okay, and they'll it's convenient to a certain extent, but then it's kind of creepy to where Google doesn't really put this in bold print for you to actually see. So it's kind of scary at the same time that someone is actually looking at the 289 places that I have visited. Let's see, the place I visited the most is, of course, my home, right? And then it got here at Cherry Park. I love to go to Cherry Park during my lunch breaks and take a walk. So and the also another creepy thing about that is that it actually shows you here on the map where I've been at. So if this tells me about, if this is going on in my phone, could you imagine what they're tracking on your phone? Have you guys ever went out there on Google and seen if they were tracking you like this? If you had an iPhone, have you gone into Apple Maps and seen if they have been updating where your locations are at? It's just it's kind of weird, right? Bank of America Plaza. What the? I might have been there, maybe. Probably was. That's about the time we went out there for a Panthers game. But anyway, I thought it was kind of, cool, but at the same time, imagine if someone got this information about you, right? And now they could see, um, well, I know Lee lives here, and then um, he goes here. And let's see if we can go to the place details. Let's see what else information they can give us about it. They ain't showing that right now. Last time I visited. Oh, well. They're not really giving me anything that I really want. But still, these are all places where it could be used against me, such as the daycare that I visit because I got to go pick up my son every day, right? So you can imagine how hackers could actually get this information and tell a lot about you just because Google is doing its due diligence on its customers. Now, let me explain what I just said about Google. Google is not just your favorite search engine. Um, it is a search engine that relies on you to give it information in order for them to sell your information to others to sell you products. Okay. So whenever you get Gmails or whenever you're going to YouTube or for to really look at it, whenever you click on this ellipses over here and they show you all the good apps that they have, um, all these things are free, right? They don't charge you for nothing unless you want YouTube premium, so they don't have to give you ads. They don't charge you for none of this. They don't charge you for no emails or let's say Google Drive, where this is kind of like that cloud solution. I'll go back into that a little bit later. Google Photos. This is where I upload my photos when my cell phone gets full, right? They don't charge me for none of this unless I want more than what they're actually giving out, right? I got a calendar here, all this stuff that I can use to my benefits, right? And they don't charge for none of that. But what they do in the replace of that is that they may read my emails. They may look at what I've been looking at on YouTube. What have I put in here to search, right? And then they'll take that information and say, hey, Lee is looking at electronics. More than likely, he's a techie guy. Let's sell to him more tech stuff. That new technology that came out with Meta and it's the new virtual reality headset. Let's start putting the ads on his search engines so he can be more inclined to actually buy that product. That's what Google does. And it's kind of it's a give or take, right? So you don't like that, but at the same time, that's how they really make money, and they actually give you some good products that's actually for free. But on the flip side of that, they may be looking at where you go at all the time. So it's kind of yeah, bittersweet, right? So that's GPS. So what I would suggest to you guys is take some time and go into your settings on your phone, on your tablets, in your laptops. See if there's some type of GPS system actually tracking where you're at. If you don't like that, if you don't want that to happen, then turn it off. Um, and what I don't mean is on Apple when they ask you, hey, don't allow this app to track me. That's something totally different. That's something is more looking at your cookies on that application versus you actually leaving the campus and going down to Walmart. All right. So just take your time, see what's in your settings. Go into your settings on your Android or your Apple products and see exactly what's looking at you. And then is it recording those type of times where you're making stops? Now, going on to the next slide, we got installing insecure applications. This is kind of simple, just because we all have been pretty much, we know where we want to get applications from, But your book goes over it, and what I want you guys to understand is that uh, Apple has a way of having authorized applications to be installed, and that's only in the App Store on their devices, and Google Play Store is the way you want to get authorized applications from the Android side. Okay. Um, so you don't want to really go out to any type of place such as Reddit or GitHub and then get those applications and install them around the safe. They put those stores in place in order for it to be a kind of a safe place to actually install those applications. Okay, so pretty simple here. Apple, we're going to the iOS store, and then Google, Android machines, we're probably going to go to a Google Play Store. Your book goes into actually understanding what well, it going off on our last slide of going to a authorized place to actually install new software. We want to make sure that if we don't understand where we're going at on the internet, that we probably want to stay clear of that, right? So if you see these type of QR codes and you're curious, you can go ahead and scan that and see where it takes you, right? So that's a real QR code that I clipped and I put it into this slide. It doesn't take you to a malicious site, but I wanted to really kind of preface it to say, hey, if you see a QR code, to be wary of it. 9 times out of 10, I would feel more safe if it has some type of logo here in the middle. I'm sorry, had a logo here in the middle that kind of gives me an indication of where I would be going. So if I had a Facebook page that I would normally go to, it would be kind of centered in the middle to where, okay, I know I'm going to a Facebook page, but I just don't know which one that I'm going to go to. So just be wary of the QR codes. They're actually very convenient in actually showing or giving someone a link without actually giving them the actual phrase in order for them to type in. They could just scan the QR code with their camera, and then the smart device would actually take you to that actual website. But imagine if I was malicious, then I could have a QR code go to a malicious site, right? So we just take it as for what it is, and then we scan it, and someone hacked into my machine just that easy. So just be wearful of those type of untrusted content, QR codes, and things of that nature. Moving on, we started. The book goes into bring your own device, BYOD, and this is a big topic for IT departments, just because it's bringing in devices that they are unaware of. And so to give an example is that you just started a new job, and the new job doesn't give you a new cell phone. They don't give you a company issued cell phone. They say, hey, you could put our email, our personal emails that we get within the company onto your personal phone. Okay, so now you have your personal emails on your personal phone as well as the company emails on your personal phone. Now, here's the thing about that is that the risk comes in is that let's say if you downloaded a application from GitHub, and now it affected your personal device. Well, and while it affected that, and now it's reading all the material on your phone, it's actually reading into the company's email. And so now the company is under attack because you personally went on to GitHub and installed something that you shouldn't have done personally. The problem is that the company has no jurisdiction over your personal devices. They just have the jurisdiction over their actual data that they put on their email. But since they said, hey, you know what, we will allow you to have that on your personal device, they have taken that risk on to say, hey, if you get affected, then we don't mind. We will accept that risk that if you install something that you shouldn't have, we'll accept that risk if our information leaves that way, of it being on your personal machine. So a lot of IT departments, they try to stay away from bring your own device, but in some cases you don't have enough budget to give everyone a iPad and an iPhone or a Samsung product just because it's not into the IT department's budget, right? So a lot of times we want to keep people informed within the business, but then we will have to say, hey, we just want to get your personal phone number so we can call you, but we don't want you to put company email onto your phone. And you need to actually have policies in order to understand what's going on there. Um, so bring your own device is sketchy. Some people don't like it. From an employee standpoint, it's easier, right? It's easier to have one phone on you and actually check your emails and actually get work done on your personal phone. And then when you're done with that company, you could just easily discard of the application. But from a IT standpoint of it or a cybersecurity standpoint, it's very easy for that information to leave out on doing a personal uh, on a personal device. So different ways we could secure our mobile devices. Again, like I said with the GPS slide, I said, hey, if you're not using that GPS or you don't want that on, see if you could disable that feature. And that goes for any other features that you see on your settings. Go in there, see if you're actually using them, and then if you're not using them, just turn them off, right? That way you're not having a the more features you leave open, the more features you are vulnerable to an attack. So if you're not using GPS on your device, but I'm a hacker that yeah, I specialize in looking at uh, the Google Maps to see exactly where you've been, then I can use that. But if I go ahead and shut that down as a user, then that takes away that vector. That takes away that avenue of me as a hacker getting into your information. So if you don't need that feature on your phone, go ahead and disable it. Now that goes into the second one, right? A lot of times when I say that, people think that I mean disable face unlock or fingerprint unlock. That doesn't mean that. You want to have those personal biometrics on, in my opinion. You at least need a pin, right? Even if you don't want to be quote unquote in the system because it takes a outline of your face in order for you to unlock your phone, you at least need a 4 digit to 6 digit pin, maybe an 8 digit pin in order to open your phone. Because if you lose that, and you don't have a pin or you don't have those features to actually open your phone, then someone can actually have access to everything, right? And then there's no saving it after that. But at least if we have a fingerprint or if a face recognition or a pin, then we're able to say, hey, okay, at least they shouldn't be able to get into my phone. Um, they shouldn't be able to get into my phone just because I have these things lined up, right? So when I say disable features that you don't use, I don't really mean the facial and the facial recognition as well as the fingerprint um, unlocks. Also, when we're upgrading a phone, going into our last section right here, and you're upgrading a phone, it's very important to set it back to factory settings. Go ahead and erase all of those features, that data that you put in there. Erase all of those things. Just because you don't know if you're going to sell that phone, you don't know if you're going to use it again. But just from a security standpoint, you want to reset all of those things back to a factory setting. Now, when it comes to Apple, Apple is very stickler to signing you into iCloud in the beginning. So you're probably already locked into iCloud. And in order to sell that phone, when you reset it back to factory settings, you need to know that password in order to unlock that phone to set it back to factory settings so someone else could actually get it. So just keep those things in mind. I know iCloud is very it's very cumbersome to actually remember those passwords, and then get a new phone and set it all up. But it's actually, if you could keep up with those passwords, it's very seamless in order to go from device to device. Okay. But setting it back to factory settings is always, wiping that data is always something that I would suggest. Now, mobile device management. When we're talking about being in a enterprise setting, and we're talking about companies giving out mobile devices, they're going to need some type of software to manage each one of those devices and actually see exactly what you're putting on your device. So they can use the software to see if you downloaded some type of gaming app, or if you downloaded Instagram and there's no reason for you to have it. And so they can see what you actually downloaded, and then some software will actually send a signal out in order for you to actually remove those applications. Or they could send you an email and say, hey, Lee, you downloaded TikTok. There's no need for you to have it. Go ahead and remove that from your company issued device. Okay. But with the companies that I've been with, I haven't seen something like that. Normally, when they give you a company issue phone, you could do with whatever you want to do with it. Just be mindful that company information is on these phones. And so if you lose the phone, if you leave it somewhere and you forget it and now it's lost, then hopefully you have those passwords on there so no one can get into the device. Then two, you need to let the IT department who has this mobile device management tool know that they can actually remote wipe the phone. So they will send a signal out, and that automatically causes the phone to go into a factory reset, and it wipes the whole phone clean. And now they don't have to worry about their data being in the wrong hands. The funny thing about that is that those um that remote wiping feature for this mobile device management tool is caused by the GPS being turned on that phone. So it needs to go up to the satellite in space to see exactly where that phone is at on the earth, and then it sends that signal down in order to go into an automatic reset mode. Okay. So if you have a company issue phone, you're probably not going to turn off your GPS just because they need that feature to be on, right? So they probably will disable you from actually turning that feature off. But with your personal phone, hey, I would say turn it off. But anyway, last slide here. So let's go ahead and let's get back to the cloud solutions. Let me pull my web cloud back up, not my web cloud, my web browser back up. And so when I was talking about having so many videos, photos on your phone, documents saved on your phone, you can actually throw these things into something like a Google Drive. You can actually set like for my photos, where is it? Well, for my photos, I actually use Google Photos. And I have Google Photos automatically pulls my photos off my phone and uploads them to the cloud. And so now, if I get a new phone, I can just go ahead and download the app for my phone again, the Google Photos app, and then take all the things that automatically upload it to the cloud and throw them on my new phone. Okay, so that's what I meant by if we ever lose our phone, our data should be constantly backing up to the cloud. That way, if we ever lose it or someone hacks us and we have to get rid of that actual device, we can get our new device and then just put the applications on that new phone and then just download the things that we already have in the cloud. Okay, so Google gives you this for free. With Apple, you have to go to iCloud here, and again, that's having that if you understand, not understand, but if you know your Apple ID as well as your password, this is automatically kind of set up when you first turn on the phone. So having this actually set up is actually great for switching phones. The problem with iCloud that I see is that they don't give you much storage, and then they want you to pay for the extra storage, right? So eh, it goes back to how they nickel and dime you here with the actual buying of the phone. So if you get a 512 gigabit of storage on that phone, and then maybe you can get a free subscription to iCloud and have all your photos there. But then what do you do when you finally fill up the iCloud and you're getting close to filling up your phone? Then you probably need to put in a USB device and a thumb drive and actually save those things off your iCloud onto that thumb drive in order for you to have more room, right? In order to clear out that iCloud and then bring everything off that phone into the iCloud again. And so you just need to keep the physical USB drive in your possession. Okay. So the cloud is your friend. The cloud is going to help you against losing your phones, um, losing your tablets, even when it comes to your laptops. Putting those documents out there in cloud solutions is a great thing. Just understanding that they are being locked down by your username and password is just probably the biggest thing about that. Okay. So with that, that's all I have. Do you guys got any questions for me? Sorry. Chapter 11 started to talk about access control, basically user accounts. Whenever we are going into a new business environment, or let's say if we go to another school, uh, the IT department needs to create you a user account in order for you to log on to their machines and then access any type of printers, uh, network folders that they may have, storage, Microsoft, the suite apps, whatever they may have that your user account is connected to. So a lot of things in this chapter is basically centered around identity, and then access management. Okay, so in the real world, we call it IAM, identity access management. But in this book, we're gonna refer to it as access control. So it starts off um, about talking about each things that makes up your user account. So it could be an object. It starts off by explaining what an object is. An object could be a printer, or let's say a file server that's on the network. A file server. When I say that, I want you guys to think of somewhere where you can store files or get material from on a network. And when I say that, let me show you an example. I don't want you to get lost. Um, so if you ever pulled up your file explorer, this kind of window right here where you see different files and things like that, your network, things that are network, your drives will be things that's kind of pinned on the side here. So for me, you can see my book, which is in my storage drive, is pinned to the side, and the storage on my local PC is pinned to the side as well. But I would consider this storage right here to be actually a network file server. So you can look at this as being an object. And then what will happen is when we create your account in IT, we want to give you permissions to actually go to that object or that file server, that file, and be able to download, let's say, the textbook for the class. So that's your subject. Being able to assign that user or you um, to be able to access that object at any given time. So make it even simpler. If the object was a printer, then you as the subject, you will want access to that printer in order to print your documents out, right? Now that goes into actually when you want to perform a action on that object, then it goes into operation. Whenever I want to edit a file or save a file, let's say change it all together. Let's go back to my desktop. Pick, let's say if I wanted to edit the PBQ1 and I wanted to edit it as a notepad, it's going to show up as gibberish, right? But if I wanted to change the letters and the order of the documentation, then I want to actually have that operation in order to do that. And in cybersecurity, we want to make sure that we give this type of permission out sparingly. We don't want to make sure that anybody can do it, but we want to make sure that people can actually perform the actions that they need to do. So as students, you may need to be able to read a document, but not necessarily go in here and highlight and then delete the whole thing, right? So I don't need you to come in here and document and then alter the document and then save it as that. So I want to take that permission away from you in cybersecurity. I want to make sure that maybe you just need to read it, but you don't need to actually execute it or modify it. Okay. So those are the operations, the actions that you can actually take. So whenever I try to close out of here, it's going to ask me if I wanted to save the document. But if I want this document to work again, I'm not going to save the things that I just deleted. So I'm going to say don't save, and that's going to close that out. So let's go back to our slide here. And this is very important, right? The reason why we want our users to have limited actions is because if case they're compromised, if that account is compromised and everybody has the access to edit documents, then it leaves you open to attacks. And when that person goes under your name and alters a document under your name, then you're left on the hook for that. Okay. So we want to make sure that we, one, take away all the assets that someone may have and only give them the things that they need. So in different business sectors, you have different models that you can follow. And these assets models, you don't really necessarily see all of them except for the last two, which is role-based and rule-based. But in the military, you will normally see a mandatory assets control. And then in kind of an ad hoc or a startup company, you'll see a discretionary assets control, which is a DAC. So let me go through each one of those and kind of go further into what they actually are. And then, how can they actually help out a business or kind of hinder that business? Give me 1 second. So discretionary is when someone creates a object or a document, right? And then now they give the permissions on that particular document to someone else who needs to access that document. So to give you an example, is that if I created a Word document and then I go into the properties and says, hey, I need to give this to Kareem, I'm going to give that permissions to Kareem only, right? I'm the owner of the document, but I give that permission to Kareem, and now he's able to open, edit, and then save that document because I have given him discretionary actions in order to do so. I have given him permissions. Whereas in a big IT environment, the permissions may be held by a higher entity, a higher department, and the IT department may say, hey, no one gets to edit any documents in the legal department. Okay. Only a handful of people get to actually edit the documents, but only a fewer or a handful of people can actually view those documents as well. So discretionary, 9 times out of 10, you're going to see this in kind of a small environment, maybe a startup, 500 employees or less. And so you don't really necessarily see these in a real big environment because it can get out of hand very quickly, right? Mandatory access control, this is where you find your secret, top secret, confidentiality. So things in that government sector where it's mandatory that you only have permissions to the documents that you're supposed to see. And if you see anything, well, you won't see anything other than that. You would only have access to the things that falls into your secret clearance or your security clearance. And now, so if you have a security clearance of secret, then you can only see documents there, but you cannot see anything that's top secret level, but you can see things that are lower level. So if it says unclassified, then you're able to see those documents, and you may or may not be able to edit those documents, but you should. Um, but you won't be able to read anything higher than that. Whereas if you had a top secret clearance, you could read everything at top secret as well as secret, and then you could read things at the unclassified level as well. But a lot of companies find this to be very hard to actually implement because it's so much data that's already in a business, to where um, it's just hard to actually give a owner each piece of data and say, hey, you actually own it, you are responsible for it, and you make sure that it's classified in the right way. The things about the government is that they have been doing the things, classifying information, I want to say, since its existence. So they pretty much have those things in place. So unless you go into that government sector, you become a civilian contractor, or you go into the military, you're probably not going to see a mandatory access control. Now, for most of us that goes into the business sector, the regular civilian world, we will normally see role-based and then rule-based access controls. So let's start off with role-based. Role-based is just going to be exactly what it means, right? Where whatever your role is will determine your level of access because of your role. So as a student, you should be only able to see the student documentation. You should be able to only edit those things. You shouldn't be able to go in and edit my syllabus because I'm a faculty member. So I should be able to be in a different group within Active Directory. I'll explain Active Directory in a second, but um, I should be in a different group where we create the users. And then me as a faculty member, I should be able to see students' information, but I should not be able to, let's say, if you turn something in on a homework assignment, I shouldn't be able to go in there and delete it and say, "Oh, well, no, uh, John didn't turn in his paper," and have no way of proving that I actually deleted it. So I should be able to separate those two users and then separate the type of permissions that they have. Okay, so having a role-based access control is probably what you're going to see the most in the real world. You're going to have people lumped into these different departments, their different roles, working from day to day, and then whatever their role is, that's the level of access that we're willing to give them. Okay, so it's easy to put people in these containers and then sit them there. Okay, so rule-based access control is a little bit more complicated. It's more based up off of rules that we have set from the IT department or from the cybersecurity center, where we will say, hey, if everyone matches these rules and we check these rules off, if they are able to get past rule one, saying that you need to be an employee, you need to be of a certain age, and I'm just making things up. If you have all these different qualifications of these rules, then you're able to see this document. Now, to give you a very good example of that is your firewall. Your firewall on your local machine is a rule-based type of device. Let's see if I can get into mine. Y'all should see that. Advanced settings. You should see that. All right, so the inbound rules. Let me see. Y'all should see that. Yep. So all of these rules here are rule-based access controls. And so think about it like this. If I wanted um, Skype traffic to go in and out of my computer, then it needs to go through the different rules from the top all the way down to the bottom, which is 100, I would say just about 100 different types of rules, but it checks each rule. Is it does it apply to this rule? Yes, no. If not, if it doesn't apply to the rule, can I still apply it to the other rules? And what your firewall actually does is just checks each rule to make sure if it wants to allow Skype um, packages to actually come in. So right here, I see that it's labeled Skype, but it's actually allowed on my machine. Now I can go in here and say, hey, I don't want Skype to actually work on my machine, and we could disable that function. But I just wanted to get you in a mindset of thinking a rule base is set up of a bunch of rules, and based off those rules will determine if you're able to access an object and then perform any type of operation on it. Okay. So let's close out of that and let's move on to, all right, this is one of my favorite slides. So that's not all that really goes into access control. There's a lot of more things that we can actually implement on a day-to-day work basis, right? So the first thing we could do is separation of duties. So a lot of you, whenever you get into a working, or maybe you're working now, have you ever noticed how you're not able to really do everything within that position? So they will separate the duties or segregate the duties from you in order for you to not be a crutch for the business. And what I mean by that is that if you are sick one week and then you can't actually come into work, but yet you are the only one that knows how to actually run the business from start to finish, then it cripples the business because you're not here. Okay, so what we can do is that we can slice your responsibilities up and give them to different people, maybe of the all same level, right? Let me see if I could break it down in even more. I'm pretty sure everybody who works at McDonald's could actually take the order, fix the order, and then give it to the customer and give change or swipe the card or whatever, right? But they have everyone pretty much doing the same job, but it's just a separation of duties because it doesn't allow the restaurant to actually go down if one person calls out or two people calls out, right? You may just have to do different duties. Now, you could say, Professor Lee, what I got to do with cybersecurity? Well, if we're talking about in uh, a banking setting, or let's say if we're handling some type of sensitive information, that maybe I don't want you to know what this information is for, and maybe it's so sensitive to the business to where you don't need to know my full recipe or how it's actually made. So I'm only giving you one task to actually stamp and seal the envelope, but you have no idea what the contents actually contain, right? So those are separation of duties. That way, if you leave the company, then I can find someone else to actually stamp and seal that envelope. So that kind of goes into job rotation too, right? Where job rotation is I'm doing a certain position for a amount of time, but all of a sudden maybe I get a promotion, or maybe I just they want to cross train me into another field. Well, this also um, is a good way of saying, hey, uh, if I let Danielle work in this environment, actually filing papers of sensitive documents, but then I let her do that for 6 months, and then I'm going to move her up into a more sensitive role. The only thing I need for her to do is to give away all the permissions that she had with having the keys to the file cabinets that she filed those files with, right? So we could take those things away from her, but then now we're going to have her do something totally different. We're rotating her into a totally different uh, position, giving her access to more sensitive documents, but yet taking away the permissions that she had in her old job. That way we can, again, we're not becoming so reliant on one person. If Danielle decides to be out, take a vacation, which we'll talk about in a second, we're able to push somebody else into that position and keep the business rolling, right? So another thing we could do is least privilege the assets on the access control slide, is that we want to give people just enough access and permissions to where they can do their job, they can do their task. But we don't want to give them enough permissions to where they don't necessarily know what to do with the information. But if they get compromised, if that account gets hacked, now they have permissions to actually do more than what they bargained for, what they needed for the company. So that can come off as a bad thing when it comes to giving more people more permissions than what they actually need. Implicit deny. So going back to our firewall here, our firewall configuration is a perfect example of explicit deny. This is where we're gonna, if it's not on our rule list, then we're gonna deny it, right? So with that rule-based access control, I said that if it runs through each rule to see if it's there. If it's not there, then it goes through the remaining rules, and if none of these apply, then it's dropped. It's automatically denied access. It would appear to you as if it doesn't work. Okay, but on the firewall settings is that they're actually blocking it at the network level. So it just kind of, if you ever seen an application just kind of spin, or it has kind of like it's telling you to wait, the hourglass. I know MacBooks have that little pinwheel. So those are the things that kind of like your network may be slow, or it's going through the firewall settings and then checking those rules, and maybe is not applying to the type of rules that is actually there. So it automatically says, hey, I don't have any rules that says that you can come into this device. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop you every time you try to come into this PC. Okay, so that's implicit deny. Now, mandatory vacations. Yes, mandatory vacations is a way to actually control the type of assets that people have, making them, well, I think it's against the law to not offer any type of vacation time for a business, but don't quote me on that. But every place that I've worked, they pretty much give you two weeks within a year to actually take it, right? And it's good to do that, because that way you can actually see, I know in the banking industry it's good to do that, because you can actually see if people are following the rules, following the task that they give them. So let's say if I'm stealing $5 a day in the banking industry, and I've been stealing it for the whole year, and then I finally take a mandatory vacation around Christmas time, and when they do the numbers the next week while I'm out, they found out that that $5 never got taken. So it automatically sticks out that Lee's probably been stealing from the bank the whole time. And it's a good way of understanding if there's something that needs to be tweaked when it comes to business operations, or if you got someone that actually is taking advantage of their assets, right? So if let's say if I would have say, hey, Lee, instead of stealing the $5, well, if I wanted to prevent that, I could have gave me more separation of duties. Maybe I shouldn't have handled the money at the end of the day. Maybe I need to have I need to rotate, or you can rotate me from the vault up to the front office, or into a separate office where I'm just working behind the computer and I don't even get to touch the actual money. So it's different ways the way you can actually manipulate how employees work in order to keep more of a security aspect when it comes to business operations. Okay. So last slide here, we got group policies. Now, I was talking earlier in the group access control models about Active Directory. Now, let me go ahead and jump into Active Directory real quick. Let me see, where did I put it? So this is a cloud-based software called Azure. Azure is Active Directory within the cloud. Active Directory is where we as IT actually make user accounts, and then we put them in groups and we give you permissions. So what I'm gonna do is, funny story is when I was coming up with this class yesterday, I saw, well, I'm not gonna do that. Anyway, um, this is very important. If you ever run across one of these things and it's out here for you to actually get to, um, notify that company and say, hey, this is out here in the public. I don't think that people should be able to see it, because what I seen yesterday was, yeah, if I was a bad person, I could have messed up a lot of people yesterday. But anyway, so I'm gonna take this user right here that I created, and what you could do is you can assign them to certain groups. And well, let me make sure I'm on my right. Yeah. So group policy. So I can assign them to certain groups. Now, for Taryn, I got Taryn in the finance group. Here's the thing. Everything that I have in the finance group, such as business business accounts, as far as how many sales we made, what type of contracts we have with vendors, it'll all be assigned to the finance group. So if I ever get Archie to come onto the company and I'm saying, hey, Archie, we're gonna employ you, we're gonna make you an account, we're gonna put you in the finance group. Uh, when I finally get that work order to actually create his user account, I'm gonna come up here to create new user. And what's gonna happen is that I'm going to put him, I don't wanna do that real quick. Anyway, I can put them into the finance group, or I could put them in the IT department, whatever I hired them to do, right? So if y'all see right here, these groups and roles is going back to what I was talking about when it came to the type of assets models that we're having. So that role-based assets, this is what you're gonna see in the real world. This is what, if you decide to go into the IT field, 9 times out of 10, if not 10 times out of 10, you're going to be working with this type of product. And this is what you're going to do until your eyes burn. Okay. So creating new users all the time and putting them into the correct groups. And then making sure those groups have the actual permissions to see the documents that they need to see. So legal shouldn't see anything that the marketing team is doing. Right? That's the separation of duties, what I was talking about. Now, if someone wants to leave the IT department and go into the legal department, then yes, we can do that. We just need to take them out of the IT group and then plug them into the legal department. Then what that does is it takes away their privileges that they had in the IT department, which was pretty powerful, right? But now we could put them in the legal department, and so now they can only have things that the legal department they need to actually do their job. So going back to our slides, just by me going back and forth with those groups, I can create a separation of duties. I can create a job rotation if needed. So that even goes for people coming into the business as well as getting fired, laid off, or quitting, right? That goes into that too. I could just quickly take them out of the group and now they lose all of those privileges. That goes into the least privilege, right? If I'm disabling that person or deleting that user account, then I'm creating an implicit deny action on that person, right? It doesn't match none of my rules. It doesn't work. Then with mandatory vacations, it doesn't necessarily work with my Azure example here, but you get what I'm saying. If you leave for 2 weeks, then I can see exactly if you've been doing the job right, or if once Zelina leaves for 2 weeks, now we got to do something real different because this type of work is not getting done. Okay. So just by seeing the groups, you could tell that Azure is, well, not Azure, the Active Directory is very powerful. And this is, it doesn't look like this on the server side. This looks like this because it's this is the web, this is the cloud-based version of Active Directory. But 9 times out of 10, if you ever want to get some good experience, just come into, go into your portal.azure.com. Hopefully something has already been fixed. If you wanted to do that as a, no, let me pause the recording real quick. And give me one second. They need people to come in and to be able to navigate around Microsoft Azure and make user accounts, and then be able to go into those accounts. Let's leave this right, and let's go back to, let's say you want to go to my user account, and this is 9 times out of 10 what a lot of businesses do. You got people coming in early in the morning and they forget their password, and or they're coming off a weekend and they forget the password, and they call the IT help desk and they say, hey, please reset my password. And the only thing you got to do is come over here, find that user in that group, and then just hit reset password. You'll set it as a default password that probably the department has already came up with, and then you email them back and say, hey, try now with this password. Okay, that's going to be 9 times out of 10 any entry IT job that you get. And I'm telling you now, if you don't have any type of experience but you want to be in this field, go to portal.azure.com and just play around in here creating users and groups. Okay, it's free to use. All right. So with those different groups, we can go ahead and put the restrictions on the accounts, but we can also put restrictions on the time of day. We can also go into those groups and say, hey, I only want people to log in during a certain time of day, 8 to 5, or 8 to, let's say, 7 o'clock, right? So for some people who want to get some work done after hours. But anytime someone logs in at 4 o'clock in the morning, they're denied automatically, because there's no work to be done at 4 o'clock in the morning on a school night or a school day. Well, so you can put those type of restrictions there. And also, just kind of finishing up, when we do offboarding, when someone leaves the company, being able to go into that Azure account and being able to disable that account, delete that account is very big. You don't want accounts just kind of lingering out there being stale. The reason why is because if I ever get if I'm a hacker of sorts, then I can get into this Azure and I'm not going to use someone who is actively there, right? They can actually tell on me if I match up my time wrong. But if I get someone there who's been gone for the past 6 months and I just use their account, then I can probably be overlooked by any type of security system, because maybe someone, for the person who was supposed to take me out of the system or take that stale account out of the system, they haven't done it yet. So they shouldn't be looking at any type of things that I'm doing with that stale account. So to go in there and actually disable this user and then delete that user after a certain amount of time is very big. I think a lot of companies are still looking for those type of positions to be filled. If you guys work in any type of internships during the summertime, this is probably what you're going to be working with on a day-to-day basis. And I promise you, learning this software right here will be more than rewarding to anybody, I feel like, that wants to get into the IT field. Okay, so that is all I got for chapter 11. Let me stop the recording. All right, let's jump right into it. I was going to get on to chapter 10, mobile devices, but we'll save that for next week, Monday. What we're going to do is going to talk about some internships, opportunities that you guys could take advantage of during the summer. If not, some programs may do that year round. So maybe if you have a vehicle that you can actually take a part of these internships and actually get paid to do some work, that'll be awesome. So I was posed with a question of what do I know about internships and if I could shed some light on it. So this information that I'm going to give to you guys is not going to be on a test, not going to be on a final, anything like that, but it's some information that you could take with you after class as well as after your time at Morris when you graduate. So make sure I'm sharing my screen. All right, so internships. Let's talk about the future. Where can you guys find internships at? It's two places where I believe you can find internships and jobs in cybersecurity is on Indeed.com. That's I think the more popular site that you can go to and actually do a search in your local area or within the state. So you see here in the slide, I got it within the state. Or you can go to LinkedIn.com and put your profile up and then have you can also fill out job applications here or find out job applications to actually fill out, or you can have recruiters come in and contact you based off your profile. So I want you guys to look at LinkedIn as kind of like a Facebook for the corporate world, whereas Indeed will have anything that you're thinking about getting a job in or internships for that matter. You could just type it into the and what you're looking for, and then the where do you want that to be at. I know some of you guys are out of state, so it doesn't necessarily have to be in Sumter or in the surrounding areas such as Columbia. But with the ones that I'm going to show you today, they are in that area. So so I want you guys to not think of when getting an internship, let's say in cybersecurity or in IT, you don't necessarily have to be a techie like that to actually get the job. What the end point of a internship, what they want you to do is to come there and really kind of get a feel of how it is to be a technician or analyst working at that company. Now, the good thing about gaining that internship at the companies that I'm gonna show you today is that they do a lot of hiring on full time once you're done with your internship or you're done with your program at your school. So I worked at this place called Ag First. Let me go ahead and start sharing with you my browser. I worked at this company called Ag First, right? And Ag First was a banking uh, company for farmers. So the only thing they did was they gave out loans so you can actually buy those big tractors, or you can like you see here on a cornfield. That cornfield has to get an irrigation tank or irrigation kind of like watering pipes throughout the lines of the crops, and that will cause millions and millions of dollars just to kind of keep those things up and running, right? Well, Ag First specializes in those type of loans, and they actually gave those things out. Now, when I was working there as a security analyst, we had two interns there, Ricky and I forget my man's name, uh, Russell. And they started off at interns, work going to school for a technical school, but they actually got hired on with Ag First, right? As you can see right here. And the thing is that Ag First actually pays them for an internship. They was paying pretty good money to say you was in school, right? And then after their tenure there for that summer, we actually hired them on to be analysts for the company. So Russell here, kind of in the same predicament as y'all, right? Well, was in the same predicament. Well, he went and he was going to school for a particular degree. He filled out the application for the internship and was able to kickstart his career after that. And then you have what did I say my man name was? Ricky. I don't know if I got Ricky, but Ricky Hudson here. He was the other guy. And they both kind of, kickstarted their careers through an internship. So it's very, I think it's promising. I think it's something that you could take advantage of and really kind of kickstart, the things that you want to do if you want to be in the IT field or in the cybersecurity field. So let's go back to Indeed.com. And let's put in internships. Give me 1 second. Internships. And I'm gonna put South Carolina. And I'm gonna put cybersecurity right after that. Let's do a search real quick. And this is 10 times easier than when I was at Morris, I had to actually go to the building and ask if they had any kind of internships. And I really don't remember that whole process, but I ended up getting one on the south side of Sumter, working at the recreation center. But you guys got it, with this type of tools right here that can search in your surrounding areas, I think is wonderful. So I'm gonna highlight, matter of fact, I'm gonna just go right here, right? So I talked about being at Ag First. They got an opening now for an intern where you could get into the governance and risk factors of it. And governance and risk is another factor of cybersecurity. It's just not, it's a different silo, but they're all in the same group of being in cybersecurity, informational security, right? So risk and governance, I know is their manager is Will Hussigen, and pretty good, cool guy. I'm pretty sure that they need some people to get into. Give me 1 second. Get into their class, not class, but go into the bank in order to help them out when it comes to filing papers or keeping up with spreadsheets and things like that. And while you're doing those things as an intern, you can learn how a business actually operates on a day basis, and then how the cybersecurity plays into that part, and gain some great experience, right? You have another company here that I'm familiar with, Santee Cooper. My wife is from Georgetown, South Carolina, so I'm kind of familiar with Santee Cooper in that area. They have a IT analyst internship here that you could just click on these. And what I like about Indeed is that they'll tell you to actually go and apply on the company's website, and then you can click on that and actually go towards that that company. So let's go ahead and let's get past that. Oh Jesus, I'm not trying to do all that. Give me 1 second. Where was I at? Santee Cooper. So right here, apply on that website. It's going to throw you to a job application right here, right? And what we want to do is see if we actually have some type of way of filling out that application. So do we qualify? And I don't want you guys to get scared at the requirements that you actually see. So whenever you see these type of requirements, you do not have to meet each requirement. Again, I'm gonna say you do not have to meet each requirement. These people are looking for people to come in and just teach, right? They want to teach you how to actually work. They're not really what the main thing you really need to understand is that you need to be in a college program in order to gain an internship at a business. Okay, so don't worry about pursuing a computer science engineering program, right? If it doesn't necessarily say that particular thing, just build out your resume, build out your profile on LinkedIn to actually reflect some type of technical experience. And if they want to bring you in for an interview, they'll do that. Okay. So just understand that when it comes to job applications as well as internships, that you're going to be putting out a lot of them, right? It's kind of like you're throwing a bunch of rocks to see, or you're throwing a bunch of things at the wall to see what sticks, and then don't necessarily get caught up on one particular job and then hoping that you're getting that. Put your resume out there so you can actually get a good ratio of callbacks and interviews. And you can also see how they also are paying, for these type of positions. Some pays are pretty good, and then if you get hired on, you can almost, I want to say, add 10 to 15 more dollars an hour onto this type of starting pay. So I think coming out of college, I think that'll be awesome, right? So again, you can go to Indeed and actually do those type of lookups. Let's go on to LinkedIn and do the same lookup on their job site. So you can go to LinkedIn and you can actually go to their job section right here, this tab, and you can see I looked at it yesterday. So let's go ahead and let's click on the intern queue that I had, and let's see if I see anything that's kind of Sherman Williams. It's not really okay. So cool. Look at this, and I think I had this highlighted anyway. So the internship, this is where I work at now. I work for a company called Sunoco out of Hartsville, and they're doing an internship for informational technology. Far as I can tell you, it's a good company so far. Very lenient in their time that they want you to actually perform tasks, but it's a good way for you to get your foot in the door when it comes to the corporate world, or just getting a job and getting experience, right? So this is how it's one thing for me to teach you cybersecurity, and a lot of times I know you guys maybe feel like I'm just telling you definition after definition after definition, but when you actually see how we're applying those things in an internship, it gives you a broader understanding of what a company wants to do. So Sunoco is a company when it comes to packing, let's say bottles and plastic joints and stuff like that. They actually pack these things up for actually travel, right? So what's when you're looking at it from an informational security standpoint, what information do we need to keep secure? How do we want to do that? How do we understand the business operations, and then how do we actually apply the security to those different that actual business operation, which is totally different than what I came from when it came to Ag First, when it came to giving a loan to someone who wants to buy a new John Deere tractor. Okay, so it's different ways that you can look at how informational security can be applied in the real world, and this is real world experience that you can that you guys can take advantage of during the summer. Profiles for LinkedIn, if you want, right? I'm not telling you that you have to, but it would behoove you. It would it would definitely help you out if you go and build you a profile on linkedin.com, and it's basically an online resume that you can update on a constant basis. So let me see. Yeah. So I got my experience here. I haven't put Sunoco up there because I'm not going to. But you can see all my experience here, as well as my education and the certain certifications that I have, right? Now, the cool thing about this is that the skill levels here, you could have people come through and endorse your skill levels. So if you have someone, let's say if y'all created a profile and say, hey, Mr. Mitchell, can you go by my profile and endorse me to say, hey, I know how to apply encryption because I did the homework, right? I did the homework. I know how to apply encryption to a personal document. Could you endorse that for me? And then I could come by and say, yes, this person knows how to, I could say, yes, John knows how to apply encryption when it comes to a document, and give my kind of a stamp of approval for your skill that you put down. Now, the good thing about that is that when employers get your application, right, you fill out an application and they want to go and do some research on you, which they will, they're going to plug in your name in a Google search, right? And then they'll see what comes back with that Google search. More than likely, they'll see your LinkedIn profile, they'll go there, and then they'll see exactly what you got on your profile. And this is just a good way of keeping a corporate log of what you're doing. Okay. So I would say, hey, it would behoove you to go ahead and start making a LinkedIn profile and just keep it up to date along with your resume. If you guys already have resumes, do y'all have resumes built out, ready to go? Y'all can put it in the chat if yes or no. So make sure you got your resume up to date. If you're going for a technical job, I would give the suggestion to make sure you specify the things that you've done, whether it's voluntary or you do it on a hobby, right? So y'all are at a place where a lot of you don't have a lot of experience, but you could put your hobbies and the things that you do on a daily basis. If you do something for a church or you do something for the local community, you could put those down as technical experiences. So, hey, I helped Mrs. Johnson get onto the Zoom call, and I administered the Zoom call. I set her up with her email and so on and so forth. That's called customer service. Okay. So those things, you can take those actions that you already done, but we're not thinking of them as being experienced bullets because we haven't done it for a company. But you can actually take those things and then apply that to your resume as, hey, I know exactly how to work with people. I know how to be a team player. Um, we and when it comes to technical experiences, anything that you've done with a cell phone, a tablet, or a actual computer, it results as being some type of experience, and you just got to have a wittiness in order to develop it as a bullet on your resume or in your LinkedIn profile. Okay. If y'all want help setting up a LinkedIn profile, get with me offline. I have no problem helping you out with some bullet points, or if you need a banner like this, I can make you a banner. That's no problem. So moving on, these are the links for those 3 internships that I showed you guys today. But you don't necessarily have to go for those, right? So if you wanted to see one in Illinois or in Georgia, you can always go to Indeed and then just put in that state or in that particular area if you're going to be home for the summer, right? But if you want to be, let's say if you got a car at Morris and you have a car to actually drive to Columbia, then I would say, hey, fill out the application to Ag First. It's a real good company. Don't feel intimidated because I left. It was between me and that company, but it's a real good company to get started with, in my opinion. And you never know if they want to actually bring you on in the spring of 2023, and then you just never know. And if you can make that drive from Sumter to Columbia, on a part-time basis. So I would say maybe every Tuesday and Thursday, it'd probably be good, and some nice, pocket change to keep in your pocket throughout the semester. The same thing for Sunoco. I think Sumter is not too terribly far away from Hartsville. So I would say it's probably about an hour drive. If you got a vehicle that can actually make the drive back and forth, maybe take a look at it, see if it'll help out. Because honestly, if you get a job and you can help out those student loans now in the beginning, if you have student loans, excuse me, it's going to pay dividends for you in the long run. When you get my age and they really start harping down on these student loans, you don't want that to be majority of your paycheck coming out. Okay. Oh, you really don't want none of it to be your paycheck coming out. But anyway, so creating a resume, either you update, some of y'all said that y'all already have your resume created. So just keep it up to date. Or if you need to create one, I put here on Word, opening up Microsoft Word, and you can look into, give me 1 second. Boom. You can go here to the search bar and you could type in, no, I'm wrong. You could do, how did I do that? Yeah, new. You could do to the templates here. So you go to your new section and then you go to online templates and then you could type in resume, hit that enter button, and what it's going to do is bring down all these designs. I would say make 2 of them. Have a fun type of a resume, kind of like this, where it has your picture, and then all your accolades and descriptions here, but then also keep a corporate one, which is kind of boring and just straight to the point. And that would be kind of here, right? So you can take these templates and just make them your own, keep them. They're gonna follow you for your whole time afterwards, and make sure that you update them. If you decide to go to a graduate school, make sure you update your resume, update your LinkedIn. All of these things are going to pay dividends after your time at Moores. Interviews. Interviews. So when it comes to the interviews, if they give you a call back, remember being on time is a real big thing, as well as your dress attire. So to make sure you don't have to necessarily be there with a 3-piece suit on and then your best Sunday dress. You can be, and especially in the IT field. Okay, I can't speak for if you're going to go for a HR position or a business internship, but I can speak for a IT position. A polo and some dress slacks is fine, in my opinion. If you do not want to go with that, like my man got here, a simple shirt and tie, I think is fine, because a lot of times in IT, we're not going to be in the business aspect of things. So we're not going to have our slacks on all the time. We may come to work with some jeans and work pants on just because we have to get a little dirty. But in an interview, you want to dress to impress, but yet, in my opinion, I wouldn't go overboard. Um, just make sure you look presentable, and then you're talking about the things that make you a great candidate for the position. So read the actual description of the of the um, of the job. Make sure you read the description and then apply that description to you. How can you say, hey, I want to show you that I'm good with communication, right? What things have I done to show that I have some knowledge? Look at this now. This is showing programming knowledge. Not necessarily do I know how to program. No one wants you to know how to program. They want to teach you how to program. So do I have knowledge? Have I watched a YouTube video about it? Have I tried it out? It doesn't necessarily want you to be an expert on it. An intern is not an expert. So just keep that in mind. That's why I want you guys to go ahead and fill those things out. Okay. So with the interview, I want you to go in there and be assertive, be confident in yourself, and then understand the job that you're speaking for. What makes you a good candidate for that? And then 9 times out of 10, they're probably going to tell you to come on and hire you on as soon as possible, because getting an intern in for a company or a small group, I knew for us it was a big thing because it helped us get more things done. Okay. So, but it's good experience for you guys when it comes to actually learning how a business works. And with that, I do not have anything else. I'm going to put this slide into the main page for our class. Let me stop the recording. Record. This meeting is being recorded. All right, so chapter 9, we go into wireless network security. It first started talking off about Bluetooth attacks, being able to have Bluetooth enabled on your wireless device, and then someone able to actually get close enough to you to actually steal information away from you. So while we look at Bluetooth devices as being very convenient for us, we got our AirPods in, or we got our headphones on, or we connected to a car. Hackers can take those two things, or those that convenience that we have, and then use it to their advantages by actually sending you information that you don't really want. That's what you call blue snarfing here, where a theft. I'm sorry, blue jacking, where we're sending information to someone that we really don't want. That's blue jacking, and then blue snarfing is when we take information away from someone via Bluetooth. So we're actually able to connect to them and then actually send contacts over, pictures over, videos, anything across the network from your device to my device as being the hacker. We used to see this a lot back in the day when we had PDAs. PDAs came out and they were kind of like the first smart device that was actually handheld. So it was as big as your iPhone, but it was supposed to be more smarter than your normal Nokia phone at the time. Where cell phones back in the early 2000s, just it had enough information to have your phone number, contacts, and maybe one game which was pixelated to Snake or some other really simple game. It really didn't do the internet type capabilities that your smart devices had now. So we had this thing called a PDA, which was kind of like a small version of a laptop, which was like I said, about as big as a iPhone Pro now, any kind of Pro Max that you may have. So it could do several things like go on the internet, keep more functions than your regular cell phone would have. The problem is that when it came to having Bluetooth on those type of devices, you can actually send files back and forth. And before they actually got smart to the fact of actually putting security on your Bluetooth or telling you to turn your Bluetooth off, a lot of people will connect to these PDAs and then pull important information off. Now, you didn't normally see a regular person with a PDA, but if you would go to a Walmart or a Kmart, for example, you can see those stores actually having those PDAs in hand and actually doing inventory of stock products with their PDAs, right? So we can actually take some of that information off that PDA and then transfer it to ours if we're in the same vicinity. So nowadays you don't necessarily see that happening via Bluetooth. What you see is an attack where you have near field communications, NFC type of attacks. And I don't know if you guys have seen the commercials where they want you to buy this type of metal that goes into wallet, and that causes a friction in the radio waves between your credit cards that actually use NFC technology in order for you to tap to pay, or your phone that actually, whenever you don't have your debit card on you, you can tap your smartwatch, or you can tap your phone to the actual swiper, and then it actually transfers your bank account information via the radio waves. Well, a hacker can come and sit beside you in a let's say a park, right? Let's say if they at Dillon Park and they sit beside you on the bench, and then while they're on their phone, they can actually transfer that information off of your wallet from your cards onto their actual device, and then steal that information away from you. So while NFC is cool and it's more convenient, again, um, hackers are not necessarily looking for a conveniency, but they're looking for the convenience in actually taking advantage of you. So I don't know if you guys seen those type of commercials where you can buy those type of metal protectors to protect or kind of disrupt those radio waves that allow you to transfer data back and forth. But what they're doing is disrupting the NFC fields in order for you to tap to pay, right? So just keep those things in mind. Do you really need it? It's convenient. I'm not gonna lie. It is convenient to not really, if you got your hands filled and you just need to tap your watch real quick. I think that's nice to have, but just keep in mind that if you're not using that technology, don't open yourself to an attacker actually getting connected um, to you and actually stealing some information off you. Next, we got Wi-Fi protected setup, which is WPS. And going back to the example where I was asking you guys to actually put saying if we wanted a better Wi-Fi signal in the dorms, we might want to put a repeater out there in order to repeat the Wi-Fi signal throughout the dorm. We will use I would if I would actually do that, I would take my extenders that I have and I will go to the main router that's in that dorm. And 9 times out of 10, I'm going to see this button here, WPS, in order to connect those two devices over the radio waves. So think of it kind of like a NFC type of a function where you're doing a tap to play and it's communicating over the radio waves. WPS does the same thing, but it sets it up in a more secure mode to where I'm not able to sniff that traffic out, right? So I'm able to make that connection from one device to the next, and now I'm connected to that Wi-Fi network, and I can put it throughout the dorm wherever I feel like it. Or if this was a household setting, I can put that new extender wherever I want to put it at, and still be connected to the network. So that's how it's a very convenient way of buying an extender and saying, hey, all right, I'm gonna put it close to my router that's already in place, hitting those buttons pretty much simultaneously, and they communicate to each other that way and say, hey, I'm new to the space, I'm here to extend the network. And the primary router will say, okay, let me put you onto the network, and then I will have you as an extender. You can go wherever you want to be put at afterwards. So then you can unplug it and then go at the end of the hallway or go upstairs, mount it wherever you want to mount it at, plug it back in, and then it communicates back to the primary router and sets up the signal that way. Now this also works on printers as well. So a lot of these wireless printers, they have that WPS function on them to where, again, you could just put it close to your router, hit those buttons at the same time, they communicate automatically. Now, if you don't want to do that and you wanted to manually configure these devices, you would have to go into the interfaces of the new device and then connect it to the old device, which is a little cumbersome, right? It's a lot easier to go about it just setting it up on a WPS. Next slide, we got the SSIDs. I remember talking to you guys about the SSIDs last time. showing you what I had on my network. I gave you a screenshot here, but basically I want you to just remember when it comes to SSIDs is that do we want to actually show our SSID or not? Do we want to broadcast what actual Wi-Fi network we're actually putting out there, or do we just kind of want to under we want to have a true understanding of what it is, and so whenever someone wants to get onto your Wi-Fi, you have to give them the direct name. So that could be a little cumbersome to where, you know, if you having a lot of guests over and they want to get onto your Wi-Fi, you don't really know the particular name, the exact spelling of it, they will never find your Wi-Fi. So a lot of people will choose to broadcast their SSID in order for people to connect to it, you know, without any issues. Okay. Moving on, we got WPA and WPA2. And this is how we want to encrypt our network when it comes to actual connecting, and then what type of encryption we want to have over our network in order to connect to it. Okay, so what I mean by that is um, here you see the screenshot that I have of my router. We go into Mitchell Main, but then we could set our security mode up to WPA2 in order to use encryption on our network password that we're going to set up. So let me show you that. Let me get to a browser and let's pull up my router. Excuse me. .92, 168.0.1. Still saying my browser is out of date, which is not. Log into my router here. And like I said, let's go into, should have showed you the password again, but it's all right. Y'all see I didn't change my password since the last time I blooped up and did it. So if y'all looking at this video again, if you wanted to come up and get on to my Wi-Fi, you know the password to get onto it. But anyway, we got the security mode here. We can change it to TKIP and AES. Now the thing about the TKIP and AES mode is that these are known unsecure methods of encryption on the network. So we don't want to use these. If we're going to use anything, we want to make sure we just keep it at AES. If you see anything with TKIP on it, Tango, Kilo, India, Papa, which is TKIP. We want to make sure that we don't use that. That is a known unsecured network, okay, or encryption. So we want to make sure that we use AES when it comes to pre-shared keys, which is WPA2, okay? And a lot of times under these routers, it'll show that it's recommended that we use this type of encryption on it, okay? So again, going back to my previous slide, you can see if I wanted to actually broadcast my SSID, if I wanted to take that off, then now whenever I go to my networks and I want to connect to a network, I won't see Mitchell Main here, okay? If I wanted to actually disable this network altogether, I could just hit that, hit save, and then like I did in the last class, I'll drop away from the actual Zoom call. Okay. So let's jump back to our last slide here. Well, let me close this out. Log out of that. And you know, just to kind of let me not practice what I preach. The reason why I'm not changing my password, because you guys saw it, is because I have so many things that are using my network password, and so when you change that password on your Wi-Fi, you disconnect everything that's connected to the Wi-Fi, and I don't have time to go through and actually connect everything back right now. So I'm not practicing good security measures because I've shown myself to be vulnerable to show my password, but yet I'm not taking the due diligence to actually go and change the password on my phones, um, all my laptops, gaming systems, anything else that's actually connected to my Wi-Fi. So the reason why I'm doing that is just it's not convenient for me to actually do so. Um, but you should. That's the good security practices. Is that if anyone sees your password by mistake or on purpose, then you should take the appropriate measures to change it to keep things secure. All right, so last slide here. Let's go into captive portals. That's supposed to be another P. Captive portals. And what that says is that you want to, before someone gets onto your network, if you can send them to a captive portal to actually encrypt encrypt their network connection once they log on to your network. You see this a lot of times in hotels. Whenever you log into a hotel network, they will ask you to go to a particular page and then accept the policies there, right? Remember in the the first couple of lectures that I gave you guys, I told you about acceptive use policies. What can you do on my network? What shouldn't you do on my network? What am I responsible for, right? Those policies need to be put out there just in case anyone comes out there and actually does some illegal things on your network. So captive portals can go ahead and give you an opportunity to put that policy out and then have your users accept that policy. Okay. So again, when you see captive portals, remember if you go to a Starbucks or you go to a hotel and you try to get onto their Wi-Fi, before they actually give you access to any type of websites, they'll ask you to go to this captive portal, accept the terms and policies, and then you're free to roam around the internet after you have accepted those policies. Because if anything comes back to where you're doing illegal activities on their Wi-Fi, then that keeps them from being legally um, not tied to it. So if you do any type of illegal transactions, they're not legally tied to it. They could say, hey, this user saw my policies and they accepted it, so I'm not legally tied to it, but I can give you all their information while they were on my router. Okay. Moving on to role access point discovery tools. So a lot of times you'll see some people get onto a network and you may see a duplication of the same network, right? Let me see if I can show you that. Let's go back to this slide. And so when I mean by the same duplication of the same network is where uh, you see this areas network here is very similar. But when you see a duplication, you will see something that says Arius, and then it will be exactly 7B41 and maybe an underscore at the end or a exclamation mark at the end. But either way, it's very similar to that actual broadcast name. And a lot of times those are hackers sitting out there waiting for you to connect to their network. And then now they're able to sniff the traffic that you basically volunteered for them. That's called evil twin type of attack. We want to make sure that we are aware of what type of broadcast we're connecting to. If we don't have an understanding of um, what Mark H is, if this just happened to pop up on our network or in our vicinity to where we see it, maybe we don't want to actually connect to it. Maybe we want to stay clear of that. So that's what I mean by actual rogue AP access points. So we want to make sure that if we only are aware of these three at the top, and then all of a sudden all of these actually showed up later on, then we could consider these to be rogue access points. Maybe someone has plugged into our network and put up their own router in order to broadcast out. Okay. If going back to the example in the dorm, if you didn't get permission from IT and then you plug into your own router at the schoolhouse, and then you're connected to their router, but actually giving off a broadcast signal under your own particular name, and you didn't get permission from Morris to actually do it, then that's called a rogue access point. And they should be able to detect that and then get you off the network. Okay. But a lot of times people don't have any tools to actually detect it. You have to actually just kind of ride around and see exactly who's broadcasting those names out. So again, going back to, if you want to keep your rogue access point, maybe you want to turn off that broadcast name. Last thing here, we got power level controls. So on our routers, sometimes we can well, not sometimes, we can change the power levels of how strong the radio signal is in order to broadcast out. So if I'm thinking, let's say if I have a router in the library on campus, and I wanted to reach the auditorium that's right beside it. Maybe I want to boost up that radio signal enough in order to reach that whole particular building, and include the, I don't know if it's still the art class on the side, but where the chorale practice at, in the back when I went, it was the art class. If I wanted to include those two classrooms on the side, maybe I want to broadcast that signal that powerful out. But maybe I don't want the dorm that's right across the street from it to actually get it. So maybe I want to throttle that power level down. And you want to do those type of things. So, going back to this slide here, I'm not reaching out to someone that could possibly connect to my Wi-Fi and break in. So just keeping certain things like the power level down, or in a manageable type of power strength, could be a security factor that we put in order to keep people out, right? If they're just you know in the dorm and they can actually reach the Wi-Fi that's over there in the gym, then maybe it's a little bit too strong. And we want to actually bring it down to where we could just cover the actual building that we're in, and maybe not out to the parking lot. Okay. So having the power level controls of our routers, and actually broadcasting out, keeping it in a manageable point, could actually work in our advantage. Going back over to the rogue access point, remember, if we are looking at our SSIDs and we don't recognize some of these SSIDs, maybe it could be a rogue access point that's sitting out there that could actually be used for malicious intent. And then finally, captive portals. Remember, if you're going to a Starbucks or some type of hotel or hospital, and they're giving you, matter of fact, even Morris does it, where there's a free Wi-Fi that Morris, you can connect to that, and then it shoots you to it tells you to get a two-factor of authentication, sends it to your phone or to your email, and that's kind of a captive portal type um, of a system there, where it's actually showing you a policy that you have to accept, and then once you're doing that, they keep you isolated from any other network just by going through a captive portal. Okay, so with that, I'm going to stop the recording. So. All right, so chapter 8, we jumped into administering a secure network. So we all get on different networks, right? And whether that be a open network at your local Starbucks or your local network. Give me 1 second, sorry. Or your local network at your room in your dorm or at your parents' house. We all connect to the internet in some type of way. My Zoom up, man. All right. And so chapter 8 goes into how can we make our local network more secure to prevent any type of loss of data or snooping from anyone who may have a packet sniffer, which is, Wireshark, right? Those type of software. So let's jump into it. The first thing we need to understand is we need to understand protocols. Protocols or port numbers. This is the way PCs, MacBooks, phones, tablets, any type of device. This is how they actually talk to each other. This is how they decide how to talk to each other. So your phone can do so many different functions, but in order to actually send data from one device to another device, it needs to know exactly what is it how is it going to communicate, and this is how your protocols are going to come into play. So we have 65,535,000 ports on a PC, one PC, right? So that's 65,000 different ways that a computer can talk to another device. And while they may use different ports to do the same thing or maybe a slightly different thing, they all have access to those different type of ports. And so we have, of course, I'm not going to make you learn all 65,000. That'd be impressive. But I do want you to know the well-known ports here. And so we see the well-known ports that we are probably going to come across in our day-to-day lives as a security professional. And I'm going to go down the list and kind of describe each one of them and then how do we actually use them. So in previous lectures, you heard me say HTTP and HTTPS. And those are the ways that we can know if we're on a secure site versus a non-secure site. So a lot of times when we see HTTPS, we see that little green locket on the URL at the top of the screen. Where nowadays, if you don't have that lock, it's 9 times out of 10 going to be HTTP. All right. And it's going to probably say not secure in that URL. Let me see if I can get you some examples so we can line it up here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share a different screen here. Yeah, I just share the whole screen. So if you can see this screen right here, whenever we go to a website that's not secure and it's just using HTTP, it's probably going to have this type of message here at the top of the URL. All right, missing that actual little lock that I like to refer to it all the time. So if we say, hey, let's see some images of a secure message or web traffic, then you're going to probably see stuff like this, right? And that's going to show that we have secure encrypted traffic going across the network when it comes to web traffic. Okay, so that's where HTTPS comes into play. So going back to our slide here, HTTP is going to be on port 80, and again, is going to be just regular web traffic. Okay, HTTPS is going to be on port 443, and then that's going to use secure web traffic. Now, before I lose you, there's no particular physical port on a actual PC, right? So maybe I lost you when I said, hey, there's 65,000 ports on your PC. And you might probably, got a picture in your mind of thinking, I don't physically see, 100 ports. Um, these are things that are logically placed into the motherboard of your actual PC. So these are things that you'll never see. This is done behind the scenes. Okay. So whenever I say a port, this, just think of it as a way of communication between two devices. It's something that we can't see, but it's something that we use on a day-to-day basis. Okay. All right. So moving on to FTP, which is file transfer protocol. It uses port 20 and 21 in order to transfer files between different machines. So how do we do this? If you ever dealt with my next slide, well, not my next slide, a couple slides down, I'm gonna go ahead and jump to it. If you use anything such as Zilla, these things actually transport the big documents from one stationary device to another. And so we have different softwares that we use in order to actually carry out the FTP function. And remember that uh, whenever a computer wants to actually send that file across the network, it's going to use port 20 and 21 in order to say to the other computer, saying, hey, I want to transfer a Word document from my computer to your computer, to you. Can you open up port 20 in order for me to send that file towards you? Okay, so that's going to be your file transfer protocol, which is FTP. Now going on to DNS. Now I talked a couple of lectures ago about DNS, and when we went to the NS lookups, how do we actually look up those IP addresses when it comes to domain names? Remember, domain names are the ways that humans can actually remember website names. But a computer is a machine and it's going to remember IP addresses. That's the way it functions the best. But in order for those two things to kind of coincide with each other, we have a function called DNS, which is using port 53 and is used to actually use a name resolution in order to say, hey, ESPN.com matches the IP address for that site. So the website IP address may be 192.168.0.1, but the DNS has matched that IP address to ESPN.com or Morse.edu. Okay, so that's where DNS comes into play, and we use DNS all the time. In order for you to actually go to your favorite website or your favorite social media site, it uses DNS to actually find the where that traffic needs to go in order to get to that actual website. So if I want to go to Instagram, then Instagram is located at a particular IP address. We use DNS to say, hey, when I type in Instagram.com on my phone, or if I hit the app, then it automatically uses DNS to track to that IP address for Instagram.com. Okay. Moving on, we got SMTP, and that's going to be for internet protocol. Internet email. And so when it comes to any kind of email, we're going to be using port 25 in order to send that traffic back and forth. Now, it's not necessarily the same as FTP, where we're using, let's say if we want to email a actual document in our emails, we're going to use the port 25 in order to send the email. But if we just wanted to send a particular file without having an email server on our network, then we're going to have a FTP service in order to actually make those things happen. That's why you would go and get a FileZilla in order to just move documents back and forth, but we're not going to sign up for any kind of email service. But if we sign up for Hotmail, Gmail, Yahoo, we're going to use SMTP in order to send that traffic back and forth for email. Okay. So always remember that if you see port 25, we're sending email on port 25. POP3 also does with it's an older version for email, but we don't necessarily use it anymore. But it's good to know, but I'm probably not going to ask you to memorize that or to know of it, just because it's not really used in today's market like that. We're probably going to go with SMTP in order to send email back and forth. Now let's jump down to, and the same thing goes for IMAP. Now you see these options whenever you see, if you ever dug into your iPhone to actually set up an outside email on your actual iPhone, they may ask you for these protocols. They may ask you for, hey, do you have the port? Do you want to use POP3 or IMAP in order to send emails? But you're probably not going to be using 110 or 143 in order to send emails. You're probably just going to use port 25 SMTP. Okay. So the final two here we got is Telnet and then SSH. And so these are two different ways that we can actually remote into other people's PCs or servers or any type of device that we're on the same network. We can use these type of functions